Alright, looks like we are... Oop, are we good to go? Where is my microphone? Ah, there's my microphone. That's media source too. Okay. I was looking at the wrong thing on OBS. Jesus. Yep. Been a minute. Been a minute. What the hell is media source? Oh, okay. That's the... Well, yeah, I got confused for a second because my stuff's not in the right spot. But we should be good to go here in just a moment. There we go. Check me to get my headset on because I haven't been wearing it lately. And my hair has not been used to the thing. So, yeah. Gotta get a little comfy. There we go. Alright. Should be good to go. Alrighty. Hey guys, River the Rage here. Hope you're having a fantastic day, and welcome to a stream where I'm basically just gonna crash the fuck out. I figure I sit here and I look at the news and stuff, and not like the mainstream news, because cable news is completely fucked. As I said, the revolution will not be televised, right? Which I follow, or like this guy, like, you know, Secular Talk. Basically, like, Kyle's like one of the only people I even follow, like, lack of a better term, religiously, right? You know, fanatically might be a better term, but anyway, I just he gets straight to the point. He doesn't bullshit anybody, and he's been doing this for basically my entire political career. So like all of my shit has been kind of aligned with him the whole time because he's the only person I've seen that has been just insanely consistent for years. He doesn't waffle. He doesn't go one way or the other. He's like, no, this is how I think. This is the truth. This is where we are. Here you go. And he's very straightforward about it, which is what I like. But yeah, yeah. Chris Garcia, welcome in. Good to see you. Bethesda game on Steam about Folklore Hunter. Use a bow. That's not a Bethesda game. That's like from one of the guys that worked on like Elder Scrolls or something back in the day. Anyway, the also I like this guy. This I think his name is Zero. What's his name? It's Zero something, but Zero spelled with a U. It's like a two word thing. I don't know. I'm not gonna click on it because fuck these idiots and their stupid bot comments. But he's been doing like the metal thing. So he'll get like videos of leftists rightfully like crashing the fuck out and, you know, calling out like Trump and all this other stupid shit, which is basically what I'm about to do. But he's been like, he's a guitarist, so he'll like shred on the guitar, turning into like metal tracks. It's great. It's funny. Anyway, point being, like, that's where I'm at, right? I'm at this point, and this is this type of video I meant to do like a while ago. So it's been a hot minute since I was planning something like this, just because this was back when like the whole Alex Preddy and Renee Good and ICE murdering people, and they're still, I'm sure they're still murdering people, just doing it very covertly, and they're, you know, like still kidnapping people, which is fucked, right? But this was back when it was like really, really kicking off, you know, and they're still doing it. They're still like being like an illegal police force, right? That's completely fucked, right? Completely unconstitutional shit they're doing. The but this what really sparked me getting pissed off like this year, more so than usual. It wasn't just like the usual, oh yeah, the world sucks and I'm pissed off. It's like, oh, so the world means nothing and I'm pissed off. Like there's a whole other level to this shit. Right? And I'm laughing just because if I don't, I'm going to cry. Right? Like that's where we're at this point. We are. It's kind of like Joker, like the movie Joker, where Joaquin Phoenix says, what's his name in it? Where it's not even technically his name because he's like a whole other guy. Like he's not even related. It's Arthur Fleck, but it's not. That's technically not even his name because he's not really like the Penny Fleck's son. It's a whole thing in the thing. Yeah, anyway, spoilers, but I mean, it's fucking old. Everybody's seen Joker. Anywho, but yeah, it's kind of like at that point where it's like I can be pissed off, or I can laugh about it. I'm gonna be pissed off regardless, but it's like the laughing is just sort of so I don't lose myself entirely. I'm laughing at the absurdity of this fucking world and how fucking broken and backwards and stupid it is. Anywho, point being, yeah, so what happened was the thing that broke me was that there was always this idea, right, in American politics that left is left and right is right, right? And that, like, the left guys do left stuff and the right guys do right stuff, right? The guys on the left want, like, good education and healthcare and freedom and love and everybody chilling, right? That's sort of what leftists want. Fuck liberals. Liberals can get fucked. They're just... Our politics in America are so skewed that when I say left, I'm referring to the most diet socialist you could possibly get in any other part of the world. There is no left in America compared to the rest of the world. Like, there's no, left anything. Because what the left in America are asking for is the bare minimum default position of, basically everywhere else. Especially when you look at, Europe and the Scandinavian countries, it's like, their default is to be super over here. And the right wing is considered really fucking weird, right? Like, they don't even have it's shifted. Ours shifts way the fuck over here, mostly because of feckless Democrats that don't actually do anything to be opposition. They are controlled opposition because they're all fucking capitalists. They're all part of the same little thing, right? Like they're all in the club. As George Carlin said, it's a big club and you ain't in it. So the thing that killed me, right? So I always thought I always knew Republicans were assholes, right? And I knew they were ignorant, uneducated, backward dipshits, right? I knew this. This is that's duh, the sky is blue type of shit, right? That's it. But the one thing you could at least rely on them for, to seemingly not waffle or change their opinion, was guns. That was their one fucking thing. Their one thing that they claimed. And in the culture war of America, the right claimed gun ownership, right? They were like, we love guns, guns are awesome, and gun ownership is good. And they would constantly say, oh yeah, fuck the ATF and fuck the feds and, shall not be infringed, and talk about the Second Amendment. And this is not the first time I've talked about the Second Amendment on this channel. Go back a couple years, like a decade. I don't know. Time is an illusion at this point. But I talked about this before when we were talking about gun control and everything, and my stance remains the same. I don't care if my neighbor has a Sherman tank in his garage. I just want to see the paperwork that tells me that he is adequately trained to operate that. Americans aren't even good drivers. I don't even trust them to be able to operate a motor vehicle from point A to point B without possibly threatening my life in the process through their sheer fucking incompetence. But guns, that's a whole other level. It's wait, so now I'm gonna trust you with a thing that's designed specifically to hurt me? Not even it's an oopsie. It's a the whole point is to destroy something. What? Right? So again, my stance will probably be this for the rest of my life: is that I don't care what someone has. I think the government should stay the fuck out of it when it comes to the sale of these weapons. The regulation, however, should be on the government. And they should be the ones coming in saying, okay, here is a neutral, third-party therapist. This is where you get some mental health screening, too. So when you do this mental health screening for gun ownership, it says, hey, you can have a gun, but the level of gun and how many and whatever, that depends on your mental state. Are you a schizophrenic? Are you, insane? And we have some minimal background checks, very, very minimal in this country, that are just kind of there as technicalities, right? 3-day waiting periods and stuff. And the only reason we got to even 3-day waiting periods was just because a lot of people were able to walk into gun stores, buy a gun, and then fucking an hour later they would be on the news as, hey, this guy murdered his neighbor because he was pissed off at him, and he went and bought a gun and decided to just murder his neighbor with it. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's where you get to. And I don't want to hear this shit of like, oh well, everybody carried a gun back in the day. It's like, not in Wyatt Earp's town, not in a lot of the old West towns. They had a lot of laws that would say when you came into town, you hang up your gun belt, you put your guns away, right? When you go into town, you go into a saloon, you park you would take your belt off. You would either remove your entire belt and hang it up like a hat rack, or you would remove your irons from the holster, right? Your shooting irons. You would take them out. You would take whatever weapons you have. A knife is a debatable, but most guys didn't really carry big like buck knives and stuff. That was just kind of sitting in their saddlebag because what the fuck are you gonna do with a knife in a saloon? You don't really need it. And then it would just be like, okay, here's the guns. You would give that to the clerk, right? And usually the saloon and the hotel were all connected, so that was the main hub. So if you went to a saloon, you were also going to a hotel. You were probably going to stay there for the night. So most of the time, you were checking your guns with the sheriff, or you were checking your guns with the like local constabulary, like the deputies. Like usually the bartender stuff would be sort of deputies and deputized in the way that like they were allowed to have guns, right? They were allowed to have like a scatter gun on the counter in case something happened, right? In case like bandits rolled into town or an Indian attack or something. It's usually what it was, is they would, they'd be able to defend themselves, right? If you were like a store owner or something, you were part of the overall authority, right? So you were part of the town, therefore you were authorized. And that's the kind of thing I want. When I say common sense, I literally mean common sense. Like, yeah, of course. So what do you do gun screenings, right? My thing will always be, hey, screen for mental health. And the worst case scenario is they won't let you buy a gun because you currently are off your meds and you're apparently a schizophrenic, right? And if you want to challenge that in court, go ahead. Like, we'll give you a court-appointed guy. You can go to trial and you can tell them, hey, they got the diagnosis wrong. I want a second opinion from a different guy, right? But, that would be the thing to do. That would be the thing that would make sense. Because then some people might even get mental health screenings and go, wow, I hit all these metrics for ADHD, or I hit all these metrics for like, bipolar or something or other, or like anger problems or something. And that would allow people to actually get diagnosed, and then maybe that would help them in other aspects of their life. So that's a win-win for everybody. Everybody's winning in that scenario. But of course, the right doesn't see it that way. They see their right to be an asshole and their right to potentially fly off half-cocked, pun intended, and just, use their guns in whatever way they see fit. Right? This is most prevalent. We'll talk more about him in later on because we got a lot to talk about with fucking Brandon Herrera. But Kyle Rittenhouse, for instance, right? So it's, he just, that whole scenario was like, what the fuck? He arms himself to go to a protest in a town way away from him. Like, he's so far. It would be like me arming myself to go downtown, right? And it's like, downtown for me is like an hour away. That has nothing to do with me. That's not going to affect my life whatsoever. If there's a riot downtown, that's not going to come down to me. It's an hour away. Nobody's going to just wander over into my neighborhood. I'm way far away from where that's happening. It's not happening on my fucking doorstep. But that's the thing. It's like, these guys want to be assholes, right? And they want to be stupid. And, that's the thing that pissed me off about Kyle Rittenhouse the most, was that it wasn't what he did that got me the most upset, right? Obviously, murder, bad. We don't murder people. And don't set up a situation where you can then claim self-defense and murder people and get away with it, right? That's fucked up. That's exactly what happened. But the thing that pissed me off was how he wanted to be the big man on campus, and he wanted to wander around with his gun, acting all cool, like mil-spec, fucking, yeah, tactical, right? He has cute little EMT gloves on, which I think he probably wore those just so if he did get into an altercation or something, and cameras weren't around to catch him, he was probably wearing those so his fingerprints wouldn't show up and he'd be able to lie later and be like, I have no idea what that is. Because that's exactly what he did on the stand. He got on the stand and immediately first thing he did was start breakdown, crying, bitching, and whining. And then the second he was found, acquitted, right? Whatever, I don't know if the correct term would be found innocent or acquitted or whatever exactly they found in that case, because if I followed it closely at the time, I was going to crash the fuck out like this because that shit pissed me off. It's the fact that then he goes and turns around and is like, oh yeah, now I'm all happy. It's like, why the fuck are you happy? That, like, if you really feel bad enough to where you're crying on the stand about the trauma, whatever, you should be turning your back on guns at that point and saying, whoa, I escalated the situation, or I was part of an escalating situation that I don't think we should be having right now. That should change your perspective just a little bit, just a smidge. You shouldn't just be, again, that's what we're talking about today, is hypocrisy and the grifting fucking nonsense. That's what, and I don't care. I don't care what they say. I care what they do. And I don't care if, this is not for views. I don't give a shit. I could have done this in the middle of the day. I was planning on doing this earlier, but then I ended up going to the store and then whatever. And then I wasn't going to do this today. I was going to do this a different day. But then I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I got some time before I go to sleep. I'm just going to do this. We're going to have a moment, right? Because I can sit here and watch all this shit and be pissed off and talk to myself, or I can talk to you guys and get it on camera and be like, hey, these are my thoughts. So that it's sort of immortalized, Like, that's just, I need to air it to the public in some way. And again, I don't want 1 million views on this. I don't give a shit, right? Again, as I've said for years, I'm not trying to monetize this YouTube thing. It is a hobby of mine, right? It is just a thing I do, right? It's not my whole overarching thing of my life. It just is. So we're going to go through a couple here, a couple of different bits, and we're going to see what's what. The first one, so these are just some that at the time I had, looked into some things, and this one popped up. This one just randomly popped up on YouTube, and this is why I don't watch cable news and stuff, because they always love to push stories like this that are just fucking stupid. So this is, the fuck is his actual name? Some sheriff from, I know him because I've seen him on the news before, because I'm, same state, right? Like he's in Florida, I'm in Florida, whatever. I'm not doxing myself by saying I'm in Florida. Okay, whoop-de-doo, I'm in Florida, who gives shit. But I've seen this guy before, and he really always wants to, like, they're like the boss hogs, right? They're, what is it from Dukes of Hazzard? Dukes of Hazzard, sheriff. There's like the sheriff and like, Sheriff Roscoe, right? So Roscoe was this inept fucking buffoon, right? Like, he was this just dipshit of a sheriff, basically. Like, he always tried to catch the Dukes, right? Like the Bo and Luke, I think was their first names. Anyway, the Duke brothers, right? They were, they go around and driving and moonshine and all that. Anyway, if you don't know Dukes of Hazzard, just look it up. Anyway, point being, he was the dipshit sheriff guy, and he and his deputy were really incompetent, right? They would always try to set it up to catch these guys, and they just couldn't, right? He was in The Last Rites of Jeff, really? Or people are maybe conflating him. I don't know. No, might have been. Oh. The Last Rites of Jeff is, I think it's like Jeff Stanson or something. It's a Twilight Zone episode. Anyway, as it says there. But, so then there's Boss Hog. So, this is the type of guy that this sheriff is, right? He's actually closer to being something like Boss Hog. He wants to be, and this is what you'll get a lot of the times in the South, are these kinds of characters, right? There's a reason Boss Hog looks like this. He's dressed in white. He's got plantation vibes, right? The reason for that is it links, holy shit, Christopher McDonald was in Dukes of Hazzard. Huh. Never knew that. I didn't watch the show, really. Like, my biggest thing with Dukes of Hazzard was when, you had, the movie here with, Burt Reynolds, right, playing Boss Hog. And I think, honestly, he pulls it off a lot better than the original Boss Hog. I mean, he's more campy, because, again, it was the 70s, so it's a different vibe, but yeah. Anyway. Point being, Boss Hog was this conniving, capitalistic, fucking chode who basically owned the town. Like, he had his hand in, like, everything, and he's always scheming, right? And he's just this, he was the county commissioner, right? And he was, they called him Boss Hog because he was the boss. He was the boss of, like, everything. He was the county commissioner. So he was in charge of, like, the whole county. That's how our state legislator and everything got to work. Well, not my state, but, like, all state legislators kind of work like this, where you got like your local guys, so you have your police departments, and then your sheriff's department, and then your who would be up from there? It'd be like the sheriff, and then the sheriff answers to the mayor, to like city hall and the local senate, and then there'd be like the local commissioners, and then there'd be the like county commissioners, and then there'd be it kind of grows, right? It's kind of gross, which is it's fine, but he was basically in charge of everything. And this is who a lot of the guys in the South want to be. This is where you get a lot of these dipshit retard Republicans that just want to be boss hog. They want to be a plantation owner. They want to be on top of the heap, right? And they think they already are. They think even when you're like the sheriff to the county, therefore you are a bitch to the rest of the government, you're the government's bitch. Like, you can think you're king of the castle when you're the sheriff or the chief of police. Your ass still answers to City Hall and the mayor, which is exactly why my state has been under Republican control for like 30 years. Because if you have to answer to people who are just like you, then there's no problem. Like, you get away with so much shit, and you get away with over policing, with giving people false tickets and fucking with people's lives and all this shit. And it pisses me off. So the point I'm trying to make here is, this guy, he wants to be a tough guy, right? And this is one of these really stupid things. People crushing water bottles causes chaos. I'm not shitting you. That's like the real context here. So let's take a look. Ooh, that is a little louder. Apologies. I've been like listening through my TV. I haven't been listening through my headset lately. I haven't been wearing it in the off hours just because I used to, but then I'm like, well, why don't I just like listen over here? Plus, I've been watching box set TNG. It's been great. I'm going through like all those Star Treks. I did I mention this before on stream? I don't know if I did. I think I did before. I mentioned I kind of want to do the Marvel thing where like I knew about all the Marvel stuff and I kind of watched. We checked the decline of it. I'm kind of trying to do that with the Star Trek stuff. So I'm going through all the Star Trek because I only ever watched up through like Enterprise, and then I watched a couple episodes of Picard because I heard it might have been okay. But then I kind of fell off of doing that and whatever, and I heard more bad things about it as the seasons went on. I don't know. But I might put myself through the torture and the pain of trying to watch Picard and Discovery and the new Trek era just to say, hey, I gave it a chance, I looked at it objectively, and here we are. You know, and I might surprise myself. I don't know. It might be just different perceptions coloring my perception. You know, I mean, this is the internet. This is how it works. But yeah, no, I'm just doing that. And I got him on Blu-ray over here. That's why I'm, yeah. Anywho, so this guy, this is the sheriff guy. But like, look at his colors as well. Like, literally, he's out here doing a press conference. Like, I couldn't have, like, I completely forgot what he was wearing this, because this is him over here. This is Mike, whatever the fuck his name is. Don't care. He's just some dude. And I don't even think he's from Florida, is he? But was he from Florida? Or I'm not gonna look up his history. I don't give a shit about this guy. Point being, like, he's wearing the white shirt and everything. Like, look at him. He's basically, and again, I get it. Light colors. It's hot in Florida. If you're doing a press conference, you know, you want to have the light colors. But also, if you want light, don't wear a polo, bro. He's wearing like a whole collar. You don't wear that. Trust me. I wear a black polo most of the time when I go to the store and stuff, and I'll put that on. Thankfully, I only wear that because I'm going inside. If I'm going doing stuff outside, t-shirt, dude. Thinnest t-shirt I can get. I think I have a white t-shirt around here somewhere, or I did. But anyway, point being.
Beat social media. I just can't do it. Social media, people can post stuff. They're reposting things from 2020, and there's no way to really defend that. This incident during last weekend was clearly social media driven, okay?
Okay, so he's like immediately doing the old man in the room shit of, you know, I can't beat social media. They're all posting his shit. Yeah. You know why he's mad? He's mad because so many people can hold his feet to the fire and say, hey, what about this thing? Hey, what about that thing? Hey, check out the thousands of angles that we got on like our... Because social media is, in a way, its own surveillance state, which is so fucking ironic considering they give you the tools to track you and fuck with your life and like use social media to fuck with your head. That's kind of the point. And then they're mad when, like, everybody starts turning on their cell phones and recording everything and bringing to light the interactions they're having with police and stuff. It's really funny. Also, loving the thing back here for the Volusia County, like, Volusia Family Resource Center. Volusia is a county in Florida. Volusia Family Resource, with all the cute little holding hands that are all multicolored. Why couldn't we make the multicolored hands, like, actual human skin color? Why isn't that a thing? Huh, Florida? You know? Okay, moving on.
Let's all go and invade Daytona.
Let's all go invade. Now notice the wording. Invade Daytona. Like, it's Daytona Beach. They're gonna go there for, like, spring break. This shit happens all the time, right? This is, you know, they'll do, this is like 1 month ago they posted this. It's like, let's go invade Daytona. It's like, okay, spring break and whatever. It's a tourist destination. What are you expecting? Like, a lot of people are gonna come and party. Like, you chose to be a sheriff in a tourist state. You're going to have to deal with tourists. And American tourists, even inside of America, are shit. So, like, like it's, you see what I'm saying? It's all fucked.
And there ain't a whole lot we can do other than what we did. So what we did from the sheriff's office, for example, was from the Main Street Pier to Seabreeze Boulevard. We had over 50 deputies inside of that crowd. So you hear all this stuff, oh, they were shooting guns on the beach. That is absolute bullshit. There were 0 gunshots on the beach because what they were doing was crushing a water bottle to make it sound like a gunshot to stampede the crowd.
Okay, so first off, who was doing this? They. He says they. This is a trick of the authoritarians and grifters that you have to watch out for. And this is actually a thing that I wasn't even aware of, right? Because I wasn't fully aware of this concept of the they and the them. I knew of the concept from the point of view of like, don't be a sucker, right? So you get something like don't be a sucker. So it was old like propaganda warfare. Well, propaganda, but it's not really propaganda when you're telling a truth, but it's propaganda is a weird term. Let's put propaganda aside. Anyway, it's an old war film, let's say, and it is about basically the potential rise of fascism in America, right? So like after the wars concluded, or I don't know when they made it in 43, so the war was like in full effect at this point. This was leading up to the invasion of D-Day, right? So the D-Day invasion, June 4th, June 6th, 1944. I just looked this up the other day, so I'm seeing if I can remember. D-Day was June 6th. Fuck yeah. I'm a history nerd. What do you want? That's one of my tisms. I have like a history tism, and then also a science fiction tism, and sometimes when they get together, it becomes like an archaeology dinosaur tism. I don't know how. Undiagnosed, by the way. I don't want to like claim anything. I'm not here for stolen valor. I'm not gonna be like I'm autistic. I don't fucking know. I probably am. A lot of people are, but I don't know. I don't know where on the spectrum I am. I don't know. I haven't had like a formal diagnosis. I could also just be schizo because my biological father was quite schizo. I'm sure some fucking right-wing dipshits can take that out of context and remix that and be like, see, he said he's crazy. Why are we listening to this guy? This guy's insane. Yeah, I am insane for having lived in this stupid world. Why the fuck am I seeing an AI of a German soldier? Why the fuck couldn't you just like post a bunker or something? Why is it an AI of a fuck? Why? Oh my god. Anyway, point being, don't be a sucker is in full effect. So don't be a sucker. To point is, don't listen to people who say, because in Don't Be a Sucker, he's talking about there's a part where they cut back in a flashback to like Nazi Germany. And the guy's up there giving his little rah-rah speech. He's in the whole swastika armband and everything, right? And he's like, farm for the farmer, work for the worker, and profits for the small businessman. Who are getting these things now? The Jew, right? It's like they point to the scapegoat, right? So here, it's especially insidious when they say they. It's like the question is then, they just say they. There's no citation, which, by the way, if you've gone through academia, you understand how important citation is, because without citation, you could just say shit. You could just lie. And if you assume that, yeah, he must be telling the truth, why would he lie to me? This is why we have citations, right? So when he says they, it's one of those things where he should, off the top of his head, be able to rattle off the people who he arrested for, or who his department arrested for disturbing the peace, which is a real crime. Like, you can literally be, if they were, excuse me, if they were actually doing the thing with the water bottles, which, by the way, nobody who knows what a gunshot sounds like thinks it's a lot of people, media distorts this by saying, oh, it was a loud bang, or it sounded like a car backfiring, right? That's not a thing. That's as close as a non-firearm engager's mind. Like, if you don't know firearms, you if you haven't shot them like actually in real life or seen a lot of media that portrays them correctly, because in media a lot of times they tone down the sound of the shots and stuff to where it doesn't sound good. That's just actually why John Wick is pretty popular, because it's one of the things they do is make sure the sounds are kind of accurate and punchy, and it's like, oh, that actually kind of sounds, but there's a lot of reverb, there's a lot of echo, in like the way firearms are shot, right? It's fucked. Point being, people sometimes say they sound like fireworks or whatever, which fireworks do kind of get close, because it's essentially the same idea of this thing that just, bang, right? So if it's detonated in a certain way, it can sound like it. So no, a water bottle, no matter what you do to it, is not going to sound like a gunshot. It'll sound like a loud pop or a bang. But if you know anything about what, if you ever taken like a plastic bag, you know, you pop it, it's kind of the same thing. Or you just like, that's it. That's what it sounds like. It's just a bang. And so people aren't going to stampede with that. They'll just look around like, what the fuck was that noise? And then if they don't see anybody else stampeding and reacting, they're not going to stampede and react. It's not like yelling fire in a crowded theater. That's not how it works, right? So again, where is the evidence? I want the evidence. Cite me the fucking source, asshole. Where's the evidence here? You should be off the top of your head. If you're holding a little press conference to show off how manly man, you're the big man on campus, we're controlling the situation. We're the cops. We're in charge here. Also, 50 deputies inside of a crowd of hundreds, or like 2,000-3,000 people on a beach. Dude, get the fuck out of here. You would have problems controlling a crowd of 100 with 50 deputies. Like, if you're outnumbered 2-1, you would have a problem. That's why they have to militarize themselves, like tear gas and shit, because they know they're outnumbered and they have to scare people back in line, right? Because when you think about going against the cops, then your brain doesn't go to the uniform officer that's a beat cop. You think of civil unrest, you think of riot gear and water hoses and, you know, tear gas and live ammunition, as in Kent State, right? National Guard being called. It's all fear tactics, right? Which is exactly what he's doing this for. He's doing it to get the fear back into people. And this shit is just...
I was out there. The chief was out there. We were in the middle of it. People might not want to hear this, but everybody who we came in contact with was absolutely polite, and they understood why they were being arrested. So
they were polite and understood why they were being arrested. Who did they come in contact with? So they were polite, and they knew why they were being arrested, right? Which is for disturbing the peace. So what's the deal with this? Why are we making a show of this? It's like the other guy that likes to post mugshots. There's another sheriff also in Florida. It's weird. I don't know what our thing is here, but there's another one in a different county who he like loves to have these little press conferences where he'll post people's mugshots, and a lot of times they're like violent offenders. So he's actually got kind of a reputation of being a decent sheriff, you know, for the most part. He actually just did one where one of the guys Trump pardoned turned out to be like, I think it's the 4th or 5th case of a January 6th terrorist and traitor to the United States. They should all be in jail, by the way, for the rest of their lives at minimum. I would do things that are not of TOS. You know, let's put it that way. But those people are traitors to the United States for doing January 6th. That is traitor shit. But point being, it turned out to be like the 5th or 6th case of this guy who was like pardoned by Trump, and then one of the January 6th guys just turns out to be, yet again, he's also found with child pornography. In a sting operation, they found him. It's like, what do you mean? How can all of you be this? But of course, because Trump is a pedophile, a rapist, and a war criminal, he attracts pedophiles and rapists and war criminals. No shit. Birds of a feather. Like, so yeah, this is this whole thing of like, why are we doing this? This is posturing for the state. This is the authority does.
For this weekend alone, we made 133 total arrests.
Okay.
84 of them in Daytona Beach.
Right.
49 of them in New Smyrna Beach.
Right.
What is concerning is we seized 6 weapons.
Why? Now, when you say, okay, first off, he says weapons. Now, is he good? Let's see if he clarifies and says if they are firearms or just weapons.
2 of them were on an adult. One adult carrying 2 guns.
Okay, so first off, one adult carrying 2 guns. When he see what he did. See what he does with the statistics. 6 weapons. A third of these weapons are found on one guy. An adult carrying 2 guns. Now, notice he left out if he was carrying it legally. Let's see if he continues on with this and tells us if any of these firearms are being carried legally.
A juvenile who had possession of a stolen...
Notice he says juvenile.
...stolen firearm.
Juvenile in possession of a stolen firearm. Okay, this is wrong. We want proper gun regulation because we don't want people wandering around with guns that they are not able to have, right? Okay, I agree with this. I agree with this on principle, right? The idea of it is, let's be regulated. But is he going to talk about, let's see if he's going to talk about the thing.
But what's more disheartening and people need to understand is everybody can carry a gun in Florida.
Okay, so here's my problem with this. He said 6 weapons. He said 6 weapons. He only mentioned 3 of the weapons, and those 3 were firearms. So we have to make the assumption now, since he didn't bother to tell us about the other 3, we have to make the assumption of what those other 3 were. For reference, by the way, in Florida, you can carry guns, and it even got changed to the point where now open carry is an even bigger thing. It's more expansive, right? That changed like last year, year before, something like that. Actually, when was it? It was, yeah, it must have been last year, because I was working at my most recent job. And then, I remember somebody in the store, like, we had cops come by sometimes to fill up, get a donut, all that. Well, okay, they didn't actually buy donuts, but it's kind of funny when yeah, anyway, point being, they would come in and, they were always super chill. But they're still pigs, so fuck them. But, ACAB, but, the I remember it because there was like one of our regulars was conversing with him, asking him about the new carry permits. Like okay, if you're carrying a rifle, you have to have it on a sling. If you're carrying a side, out, you can't have it in like a waistband. It has to be in a proper holster. So there was still regulations to it. But again, those other 3 weapons could very well have been blades, because in Florida, you are not allowed to carry. You have to have a valid reason for carrying a knife with a blade longer than 2 inches. I'm not kidding. In a state where guns are open carry, you have guys that have to have a valid. It has to be like a huntsman's knife with like a braid on it. Like you have to be out in the middle of the woods with a knife, right? Because of course you have like a little, Bowie knife or something with you to chop and cut and whatever, right? You might need a knife when you're out in the wilderness. That's kind of when you're doing bushwhacking stuff. You need something to whack the bush with, right? You get that. There's that example, or if you're like fishing and you have like a fish scaler on you, that's okay. It's contextual, right? So in this case, we're saying the right of people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, except if there's a local ordinance about knives, in which case we'll infringe that all day long. Or if there's a guy, again, notice how he did not mention if the guy carrying the 2 guns was even carrying them legally. He didn't even mention that. The juvenile is by rights carrying illegally, unless there's certain laws, certain counties that are like, hey, is there a gun? Is there a no gun sign at the beach? Because if so, okay, then a gun, no matter if it's like legally carried or not, you still wouldn't be able to carry it there, because if there's a posted sign on, whatever property you're on that says no firearms, no weapons, no shirt, no shoes, no service, you have to follow that. Like, that's because that's the local law. Oh, it's unconstitutional. You can go argue unconstitutional if you want, but that's just how signs work in the world. Is we tell you no, especially if it's a private property, we say fuck off, you fuck off, right? That's kind of how it's supposed to work anyway, is people are supposed to respect autonomy. Anyway.
Doesn't matter the color of your skin, doesn't matter it matters your age, but you know what? There's a lot of people out there, and the chief counted over 20 encounters where we may have stopped somebody for an open container who was an adult, who said to us, I want to let you know I got my gun in my backpack. And there's nothing.
Mind you, notice this as well. Open container. You're on a beach. You can't. America's beyond backwards, right? This is what I'm talking about. This is sort of the reason I picked this was because it's grifter taken to the extreme. This is government grifting, right? So there's like personal grifting, which we see all the time with influeencers and YouTubers and whatever. This is government grifting. The government itself grifts constantly, where they'll say one thing and then do another. They'll say they mean this, but then they actually go do this. And it's so weird, because all the guys I hear that say like, oh yeah, freedom, 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 I haven't seen them try to get any legislation about open containers passed. Isn't that weird? That like all the guys that are like, oh, the Constitution says that I can carry this gun wherever I want. Okay, so you're gonna fight and die on that hill, but you won't do your civic duty and also take part in the rest of politics, which is, hey, maybe I should be able to have a beer outside in my hallway as long as I'm not bothering anybody. Or on my porch, by the way, which I pay, like my folks, they smoke, right? So they go smoke outside on the porch. That's why we're in this unit, which has a porch for them to go do that. If I felt like it, I should at 2 a.m, be able to be out there as long as I'm being quiet. I'm not disturbing the peace or anything. As long as I'm just sitting and sipping my beer. Why can I not have an open container? Why in this country is there such a weird law? Right? That's what I'm talking about. This is like a grifting law of weirdness where you're not allowed to open carry. So you can't drink the thing. But if you put it in in an opaque bag, you put it in, usually it's a brown bag, right? Then the cops can't do shit about it. Even if it is alcohol, as long as it is completely covered by the bag, technically speaking, them asking what's in the bag is a Fourth Amendment violation because that is unlawful search and seizure. That's the criteria of why you're able to drink, but it has to be in a bag, right? You have to disguise it. Because anything that is concealed on you is your property, and the police are not. I don't care where you are, what local ordinances there are. The police are not allowed to just, like, this is where, like, stop and frisk in New York, this is why that is a big failure, and why it's racist policing is most of the time they were just stopping black people to fuck with them, right? In New York, that's why stop and frisk is a bad thing, because it is a total violation of the Fourth Amendment. It overrides the Constitution completely, and it nullifies the idea of personal autonomy, right? Because what's in my pockets is my business, not the government's. Mainly, you want to know the main reason for this? The main reason we have these kind of, like, lockdown, hey, can't fuck with people type of laws is because of things like McCarthyism and the Red Scare, right? Which there were multiple Red Scares in America. There were like 2 or 3. There's a lot going. Like, again, we were fighting with the commies basically the entire 20th century, so of course. But yeah, no, the thing goes back to like the 1950s, where the idea of somebody being a communist could get them excommunicado, and you could be in trouble by the government. A lot of people did not like that, and like a lot of people at the time were just sort of complying, which is a lot of what's going on right now. But it swung back very quickly to where after the 50s it was like, nah, fuck you, especially with the unpopular Vietnam War coming up. Like, you had Korea and then you had Nam, and it was like, oh my god. But that era sort of solidified the idea of the Fourth Amendment and got people really thinking about the rest of the Constitution, because you always hear about the First Amendment. Well, the First Amendment was challenged by protesters in college campuses wearing armbands for peace, right? It was ruled that that was legitimate free speech. That was protected speech. You can't throw them out of the school. You can't send them to detention. You can't do anything. The school, as a government entity, could do nothing to tell them to fuck off because you're a government entity. You, Mr. Sheriff, are a government entity. Why are you stopping people for open container? Oh, because it's the law. Yeah, I never buy this it's the law crap, because the law can be rewritten, right? That's kind of the point of the Constitution, by the way. The Constitution was supposed to be a guiding principle. It's like in Pirates of the Caribbean, where Barbossa always, the famous joke with him that everybody points to is how he's like, well, the code, it's more like guidelines. That's kind of what the Constitution is supposed to be, is guidelines. They're not supposed to restrict you, right? That's the idea, is to give you the freedom to explore laws and concepts and evolve over time. The founders were literally thinking they were going to have to redo the Constitution every like 20 years. I'm not kidding, look it up. It's a thing. They literally thought that they were going to have a whole new constitutional convention every like 20 years to just keep up the flow and re-examine the Constitution, see if they have to add to it or amend things. Because you can't remove things from the Constitution, but you can amend things. Like Prohibition was, hey, no more alcohol. And then the next thing after it was, okay, alcohol again. Because they weren't legally allowed to remove the thing that said no alcohol. Because if you can remove things from the Constitution, then it becomes a fallible document that can be changed over time, and then people maybe lose the original meaning, and then it becomes a problem. But the idea is that you can add things to the conversation, but you cannot unspeak the words. You cannot take it back, right? It becomes history. It's supposed to be a living document. Anywho, yeah, that's what I'm getting at here is, like, hey, we're interacting with the public. Hey, they're being polite. Everything's on the up and up, except I just admitted to a violation of the Constitution, which is Fourth Amendment right to search and seizure. Again, the only difference being open container is when they can see that you are drinking a beer that's open. Not open container is when you have it concealed. They can't do dick about it. They can be mad about it, but they can't do dick about it. Now, if you're driving and you're intoxicated, okay, DUIs. But again, a lot of these departments are being found. I believe it was, what was it recently? They found like a police department lying about... This will probably pop up a lot of news from over the years because they do this shit all the time, but there's one recently where they were like throwing out a bunch of cases lying about DUIs. There's like a recent one. No, not lying. Lied on report. Officer arrested. Lied on arrest report. Lying about... Yeah, you can see it gets muddled because so many of these times it happens, right? So many. It's just recently in the last couple months or so they had one. I think it's like something like this, like some of the law, like can they lie to you? Yeah, they can lie to you. In Florida, right? Hey, yay, Florida, woo! Yeah, no, the cops can lie to you. The cops are legally allowed to lie to you, by the way. They can lie to you all they want. They can pull you in an interrogation room, say they have evidence which they do not have, to get you to incriminate yourself. Which is why the only thing you say to the pigs is, fuck off, a cab, I want a lawyer. That's it. That's all you say to them. You know, or to give yourself the best chance in the courtroom to be taken seriously by the unserious authorities, let's be real. But the best chance there is to just say, lawyer, phone call. That's it. Those are the 3 words you need to know. Lawyer and phone call. That's it. You do not tell them anything. As the saying goes, you tell the cops nothing, you tell your doctor everything, right? That's supposed to be for like people doing drugs and then like an ambulance gets called out to check on them. You don't tell the cops shit. Because even if you tell the ambulance, like, hey, I've been doing drugs and stuff, the doctors can't tell the cops shit either, right? Unless the cops themselves are arresting you for that action and later need that evidence to be used against you in court, that is like the only instance where, and then a judge would have to look at it and be like, okay, is this a violation of HIPAA, right? It's pretty sad when HIPAA has a better record than the 4th Amendment. That's kind of fucked up, isn't it? Where HIPAA protects you more than the Constitution. Make it make sense. This is why I'm losing my shit. This is why. Stupid shit. This is exactly what I mean.
Wrong with that. You can carry your gun concealed. They can carry a weapon open carry. So it's a new generation in dealing with spring break. If they're legal to possess a firearm, they can carry it concealed.
That right there is what kills me. Oh, if it's legal for them to carry the firearm. Okay, by definition, using the right-wing gun nut nonsense, right? If we use that thought process to say shall not be infringed, okay, then what he just said is wrong because there should be no difference between open and concealed carry. There should be no concept of legal carrying. Everything you carry is legal. According to the Constitution, which is the overriding document, by the way, no other law can tell the Constitution to get bent, right? That's why you can't have First Amendment being violated willy-nilly in the southern states that would love to do it. The blue states will do it too, if it's something they disagree with. They do this shit all the time, no matter where you are. It's all capitalist nonsense. My point being, and that's not to both sides and be like, oh, the Democrats too. It's like, as I always say, the Republicans want to hurt you. The Democrats don't care if they do, right? That's the only difference, right? There is a difference, but that's the only difference. It's death by 1,000 cuts, or they shoot you in the head right now. That's the difference between the Democrats and Republicans. The Democrats, they'll like starve you to death, but the Republicans will just straight up throw you in a wood chipper and call it a day, right? That's the only difference, really. And I think we're getting to the point where people don't even see that difference anymore. They're just like, fuck, man, I need somebody, because we're getting a lot of guys in these midterms saying like, if you take AIPAC money, I'm not going to vote for you. If you support Israel, I'm not going to vote for you, which is completely valid and morally objectively correct. Like, that's exactly the stance to have. Hey, you support genocide, therefore I'm not going to vote for you. I don't care if the other guy's worse and also supports genocide. You also support genocide. You know how you get me to vote for you? Stop supporting genocide. It's really simple. Just say you won't support the genocide and sign like a pledge that says you will step down if you're caught supporting the genocide later. Again, it's about lying and grifting and all this shit where they just lie. Everybody lying all the time. It's pissing me off because there's like no consequences for the lies and it's really making me mad. But yeah, no, that's...
Where they can carry it open. And that's what we had out there. There were a lot of people armed with guns on top of the bad guys armed with guns.
Okay, so I love they always do that. The bad guys with the guns. Yeah, there are bad guys with guns. And half of them work for your fucking department. Like, you're the fucking... What do you mean? The bad guys armed with guns are ICE. The bad guys armed with guns are the militarized police. those are also bad guys with guns. You just don't frame it that way because you are the bad guy with the gun and you want your authority to carry weight and you want your authority to. Am I going crazy? You guys see what I'm saying, right? Like, this is that grifter shit where it's like bad guys carrying guns, not like us where we'll totally carry guns and fuck with people on a beach. You're fucking with people on a beach. What do you let people day drink if they want to, as long as they're not being disorderly? Why are you stopping them for open containers? Why are you harshing the vibe, bro? You're killing the buzz. You are just destroying the whole mood of the beach when you do that. You know, because here's the thing. I am one of these, like, what do you call it, like a law-abiding citizen, right? That's the kind of clinical term for it, which means really nothing, because as long as you're like a normally functioning human being that doesn't want to go out and break laws, then you are abiding. Like, that describes like 95% of the population are law abiding. Like, that's a stupid term. It doesn't make any sense. It's a nothing. It's a nothing burger. There's nothing there. It's nothing in it. But that's the thing is, even me, as a guy who has had like no problems with cops my entire, I mean, fucking look at me. I'm never gonna have problems with cops unless I'm like out at a protest and they decide, hey, fuck this guy, and just gas me in the face with some mace. Like, that would probably be what it would. But the thing is, even me, I get nervous around cops. I had a guy one time, right, where, not the job I just left, but the job before that, both in gas stations. But there was this guy, it was like middle of the night or whatever. He comes in and he's got like a U-Haul van, and I guess he's like moving or something. And he comes in, he's got like no shirt on, but it's I tended to give people a break on that because, like, it's Florida, it's hot. I'm used to seeing that. It's like, okay, I'm not gonna ride people too hard about, hey, put on a shirt. I don't want to be too much of a dick, because he's gonna be out of the store in 3 seconds. It's not hurting anybody. Nobody was around. It was literally just me and this guy. And he comes in, and the thing I noticed is he's wearing basketball shorts, and they're baggy, and also he's a white guy, so get the image of a black guy. Don't start with me. No, those guys wear a lot of baggy pants too. I've seen that too. But this guy, was, and they're kind of sagging a bit, and I noticed he's got like a Tartarov, right, or like a Walther maybe, something, one of the smaller calibers, and he's got that like tucked into his waistband there. My thought was not, oh my god, this guy has a gun, how scary. My thought was, oh god, please don't let that gun drop down his pant leg and end up shooting him in the foot. Like, I don't want an accidental discharge where he gets shot in the foot, then I have to call the ambulance, then I gotta scrub the floor and clean up the blood because I just mopped the floors like 10 minutes ago. That's the thought I had when I saw that, right? Anytime I see somebody that's like a normal person, right, I just assume they're gonna be chill. Like, that's my first assumption. White, black, whatever. I just assume you're going to be chill based on your stance and your attitude. Are you smiling and laughing? Because I hear like loud voices in public sometimes and I get concerned. Like, I'll look over and see somebody getting loud and I'll be wondering, okay, am I going to have to step in here in a minute? What's going to happen here? Because not that I'm going to get in somebody else's business, but if somebody starts beating somebody out in public, it's like, well, let's try and separate that. Like, that's my idea of like trying to help my community. God forbid, keep the peace. But the thing I always think is like, oh, okay. And then I look at their faces and I can see they're laughing or something. So they're like playing around. Okay, cool, fine. So this guy, I wasn't concerned about that. Every time a cop came into my store, I've done nothing wrong. I've done nothing illegal in my life. like not one illegal thing. And every time I saw him, I always thought, oh God, here we go. What's this? Is somebody going to report a robbery? Are they trying to get me to snitch on somebody in the area that I've seen? Which happened one time. They tried to get me on that, and I just said, hey, I hadn't seen the guy recently, which was true. I had not seen him recently. I'd seen him a bunch of times before that, but not recently. Which, by the way, lying to the cops is also legal. You are allowed to lie to police. You can't lie to the judge. Once you're in a courtroom and you're like under oath, then you can't lie. Then it's perjury. Except unless you're like one of these Republican lawmakers that goes in front of these commissions and diverts the conversation and doesn't answer simple yes or no questions and completely lies to the American people. Then there's no consequence at all. Or you're like Pam Bondi, where you get subpoenaed. Pam Bondi, former head of whatever Treasury Secretary, whatever she was, I don't know, one of Trump's little bitches, whatever. And she like was ride or die with Trump, and then Trump was like, okay, die, and pushed her off. Said, fuck you, get out of here, you're not doing what I need you to do. And then they were like, oh, okay, let's subpoena her now and like get her back in for another court hearing, a little commission meeting, committee meeting, whatever. And they She hadn't showed up for 2 weeks, by the way. Can you imagine if any of us, outside of the feds, right, and outside of the Epstein millionaire, billionaire class, like anybody without money, can you imagine if any of us didn't show up? Like, it's not that she didn't show up. It's that no call, no show, nobody get in contact with her. She's just gone. She's just not showing up to her appointment at the committee to go before the committee. The to go back to McCarthyism for a second, there was the infamous Hollywood 10, right? And I say infamous in the like best way possible because these guys were absolute chads. They were having all these committees, the House Un-American Activities Committee, or what, the WHAC, I think it was WHAC. Yeah, House Un-American Activities Committee. But a lot of this goes into film stuff because McCarthyism film just cross over at a certain point, and that's where we get like the MPAA ratings and everything. It's a whole thing. Anyway, point being, the House Un-American Activities Committee, right? The WHAC. So WHAC is this thing where they would bring people in and be like, "Are you a communist? Have you ever talked to a communist? Is your dog a communist? You know, just say you're a communist so we can throw you in jail already. We need a bad guy." Like, that's basically what these were for. They were just grandstanding bullshit. You'll actually see an example of it in Pleasantville. If you ever watched the movie Pleasantville, it's very much making fun of WHAC. Pleasantville court scene. There we go. How's the frame, by the way? No frame drops? Okay, good. So there's like this court scene in Pleasantville. The fantastic movie. Tobey Maguire pre-Spider-Man, so it's like baby Maguire. Oh my god, he's amazing in this role. Everybody in this movie, and it's a great special effects piece because the whole thing's in like black and white, so they had to use like green screen makeup, so they had to paint everything black and white, like the set and the people, to get them to be achromatic, right, or monochromatic. Wait a minute, I have a clip of this on my channel and I'm forgetting it. I'm tired, man. What do you want? It would be considered achromatic because monochromatic would be a singular color in different shades, whereas achromatic is shades of, from light to dark, right? That's kind of the idea. Anyway, so they would paint the whole set and everything. A point being with this was very much what it was like with the House Un-American Activities Committee. This is exactly what it would look like. You would have these guys. Usually it wouldn't just be one chairperson asking you. This is actually kind of a weird shot because you'd have like the little pins that are like, "I'm an American," which, funny enough, don't we keep seeing that in all of our politicians today where they wear the little American flag pin, that dorky ass little pin? Weird. Why are you wearing, like, if you want to wear the colors, you want to wear like, hey, blue suit, white shirt, red tie. Cool, looking like the American flag. That's fashionable. You could do that. That's subtle. But the fucking dorky little pin, like, yeah, rah, rah, America. Come on, man, really? But they would have like, yeah, and I'm not kidding, when like they would have these kind of banners and things, and the banner is more like Nazi-esque, which it was really trying to drive the point. Just watch Pleasantville. It's a fantastic film. You'll understand why. But this is there's so many things because this is almost, you got the separation, the segregation here, the colored people, right? The people with color and the people without color. Again, harkening back to the Emancipation Proclamation and the People's House, and watch Lincoln. You'll see. Again, point being, it would be like this, but they look more like jurors than anything else. This isn't really. It would usually be a big bench up here, and there'd be like 5 or 6 guys all around their own little microphones and asking different questions or whatever. So the Hollywood 10, they showed up, and like the idea was like, basically you have to show up or they would arrest you and then make you show up. They would hold you in contempt of court before you even went to court because you'd been summoned, you'd been subpoenaed, for completely bullshit reasons. It was like, not even, there weren't even any charges. It was just like you could be charged with anti-American activities. It was so dystopian. It was so stupid. But the thing that the Hollywood 10 did, it was a bunch of actors and celebrities that it was 10 of them, and every one of them got up there and they looked like good God-fearing Americans too. They were all proper men. They came in with suits and everything. They looked very professional. They showed up on time. They were very civilized. And then the question started. Have you now or ever associated with the Communist Party? All this? And they would immediately go to, this is a farce. This is a violation of the 4th Amendment. This is unconstitutional. You're all fucked. Eat shit. Like, not in so many words. They said it more politely than that. But the point being is they caused a ruckus by refusing to answer any questions. And they were held in contempt and thrown in jail because they were brought before the committee and you must answer the committee. So it's not even like that. Like, that's the difference. Is like Pam Bondi didn't even show up and tell the committee to eat shit. She showed up and then lied and then left, and now she's getting subpoenaed again for very legal, actual reasons of, hey, are you helping the like president violate the Constitution and shit? Like, these are really good questions to be asking. Um, but like very legitimate questions. Not, this is not McCarthyism shit. This is, hey, are you doing illegal shit that we might need to like put you in jail for? And she just didn't show up. She didn't even show up. I'm sorry. What? This is what I'm talking about. The duality of this. Do you see Sheriff McNumbnuts over here hunting down Pam Bondi to arrest her? He would say something like, it's out of my jurisdiction. That's a federal matter. Isn't it convenient that they don't step on each other's toes, right? The feds. And the ideal state is you're supposed to have the feds. We have what's Marble Cake federalism. We have like the feds and then the states, and they're not supposed to commingle too much. They're supposed to be like kind of here overriding in certain areas or whatever. The idea with the feds is the feds are supposed to come in and help the states when needed, as with like, you know, the FBI in LBJ's days during the civil rights. They're supposed to come in and like protect and serve and help and override the state when the state is being unreasonable. You know, kind of throw around the federal power, right? That's the idea. But, you know, it kills me how they always conveniently, because they're all on the same team, right? It's all the authority. It's all capitalist, corrupted nonsense. So you don't see these guys going out and getting true justice for any of these victims that are on the Epstein list. They're not hunting down any of these pedophiles. They're not forcing... This guy should be standing up every day. And I don't know, I haven't seen any more clips of him, but I'm pretty sure if a sheriff in Florida was calling for a release of the Epstein files and that Trump was a dipshit, I'm pretty sure that would probably make some news. That'd probably be a decent soundbite, methinks. So I probably would have heard it by now if it was happening, which is most likely not happening, you know? And the thing that kills me is these guys never go at each other, right? There's never any infighting. They never want to tear each other down, right? Because again, they're all on the same team. They're all on the same fucking team.
You also came in contact with 7 folks who were here illegally, who we took into custody, and ICE has lodged detainers against them.
Okay, my question is, how did you know they were here illegally? So you stopped people for something. They probably made something up on the spot of you're disturbing the peace, open carry, whatever they... you have the wrong color shoes. They'll make up whatever they need. This is what cops do. They make up whatever little ordinance they can on the spot to fuck with you. Especially in the case of somebody who's illegal. They want to fuck with them. Again, this is assuming he's telling the truth and these people are actually undocumented immigrants. If they are undocumented immigrants, they still get a day in court, asshole. You do not hand them over to the Gestapo to go to a concentration camp. That is not how this fucking works. You do not get to do that. You don't. They have a day in court. I have a day in court. Everyone, even if they are on our soil, legally or not, citizen or not, they get a day in court. And if it is found that they are in fact illegal and need to be deported, then you will hand them over to the correct deportation authorities, which, by the way, we had before ICE, okay? Before DHS got involved. We used to have this thing called the INS, Immigration and Naturalization Service, right? The INS from Coneheads, right? So you guys probably know this the most from Coneheads, because it doesn't exist anymore. The INS doesn't practice anymore. They turned it like ICE and shit since like 2003. Again, it's not even like it's an old institution of these are the same guys, different uniform. No, it's a completely different constitution with a complete... It's a different, like, thing. It's a different branch entirely where they just made it up. It's made up. It's fake. It's fucking fake, just like everything else about this presidency and this fucking Republicans in this era. It's all fake. It's all lies. It's all bullshit. So, like... So, there was a thing in Coneheads. There's the INS. And there's this, what was his name? I've seen this movie 5,000 times. What was his name? Deputy, Director Seedling, I think his name was? Seedling? Is that his name? Yeah, it is Seedling. Okay, cool. Got it right. Yeah, Gorman Seedling. Fucking nailed it. I don't remember his little guys. I believe is, I think that's David Spade over there. Very funny. You know, the guy that played Joe Dirt. That's like his most well-known role. But he's been in a lot of these comedy movies. But Gorman Seedling, he's like the director guy. Michael McKean is playing Gordon Seedling. He's the INS deputy commissioner, right? And this guy was fucking wackadoo. This guy was supposed to be comedically evil, right? There's a scene in here where he's talking about collars on deportees. Like, he's talking about putting little like hold on, let's see, map, border map thing. Let's see, no, not that. Coneheads. Yeah, what would I type? Okay, anyway, point being, take my word on it. It's a thing. He was like demonstrating how you could put electric collars on all the deportees when you take like the undocumented immigrants and throw them back across the border into Mexico. That you put like little electric collars on them, and so if they come back into the U.S., they'll get like fried. They walk back over the electric fence, you know, like the invisible fence. It's like a dog. Like the idea is like a dog with like one of those little invisible fences in your yard where the dog doesn't want to leave because it'll shock it. Actually, they did a joke about that in Aqua Teen Hunger Force as well with Carl, where he got under house arrest and they put the little collar on him so he wouldn't leave his house. Very funny. But again, that was considered batshit crazy. And this guy was still following procedures. He didn't just show up at the Coneheads' house, even though they were illegal aliens in the most literal sense. They were from another fucking planet. And he believed that. And he was like going to get them, right? And even he was like, oh, hey, let's have a proper raid and SWAT teams and stuff, and like let's stake them out and wait for them to get home and all this, and like he had to fire like proper paperwork. They literally in the movie they held up his appointment in the movie because he had failed to capture the Chico, because that was the name, the fake name that Beldar had in the thing was Beldar. Donnie Artichico was his fake name, but which is weird because everybody addressed him by Beldar, which is, I don't know. I don't know if maybe when he, forget the timelines of going, so I'm getting off track. Point being, the point being, even that guy, even the batshit crazy INS guy, that was supposed to be off the wall in the 90s. We are way past that. We are on to pure evil at this point. What the fuck are we talking about here? So no, you can't say, oh, they're illegal. Okay. So you put them in your courthouse and then have them go in front of an immigration and customs like judge, right? That deals with that. And then when they were proven that, then you stuck them on a bus back to Mexico or put them on a boat back to Cuba or their country of origin, right? You found their country of origin and said, okay, you're here illegally, country of origin. And again, let's go to the sensible thing, right? Because a lot of people are gonna be like, oh, crazy liberal guy. No, like one, I'm not a liberal. Call me liberal. I'll knock you the fuck out. There's a big difference. I am an anarcho-communist. Don't you get it twisted. Don't you insult me by calling me a fucking filthy liberal. Don't even start. So the thing that I agree with is, hey, we don't just want the open border. No, I don't. I want a nice, clean path to citizenship. That's what I want. I want people coming over here to be able to just walk up to the border, say, I would like to join this country, please. And then say, like, not be stuck on their side of the fence for the proceedings, right? Just take them in, put them somewhere, right? Build, like, a fucking immigrant city out in the middle of somewhere. Take one of these abandoned coal miner towns in Pennsylvania or something. Put some guys there. And just, you know what? If you want to be all secure about it, fine. Then we can put up some walls and some barbed wire and say, okay, guys, just stay within the city limits. Just please don't try to fucking leave or whatever, because then if you cause any problems, then we're gonna have to throw you back and we're not gonna let you in. We're gonna like whatever, right? But while they're there, they can assimilate by learning American customs, American history, American language, right? They can learn to speak English, maybe not properly, but like enough to hold a conversation. That's my one pet peeve a lot with immigrants is I don't like when they can barely speak English. Like if you speak broken English, I love that. Like, go ahead, make a bad attempt at my language. Please do. I respect that, right? I totally respect it. But don't come here and then, like, sit around and, like, 6 months later when I interact with you again, Jose, I haven't learned any more language. Just learn some English on the side. I know it's a complicated language, but just learn a couple of words, Try a little bit. I'm not asking for you to be perfect. I'm just saying try. That's my one pet peeve. It's not even, like, a demand. It's just a pet peeve I have of, like, I don't like people trying to converse with me and other, because I gotta do sign language, we gotta play 20 questions, charades, it becomes a whole thing. That's just a logistics efficiency thing with me, like that's part of that. But that's the thing that kills me is like, just give them a proper way to become Americans and let them do, if you want to say, hey, you're getting naturalized, your kids will be Americans, but you're gonna have to go fight our wars, unclog our toilets, give them the jobs nobody wants, and they'd probably be happy for it. Let them do that. Have fun, whatever, what the fuck ever? Like, who cares? Just let them be, you know? Like, just why? We're all humans. We're all people, you know? And me, I would go a step further, and, you know, this is where the empire building comes in my brain, is I would want to go into other countries and be like, hey, we want to help build your country up so that your people don't have the need to leave here and come to us because we're better than you. We want to make you as good as us, which is something that China has been doing, by the way, exercising their soft power by, I don't know, helping African nations to build up their schools and hospitals and roads, and like helping them like get to a more stable state, right? Which of course is in return for some of the exclusive rights to their minerals. That's soft power. That's how you do it. You shake hands and then you steal their minerals. You don't go in with jackbooted thugs to protect oil fields like America did with Afghanistan. It doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. In 100 years, China will probably be having celebrations in their new coalition African Chinatown. They're in like South Sudan or something, and they've built a whole city that looks like Hong Kong. And that's whatever, right? And there's like open trade back and forth. Whatever. That's I don't doubt. Now again, China sucks too, because China also capitalist. China also suck, right? That's not gonna twist it. Just because they can do public works really well doesn't mean they're any better. They're also bad. They're also selling their children's future, and they're also scumbags. Like, let's be real. I don't like the authority, no matter what country they're in. I don't care. Japan, it's a very lovely country. It's efficient. It's clean. It's whatever. It also doesn't help with its homeless population. It overworks its people almost to the point of like super duper suicide, like in Korea, where a lot of the guys are just working themselves to death. That's fucked. They need to fix their relationship with labor. Everything else about Japan, pretty neat. Their relationship with labor and women, really need to fix that shit. Fix the sex pest stuff and labor stuff, Japan will be golden. Also, the racism. Let's tone down racism a little bit there, Japan. Yeah, I know you're nice about it, but your racism is still racism. It's not cool. Anyway, but yeah, how did he know they were illegal? This is the shit I'm talking about. I'm the sheriff. I'm here for law and order. Also, I somehow found illegal people. How do I know they're illegal? He doesn't fucking know that. There's no way to discern that except for a Gestapo style. It's the accent's the same way I say Gestapo, because Gestapo you have to hit it with the sh. It's not the Gestapo. It's not the Gestapo. It's the Gestapo. See, Gestapo. Right? It's accents. And that also can help when you're talking to somebody in their languages. Try to mimic their accent. Don't mock it, but like try to pronounce things the way they pronounce them. It's actually something my Spanish professor said one time, because I had to take I took Spanish as a foreign language. I remember like none of it. My mi español es un poquito. It's a little bit. I know a few words. I can kind of get what people are getting at. But it's funny because she said that like my pronunciation was perfect. Like that was the weird part, is I sounded almost native to her, and she was like American, Spanish, German. Like she was mixed all together. Like she knew English and Spanish and German fluently in each, and she was like, yeah, it's actually pretty good. And my understanding of it, I don't like the way the Romance languages work with their like L and La and male, female, whatever, because English doesn't work that way. Something in my brain doesn't like to click with that. Point being, I was actually learning Latin for a little bit. You want a challenge? Try to learn Latin or Navajo. Oh my god, Navajo. Getting the pronunciation right on Navajo is fucked. Anyway, point being, back to this.
I'm going to give you guys, and you're more than welcome to do it. This is our arrest logs for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now, there's not a lot of people who are going to say it, but I'm going to say it. I am damn proud of the men and women of the Volusia Sheriff's Office for what they did this weekend. We canceled days off. We had events in New Smyrna. We had events in Daytona. We had events in Spring Hill. We had events out at the fairgrounds. So my office was running, and pardon the expression, running and gunning and working their asses off.
Okay, so notice again the tough guy language. We were running and gunning. We didn't take days off. We were all there. Yeah, and like you just said, that day at the beach, you only had like a couple incidents. You had maybe 24 incidents out of what, hundreds or thousands of people that were there that day? Really? You think that your mere presence was putting people off? No, people are just normally chill. And in fact, most of the time that the cops have bad altercations with the public, it's because they're interacting with the public. If you just chill the fuck out and don't get so combative with people, and like maybe you don't go straight to assuming everyone is a criminal and an enemy, maybe people would like the cops a little more. I'm I was actually one of these people years ago where like I didn't fully understand the ACAB thing. I do now. Not it's not like a new thing of like just this year because of Trump. Like no, I've slowly evolved into like oh yeah no the cops are just proto fascists. They're mini fascists. They're as in SLC Punk there's a character of not Sandy. Who's the other one? Sandy and there's all I can't remember her name, but I can remember Steve-O, the main character, describing her. It's like a narrated thing, so he's like fourth wall talking to the camera. Um, Trish is her name. He describes her as a bohemian queen. She's the goddess of the scene. Everybody really wants her. I'm putting that voice on because he was in the middle of a party when he was doing it. Anyway, point being, Trish is in love with Bob. Bob is Steve-O's friend. It's a whole thing. So the thing with Trish is after the cops break up a party they're having in like some abandoned house or whatever, or a house that was under construction. I can't quite tell. It's a weird house. Anyway, this is in Utah, by the way. SLC, Salt Lake City Punk, right? That's the movie. Is SLC Punk. Great fucking movie. If you love Matthew Lillard, oh, incredible film. But she says, you know, the police, what an untidy little group of fascists, right? Which is exactly what police are. That's all they are, right? Let's be real. No, every cop thinks that they're like Wyatt or Wild Bill, right? And they may be right about Wild Bill because Wild Bill was kind of unhinged, shooting people all the time. But again, that's a lot of the mythos around him too. He was probably very chill. The thing that gets me though is they always think that they're these Wild West type of figures, like they're these hard boiled detectives and stuff, and they're not. You're just a guy wearing a different type of clothing than I am. And you have the right to exercise state-sanctioned violence. I do not have that right. See, isn't it interesting that if I attack you, right? If me and you get in a fist fight on the street, you know, or let's say like a fist fight implies equality, right? And that we both want it to happen, which is that goes into like mutual combat laws, which by the way should be national. Mutual combat should be a thing. That if two people want to whap each other on the head, all right, cool. You know, just make sure we're not trying to actively kill each other, unless you're a Nazi, in which case try to beat them to death. No, I'm kidding. It's a joke. What? You don't joke? You don't know joke when you hear a joke? No, it's fine. No, but yeah, oh yeah, come get me, YouTube, with your terms of service, whatever. But let's say that I run up on you and I just start hitting you, right? That's assault, right? If I just run up on somebody and hit somebody, that's assault. Now, if you talking shit to me and saying slurs and shit, and you're like egging me on, that could be considered fighting words, which goes into a whole different type of law. But the point being, if I'm just assaulting you, we call that assault, right? See how I just said it? I didn't even think about it. I just said I'm assaulting you. Not that I'm beating you up, or I'm fighting you, or I'm attacking you. Those are also synonyms. But assault is specific, right? And when we attack a cop, we don't just assault a cop. No. It's assault on a law enforcement officer, which carries a greater charge. Why would it carry a greater charge if I'm attacking a cop versus a regular person? Because cops are unequal. They are seen as above us, right? It's a strata. Civilians, cops, military, politicians. And then above the politicians is obviously the puppet master corporations controlling everybody below them, right? That's they like they control the politicians, who control the military, who control the cops, who control you, right? We are low man on the totem pole. We're fucked. We're the working class. We don't get shit. We have power. We just don't exercise it because we don't groupthink. We don't come together as a singular force, right? Anyway, point being, that's the problem with the cops, is they're always like, oh yeah, dude, we're so cool, we're so badass, yeah, man, we're running, gunning, we're taking everything together. It's like, no, dude, you just happen to be around when there's crime around. Where the fuck are your police guys? Where's highway patrol? When I'm seeing, literally, I'm not kidding, I went to the store like yesterday, right? And I'm coming out of the fucking store, like I'm turning onto the street. There's like a big kind of like line for the turning lane, right? So people are kind of stuck up in the turning lane because they all want to turn, but it's something weird was going on. Very weird. I'd never seen it backed up like that. Maybe there was like some, you know, thing up the road, or maybe the light was just really long. I don't know. I'd never seen it like that at that particular time of day. You know, it's just weird day. But there was this one asshole who was like, oh, I missed my turn. Instead of going up the street and U-turning, he's just sitting. There's like 3 lanes. He's sitting in like the 3rd lane, or like the 1st lane. I guess you're going left to right. It's like 1st lane. It's like turn lane, then lanes 1, 2, and 3. He's sitting in lane 1 right next to the turn lane, waiting to get in when the light changes them. He's blocking the fucking street. That's obstruction of traffic. That's dangerous. But no. Because the cops were around when my mom accidentally goes through a red light because she looked up and saw the turn signal was green, and she was coming to pick me up from work one night, and she just happened. Nobody was around. There was no threat to anybody. It was an empty fucking intersection at like 10 p.m. Right? But because there happened to be a cop that pulled up right then, she gets a $250 ticket, which she paid. She didn't argue with the cops or anything because she did something wrong. She ran a red light, right? Like, that's okay, right? And that's how you like have principles and stay consistent. And she didn't fight him on it and be like, It's like, no, she's a law-abiding citizen, so she follows the law. And the law said, ran the ticket, wasn't paying attention, oopsie, right? That's her only ticket, by the way, in 30 years. And they wouldn't just waive it, and they wouldn't make it like a lower offense because, again, money. These guys are capitalists. That's what they are. They are capitalism's foot soldiers. These guys fuck with you more than the Roman centurions would fuck with the public. So, like, everybody gets this image of Rome as being this, like, having the centurions all around with, like, their breastplates, walking around, and, the Frumentarii. Well, the Frumentarii are different. They're, like, a different... They're more, like, secret security for the... I mean, there's, like, levels to their military and then police force, just like there's levels to ours. But the point being, in their society, one, not a lot of people fucked with the Roman guard because they didn't have things like body cameras, and they would probably just beat your ass or just stab you in broad daylight because you were fighting with them. And it's like, well, don't fight with the guards. Most people don't fight with the guards though, and the guards most of the time would just be like, oh, this guy's drunk, get him out of here, don't fuck with him. They wouldn't really even like write people tickets. They would usually ticket businesses more, right? Because they were like, oh, hey, business guy, you're not doing business fair. We're going to have to give you a fine for that because you're not businessing the right way. Like, they were literally more fair. The fucking Roman Empire conquers out the world is more fair with their legal system. That included slavery, mind you. There was still slavery. And even I digress. But yeah, no, this is that shit. This is what I'm talking about. It's like, they flip-flop from, oh, we're people too, to, oh yeah, we're the law. Oh yeah, we're people too. We're the law. They just, whichever one's advantageous. They're just like, we're the men. Notice how they say men and women in uniform. They don't say officers, right? A lot of the time. They'll say the men and women in uniform. What uniform, dude? You're making it sound like you're in the military and you're going to a combat zone. Like, in certain neighborhoods in major cities, maybe? I could see that, like, depending on what state you're in, where, like, how violent things have been in a certain neighborhood or a certain time, like, what year you're in. I could see that, but not here. In Volusia County with tourists, come on.
And again, I can't control content of what goes on social media. That's one of the things we're glad you're here for, so that we can get the word out as to what we were looking at. We arrested people from Alabama, from Georgia, from North Carolina, from South Carolina, from Florida. You name it, everybody was here. So
everybody's here. Like a Nintendo meme. Everybody's here. I'm sorry, that just popped in my head. I'm like, isn't that the Nintendo thing? Everybody's here.
I don't know what to say other than that. This weekend there are things we're looking at doing to try to tighten some things up. If the city of Daytona Beach will allow it, we will have a special event zone declared. The reason it wasn't declared is they didn't want it last weekend. Because I can declare a special event zone, but if they're not going to enforce it, you're sending a message, hey, they're not enforcing it. What else are they not enforcing?
Hey. Okay, that's a beautiful... I love that. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, dumbass. I love this. Thank you, you stupid bastard. Okay, so let's look up what a special event zone is, because I'm not entirely sure what that is. Oh, look at that. The first thing that comes up. Florida. Why Florida? Is this just a thing that... Oh, look, it's the Volusia Sheriff's Office. That was the Volusia Sheriff. It's almost like this is a super special thing that only you guys want to do. It's weird, right? My state fucking sucks. My state is so weird. It's so fucking fascist. And it's been this way my entire goddamn life. And I'm so sick of it. And literally the only reason I'm here is because I'm here. Like, if I could link up with somebody in like, and I hear Oregon's kind of red stuff too, but like Oregon, Washington, up there somewhere, try and find somewhere up there that's more chill. I would, mainly for the weather, because I fucking hate the weather down here. The weather down here sucks. I want like actual like some seasons and stuff. But also if you move the Pacific like northwest, you tend to get like not so much snow, but you get like some of the, when it gets colder, you get mostly rain and stuff. And I love the rain. I hate it down here. It's so fucking hot down here, dude. It's hot as shit. I hate it. It's so moist and bleh. But I'm taking care of my folks right now, so it's like, when that doesn't become a thing and I'm more stable on my own, then I'll like link up with one of my buddies that's out that way and say, hey, dude, you want to go halvesies on a little lot and we'll just live in an RV or something? Dude, I'd be out there sleeping in a tent. I don't give a fuck. Like, I would adapt just to be out of here, because this place blows. It blows hard, especially when it comes to hurricane season. Oh, it's gonna get worse. Oh, the climate change is gonna fuck us. Climate change is gonna fuck everybody everywhere, but down here especially, oh, it's gonna suck, dude. It's gonna suck so bad. So what exactly is a special event zone? Oh, look at all these words. What does all this mean? Okay, what is a special event zone? So Fox is talking about it. Let's see. So what do they call a special event zone? Effective in 2022. Okay. Florida law. So it's a recent thing. Florida law authorizes the sheriff or chief administrative officer of a county or municipality to designate an area as a special event zone in response to a special event. So spring break, a big concert, something. Okay. We'll see if this makes sense. I don't know about this. I'm not being like sarcastic, like I already know. Like I genuinely have not heard this term before because it's recent. I've never heard of one of these things. Okay, defined as an unpermitted activity or event organized or promoted via social media platform. What? So a special event zone is an unpermitted activity or event. So people hanging out, basically. Now, not just people. It can be a certain amount of people. It's got to be attended by 50 or more persons. So think of any like fan meetup for a micro celebrity, an influencer, or YouTuber at a convention. Or if somebody's just like, hey dudes, we're gonna have like, a block party near my house. Anybody want to pull up? Like, just be chill. And then you just have a block party, So that could apply to block parties as well. So like, imagine if you're in a suburban neighborhood and you have a block party and there's like everybody's family came over to visit. It's like a big ass cookout. There's like 100 people there. They could declare that a special event. So what is a special event? What's the point? Okay, 50 or more persons and substantially increases or disrupts the normal flow of traffic on a roadway, street, or highway. That's an interesting terminology, isn't it? That's an interesting definition. Why are we saying disrupting normal flow of traffic on a street? Could it have anything to do with government protests and how you don't get shit done when you're standing on the sidewalk? Trust me, I know. I've seen it. I literally, like, when I was in college and Trump was here the first fucking time. Let's see, wait, what was it? It would have been 2020 that it happened in. No, was it? Oh, hold on. I just remember MAGA dudes and like left-wing dudes fighting, and like there was like 2 or 3 cops that showed up to just monitor the situation. They weren't really doing much, but the left-wing dudes were over here, and then the right-wing dudes over here. Is like the whole street, like they were on the opposite street corners. Mind you, the left-wing dudes were just very chill, and they were yelling at each other with megaphones and shit. But the left-wing shows were chill because they were like, they had little cardboard signs and stuff, and so did the Trumpy guys. But the Trumpy guys also had giant obnoxious flags and shit, which could be, I would consider, a distraction towards the people trying to drive around that intersection. That might be like, what the fuck is that? Because it's big red fucking Trump flags and shit. Weird. But okay. Okay, interesting. But yeah, none of that does anything. When you do it on the sidewalk, as long as you're out of the way, nobody cares. As long as you're not disrupting somebody's day, nobody cares. Which is why all the protests and all the shit back in the day of the Civil Rights Movement didn't do dick. Right? Because you had to get to the Freedom Rider shit where it was, hey, we're going to show up in this town, and then we're going to go sit at the lunch counter. Why? It pisses people off, that's why. And it disrupts their whole mood and their whole day when that happens. It shuts down the whole restaurant, right? It gets results. It gets eyes on them, right? Now, the thing that got more results was Malcolm X, Black Panthers, the Deacons for Defense, the militant wing actually backing them up and saying, you can, basically what Malcolm X was there for, he didn't want to talk to Whitey, right? He wanted to shoot Whitey. Malcolm X is like, hey, I'm here in case you don't want to talk to the reasonable brother, Dr. King. You go talk to Mr. Dr. King over here. All right, you talk to this dude, or you deal with me and my boys. And they don't want to shoot you. I am looking forward to it. That's the difference between Malcolm and okay. They both kind of understood each other. They were pretty chill with each other. They weren't like diametrically opposed, but they wanted the same result but different ways. And like Malcolm wanted the liberation of the black people, and he wasn't going to wait for Whitey to hand it to him, which is exactly how you get your freedom. You take it in your own damn hands. Okay, so point being, see, so the law, it doubles the statutory fine for non-criminal traffic infraction that occurs within a special event zone. Okay, so if you like block a car or something, or you do like a non-criminal, so if you're not like breaking somebody's headlight, but you jaywalked or something, that could technically be a non-criminal traffic infraction. Not putting your blinker on, turning left on red, So, okay, more money for the state. Gee, isn't that convenient? Allows a law enforcement officer to impound a vehicle for up to 72 hours for non-criminal traffic violation or criminal traffic violation that occurs in the event zone. Authorizes a law enforcement officer to enforce occupancy limits in the special event zone. What do you mean occupancy limits? Like limits of how many people are in the vehicle, which is already enforced, by the way. That's already like a thing on the book. So I think what they mean is occupancy inside the zone. So like, kind of like how the fire marshal, which again, the fire marshals get called if there's like 500 people in a building that's supposed to fit like total capacity of a building. If it's like 300 and you have like 305 people, that technically can get the fire marshal called on you because you're breaking the population limit on that building, and that's unsafe. But here it's like, what do you mean exactly? Like you have too many people around, or like how would you enforce occupancy limits? What limits? Who's setting these limits? Is the sheriff setting these limits? Do the limits exist so long as the special event is here? Are they hard coded? Are they malleable? We don't know. I'm sure it goes over a lot of this in the bullshit text they make up. So this is just another way to fuck with your rights and to intimidate you. That's all this is. Provides for the recovery of costs associated with designating and enforcing a special event zone from the organizer or promoter. Well, that's interesting. So that sounds like they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to double dip. Because I thought when you pay cops, we're paying them with taxes, right? So here's my thought. That I was told was like there's a sales tax in Florida, right? There is no like there's no like certain land tax and income tax like in other states, but there's a sales tax on everything. It's like 7 cents on the dollar, right? I thought that was supposed to go to like schools and cops and hospitals and things like public roadways, all that. Like I thought that's what we're supposed to be paying for that. So we're not paying for that. So at the event, provide for the recovery of costs. Recovery of costs, meaning what? If somebody at this event vandalizes something, then you can say the promoter's at fault and make the promoter pay for it. Well, that sounds like you're just punishing the promoter. Which again, all of this seems to be to disincentivize social media gatherings. And where do we see the young people gathering? On social media. This is suppression of the voting populace. This is literally what it looks like when they want to skirt the law to fuck with your right to peaceably assemble. And they want to come up with these weird little gotchas in the legal system. What the fuck? What the fuck? So yeah, and notice how he said, oh, if they allow it, they didn't want it. So Daytona, yeah, like that's very aggressive language to the people who tell you what to do. Because again, you are the sheriff. You have the jurisdiction of safety of people. You enforce laws for the county. You do not tell the county to eat shit like that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. If you know damn well if Daytona came down on him and said something like, oh, well, we wanted a special event zone, but the sheriff wouldn't do it for us. If they said it like that, you know he would be on here bitching and whining and making shit up. Like he would just be fighting with him over it. He would. That's what they do. That's what these right-wing dipshits always fucking do. Right? Rules for thee, not for me. Right? So that kind of gives you the primer of what I'm talking about. Left, right, in, out, whatever. Right? Okay. So then there's... Oh, Jesus. Should we go through... Let's go through these guys first, just because, like... Oh, my God. Just looking at his face pisses me off. The fakeness of this man. We're going to go over it. But... these guys I happen to find, it's weird. This is the Hatchet Cast. This is I wasn't like looking for podcasts. This popped up on YouTube as like a news story. Again, cable news getting me heated, right? That's kind of what they do, right? They want to trigger you, they want to rage bait you. That's what cable news is for. Engagement, eyeballs, right? It's like in V for Vendetta, where the chancellor tells them to ramp up the rhetoric and remind the public why they need us, right? Remind them that the fascist state is here to protect them from the evil outside world. Start talking about terrorists and bombs and plagues and famines and all the shit that's not happening here, because we are controlling everything. So you need to let us keep controlling things. Like, it's, again, if you've seen V for Vendetta, you know the scene I'm talking about. But it's right? Okay. So I see the thing. It's talking about like guys trading whatever, and I got interested because I'm like, oh, this is interesting. So these guys seem to be, like a firing range. That's not unusual. It's like, hey, taking guys to the gun range. I'm all for that, dude. I think firearms should be a responsibility, not a right. Right? So like the right of it is like, yes, you have the gun, but I would push it further and say the government, when you turn 18, should give you like a voter card and a gun. And be like, here, go, like, or maybe don't give you the gun. Let's give you like a voter card and then a card for like your firearms license for your first firearm. And they should be like, hey, go to the range and like give this to one of the range guys, and they'll go in the back and get whatever gun, like, you get like a little, you could make it like a simple little 22 handgun. It doesn't have to be expensive. Something simple. It's not going to blow up in your hand, right? Mass surplus, simple, give them like, and then every year on your birthday, you get like 1 magazine's worth of ammo to add to your stockpile or whatever, like refresh, like you just, and that would be if the government wanted you to have guns. Like in my world, that's what would happen is like, hey, you should have to say, no, I don't want that. Thank you. It should be like a default position of, hey, we want you to have firearms training. And when you do the firearms training, you should have to do the firearms training. And then when you get to the end of it, they say, okay, would you like your firearm now? And they say, no. It's like, okay, cool. We'll put you on the pending list, right? Or not the pending list, but let's say you have like an active list of like people that have accepted their firearms, so we know, check them off the list. We gave them their gun already. And pending is we're fulfilling the order, we're shipping it to them, we're getting it to them from their local gun range, whatever. And then the like, don't want list, like the, kind of like in medical where you have like a DNR, a do not resuscitate order, and that's on your file, like your medical file says, hey, if this person dies, don't try to bring them back. They don't want to. Okay, cool. So if you say, hey, I don't want to do firearms. Okay, cool. I do. Like, I do. My brother does. My buddies might. People might get into firearms. And it might be cool, And it would be good because then people going to the range, learning firearm safety, this is good things. Anyway, so initially I was like, oh, this is interesting. That's good. That sounds like, I wonder if these guys are gearing up civilians because the authority is being fucked lately. It's being all fucky wucky. And maybe we're going to see an uptick in people learning firearm stuff because we have seen that from the left. The left is finally understanding that we keep us safe, right? The cops don't, the military doesn't, the authority will not keep us safe. They don't care about us, right? They're just not us. They are not like us. They are not us. Okay. What is that like? I think it is. They don't care about us. Is the song Michael Jackson did. It's like, yeah, we're us. They're them. That's a difference there. It's like it's a choice. They're choosing to be them. They could choose to be us. They could just choose to stop being an asshole and join us. But no, they're being assholes, trying to fuck with people. We're not trying to fuck with people. We're trying to let people just be. And, a lot of leftist people are like, hey, I'm, trans or gay or whatever. I've got painted nails. And also I know how to, get a tight grouping on a 5.56 at 300 yards. Hell yeah, brother. Or sister, whichever. Brother, sister, non-binary entity. Have fun. Have that. Right? This is where I'm at. This is where I'm at. So I was thinking that. I was thinking, oh, okay, because they framed it like, oh yeah, we've seen an uptick in civilians coming in to train. I'm like, okay, cool. Then I looked it up. And so the reason it's called Hatchet Cast is because the company they're with is like Hatchet Range or whatever, right? It's Barrel and Hatchet. That's what they're called. So, and Hatchet. So like Barrel and Hatchet. So when you go here, it's very milsim, bro, right? It's very tactical. What you come to like I would think of as like, hey, these are like firearms enthusiasts and milsim larpers. Let's be real, you're larping, you're not. Like if you want to be into guns and stuff and dress up on the weekends and learn stuff, I am totally there for that. Go ahead, if you that is your right. You go ahead and do whatever you want. Now don't turn around and tell like nerds playing D&D that they're cringe. Fuck you. That's what you're doing. The only difference is you have like a your hobby is way more expensive because like have you seen the price of guns lately? Jesus Christ. But that's another thing that I think of, and my brother's actually come to the same thought independently. It's weird because we used to be kind of like different. Like he used to be very redneck, and I used to be very indoor like gamer kid, and then like, but deep down we're kind of like more similar than not, and we kind of just draw the same conclusions, which is so weird because we haven't had very deep philosophical conversations. But he's not like I'm the college educated one. He's more the like hands on one. So he does like fencing, concrete, that kind of thing. But it's just funny that both of us tend to come to the same reality of fuck the government. Like we both got there in the end. Just so funny. But no, that's the thing. Is go ahead, do that. But when you look at this, it's so weird because it looks normal, right? And this is the trap that the right does all the time. They don't show you the thing immediately. They want you to get a little bit invested in the professional layout of everything, right? So they use stuff like this with the little thing. And if you don't know what that is, that's like old school revolutionary flag type of look, right? It's supposed to be like two muskets or something, and reminiscent of like the "Don't Tread on Me" is a popular one with the snake, but really the one that actually started the revolution was the "Join or Die" flag. So like the "Join or Die" flag is actually the original like revolutionary flag is "Join or Die." And then it evolved later into the "Don't Tread on Me" flag, which was a little further on. So it was what was it, 17? I thought it was 1774. Oh no, it's 75. Okay, yeah. So 75 they designed this one, right? The "Don't Tread on Me," which is, hey, I'm a snake. I'm gonna bite you. It's like a rattlesnake. It's like it's telling you back off, right? That's what the colonies were doing at the time. They were like, hey, I don't want to fight you. But this is where you got like libertarian kind of values come from, the "Don't Tread on Me" thing, right? You'll see that a lot with libertarians. But the original one is "Join or Die," which is ironic that the thing goes from, oh, hey, we're all in this together, to here's the singular snake, and if you attack the snake, you shall die. Like the snake will retaliate, right? But this was the original. And this is actually in the John Adams miniseries. There's one for John Adams, Teddy. There's like a couple different ones. Very, very good series, actually. But this one is "Join or Die," right? And so you got like NE. What is NE? That's like, I want to say that's northeast. What is NE? I don't know. Like NY is New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. NE, I think New Hampshire, maybe. I don't think they were going by NH at the time. I think it was just NE, was like New Hampshire at the time. Again, I'm not. Colonial history is actually one of those spots in my. It's a gap in my military history. Is colonial is not. I tend to be more in the Civil War, 20th century era than the colonial, and then I jump all the way back to like Roman. It's a weird gap, but no, that's the flag, right? So this is that kind of imagery, right? Or we could probably see like the musket flag. So if we look at like, there's like it's an archetype of, it comes from like the "come and take it" thing, which is kind of funny. The "come and take it" thing comes from Texas. The whole thing with there, it's not like rifle like that. It's the original one from like Texas, like gun thing. Let's see, cross musket flag. So this is kind of what they're aping, right? Is this kind of like crossed sabers, crossed muskets, almost goes back to something like the skull and crossbones, right? The Jolly Roger type of thing of like, cross swords, let's fight, we'll defend it. It gives this big X, this big no, that's the idea. So that's what they're trying to evoke. And as with anything, it looks very normal, right? All the way down. You have your training here. You can sign up and subscribe to their newsletter. Shops and training. It's actually not a badly designed website. And then you go down and you want to read the about section. Okay, cool. We have a passion for the shooting and defense industry and a vision to bring the industry and community together through training, knowledge, media, relationships, and mindset. Okay. We believe that now more than ever, it is vital to unite instead of compete, to share knowledge and resources instead of gatekeep. This is sounding very good, isn't it? This is sounding very welcoming, very warm and inviting, right? We are here to work with others to bring the community together during both hard times and prosperous. Aw. Simul autumn resurgium. Okay, which they try to give you like this like Latin phrase. It's smacks of how the military does, like you got like sic semper tyrannis, right? De oppresso libre is the special forces. They free from oppression or to free the oppressed, right? That's depending on your Latin. A lot of Latin phrases coming here. So if we look this up, what does this mean though? So let's see a translation, right? So Google Translate Latin to English because it's Latin, obviously. I don't want ChatGPT. I want this one. Okay, so in Latin, I don't want to do your hunting. Wait. All right. So Google Translate's not the best, but we can Simul autumn resurgimus, right? But we will rise up at the same time. So rise together, right? Or we will rise together, that kind of thing. Like rise up together, like together. Yeah, community building. Okay, cool. One problem with this, right? They're hiding the rest of it, right? So notice how they put this little blurb here, and it sounds nice, right? And then when you scroll down, you see this. Talk about demons and ghosts on a fucking podcast about military shit. Excuse you? Okay, weird. Hey, they're podcasts. They can talk about what they want. I'm yapping about what I want. What I want. It's my channel, my rules, whatever. Then you go to the about. So if you want more information, let's go to the about and see who are the guys. Oh, look at all these happy, smiling military guys who seem to cover the spread for a white guy. Well, Rosales, So let's see, Aaron Butler, right? Also maybe tannish white guy, maybe mixed, right? They have a nice multiculturalism thing going here, don't they? Don't they look cute? They all look wonderful, don't they? Right? They look very, very professional with their cool little vests. I mean, he's kind of slacking off. He's just got that Bushman thing going on, but he's got the knee pads. They're very tactical. Yeah. And this is not to talk shit on them or their service or whatever, right? So, like Christopher here, U.S. Air Force. I'm not going to knock you for your service. There you go. Hey, as long as you weren't committing war crimes like shooting kids in the face or whatever, or like following illegal orders, hey, cool. You do you, dude. You do you. That's not to knock. I'm not knocking him for that. I'm knocking him for this. Barrel and Hatchet Trade Group LLC was founded in 2020. Why was it founded in 2020, I wonder? Isn't that interesting that it was founded in 2020? So this is, again, a very new thing. This is like the Volusia County thing, where it's like, hey, in 2022, we started doing this thing. Huh. And that's not to say every new thing is bad. I'm just saying the timing is fucking interesting, don't you think? Is a Christian-owned company. It always goes back to that, doesn't it? All of them. God, guns, and family, and yeah, Jesus. All of which are white supremacist talk points, every bit of it. And they can say like, oh no, we're not racist because we are like Mexicans or whatever, or I'm Hispanic and this guy's black and this guy's Asian and we're all together. No, the only time I buy that shit is with like the rooftop Koreans in the LA riots. That's the only time I'm like, hell yeah, exercise your rights, buddy. That's like the only instance where you really need to, because the cops completely fell apart. As I said, we keep us safe. The cops in LA could not handle it. So the South Korean war vets who were there were like, hey, I got some of my gear from the war still. I'm going to go post up on this roof and keep people from burning my shit to the ground. Which is ironic as fuck, given that I'm not getting into the politics of the LA riots. We'll do that another day. Never mind. Let's focus on the Jesus for now. The Jesus and the guns. So it's founded by its owner, Christopher Eric Rocher, co-owned by Tyler Burke. Okay, Tyler Burke isn't here. Okay. Lead photographer, so he's behind the camera, right? I got a spot on my glasses. That reminded me of the I just felt like the one guy. It's just this horrible resolution, but I love this this guy. Whoops. There's this guy that's ranting, and it's this old, like, God, I don't even know from what year this is. It's old. It's old. This dude with the punk mohawk and everything, and he's ranting about this. What kind of garbage is that? And he slams his hand out, this little like anarchy symbol here. It's like, whoops, my anarchy symbol, it like fell down. I need to put the anarchy symbol back up. And that's the like most accurate thing about an anarchist is, yeah, we'll rant and rave and be pissed off. And we'll go to war, we'll fight, we'll do whatever. We'll do whatever needs to be done to protect people, right? And to help out. There you go. I've said a million times, if this country became the greatest in every statistical category and then said, let's go do Roman style empire building and civilize the rest of the world and have them all join us and become great too, I'd join for that. I'm not joining the military right now. I don't knock anybody who does. You join for your own reasons. However, I will not be part of the capitalist war machine that bombs children in Iran. I'm not doing it. Okay. So yeah, that's the thing, yeah. But it's like, whoops, I have a piece of my glasses. Hold on 2 seconds. Like I'm ranting and raving, and it's like, oh no, my glasses. Okay. So he's the owner, founder, lead instructor for the company, as well as 15-year Air Force veteran. All right, decent record. Let's see. Has been an instructor for 8 years, training, specializing in both military and citizen curriculums. Despite his years of instructing, his philosophy is still that he's a professional student. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Normalize citizens training in high quality equipment and gear, as well as to pass on this knowledge through social media outlets. One problem with what he's claiming here. One fucking problem when he's talking about the community and stuff. He is also training cops. That's what initially pissed me off. Was I was like, wait a minute, he works with law enforcement. How the fuck are you going to train the citizenry and then train the cops? How do I know you're not taking my information that I'm training with you and telling the cops what you taught me and saying, yeah, here's one of my members. This is his email address. We've talked. These are his. This is where he lives. I've been to his house. Like, how do I know you're not snitching on me? I'm not saying you're snitching on me. I'm just saying that's a possibility. Snitching on me to the cops, being buddy. If you're buddy with the police, I don't care if you're right wing, left wing, whatever. If you're friends with the cops, you're being a fucking dick, right? You can't be like, I'm with the community, but also with the cops. You got to pick a side, dude. You're with the authority or you're with the people. The people are not currently the authority. The people are not in charge of this country. It's being run by a nutjob, pedophile, rapist, war criminal. Okay? And everybody that capitulates to him is as guilty as he is and are not representative of the people and what the people want and the greater good. Remember the tax and spend part of the Constitution? Hey, we're getting taxes to promote the general welfare and the public good. Like, hello? What happened to that? When did that go out the window? No. So that's what makes me mad. And especially the Jesus angle. Why do you bring your religion into this? What does your religion matter when you're talking about waging war? Which, by the way, God is not on the side of he who picks up the sword. So, okay. I don't see how you're reconciling your religion with violence. Even though we know you guys all the time love to be like, oh, it's in the name of Jesus, so it's fine. Jesus would disown you for thinking like that. The only time that Jesus was in favor of violence, was when he whipped the shit out of the money changers in the temple. And that's basically just because they were in his house. He wasn't chasing them out of town. He was just saying, yo, my house, get out. What the fuck? Like, if somebody set up shop in my living room and it was selling like sheepskins and stuff, yeah, I'd be a little pissed. Get out of my house, right? I swear I've said this before on the channel too, but again, yeah. See, this is the part that pisses me off right here. The Jesus, I'll put the Jesus aside. I don't care. Whatever. You want to believe in your magic flying spaghetti monster? Go ahead. Right? Just don't beat me over the head with it, which is what they do all the time. So train both the prepared citizens, so not just citizens, prepared citizens. So that's a dog whistle. That's talking about prepared citizens. That's referring to like white supremacists and shit, obviously, and like disproportionately, who are the prepared citizens? Who are the guys that are thinking the world's gonna end and let's prepare and all this shit? Usually it's guys that are looking for excuses for violence. And usually these guys are armed, and usually these guys are, more times than not, found out to be part of militant white supremacist groups. Not fucking cool. So again, I'm not saying he's training these people, but prepared citizen, why not just say citizen? Why say prepared citizen? Why not say training citizens to be prepared? Isn't that kind of the point, is what you're saying here? Right? And armed professional. He's referring to cops. He's talking about cops and security forces. Who, again, he will, like, if you're doing that, unity within the industry. Unity of what? I don't want to be friends with the cops. If I want to be friends with the cops, I would go be a cop. What are you talking about? The constabulary and the people should never be agreeing. The constabulary is the attack dog of the authority. the authority uses the cops to go fucking bash your head in, right? When you're getting too uppity. That's what they do. That's the whole point. That's what cops are there for. Like, they evolved from slave catching patrols and shit, man. Like, hello? Like, that's the whole fucking point is to keep you down, man. It's just the man keeping you down. You know, like, what? You can't reconcile. It's like trying to reconcile science with religion. It's like the whole split in the church and the schism of the reconciliation. You can't do it. You can't be scientific and religious. It's not possible, right? You can feel good about religion, but if you're going to be a scientist, you have to say, okay, religion's not a thing. It's that's mystical bullshit. But in my own spare time, I like to go to church because community or whatever. Fine. That's as far as you can take it. You can't actually believe in God and, Vishnu and all the other Thor and all this religious crap. You can't. You just can't. It's not compatible. It's not compatible. The same way that training a populace to fight is not the same as training the fucking guys. This would be like if you went into an area of a destabilized region of the world. Let's say you went to like Somalia or whatever. I don't know how destabilized Somalia is. I'm just saying for reference because I've heard of Somalian pirates before. I know they're kind of an issue in that part of the world. That's as much as I know. I don't know all the particulars. I'm just using it as a hypothetical example, right? Okay. So let's say I go to an area that's war-torn, has pirates, right? Somalia, whatever you want to call it, whatever area, like imaginary land, right? We go to imaginary land, and imaginary land has a pirate problem. And I go in there and I say, okay, I'm gonna help the constabulary to fight the pirates. Okay, cool. I'm gonna train them in better anti-pirate tactics. And then I go and I talk to the pirates, and I tell the pirates how to do better anti-authority stuff. That's a conflict of interest, no? This sounds weird, yes? Hello? And again, to flip it, it would be like if there was an area with freedom fighters who were trying to like overthrow a dictatorial regime and you're trying to help them. And then you like throughout the week you're helping them do like freedom fighter stuff, right? This would be like if I'm in the Troubles in the 1960s IRA, right? I'm helping the IRA to do IRA stuff. And then on the weekends, I'm reporting back to Scotland Yard and Thatcher. And I'm going back to the Brits and like training them to be You see what I'm saying? You're putting everybody on an even playing field when it's already an uneven playing field. You're not evening the playing field by bringing the citizen up to the level of the authority. You're bringing the authority's power level up at the same rate as the citizen. It doesn't match. They're already vastly outnumbering. They're militarized. They have all the good weapons. They have all the good gear. They have the communications and everything. And they have the surveillance networks. What the fuck do we have? You have to balance it. If you want true equality in an arms race, you don't give to like both sides and hope it works out. You take the side that's winning and you take the side that's losing and you take the loser side and you give them some knowledge and training and stuff and even them out so that maybe then both sides will sit down later in the future and say, okay, now we've been fighting and we've been on equal terms and we're both kind of fucked. I don't want to fight anymore. You don't want to fight anymore. Why don't we talk about not fighting each other anymore? Which is exactly what happened in the IRA. Because the IRA, during the Troubles, they said, hey, we're just going to attack military targets. And Thatcher didn't give a shit. She let her soldiers get blown up all day long. That's all they ever did. And then, like 2 weeks before the end of the terror campaign, and what ended it? This event. They said, hey, we're going to blow up school kids and nuns now. And we're going to do that. And like, we're going to get real hardcore with it. Because they weren't getting the results they wanted. And the more hardcore elements of the IRA were saying, we're not getting the results we want, so we're really going to have to do this, guys. And it's just, as the conflict goes on, the more militant guys are going to step up and say, let's get more militant. And that's exactly what ended the IRA, was they said, hey, let's blow up nuns and school kids. And the Brits were like, no, they'd never do that. They've only been attacking military targets. There's no fucking way. Boom! Oh, shit! They did it! And they said they're going to do it again. It proved that they were willing to go to the ultimate mile of hurting innocent people if those innocent people happen to not be part of their sect, right? Which is wrong. It is wrong. But it got the desired result. It forced Britain to the table to say, okay, line in the sand, Ireland here, Northern Ireland there, peace walls go up, peace walls. The peace walls are there to like keep them like from fighting too much because they're going to butt heads every couple of years. So whenever it gets too tense, they close off the walls and they're like, okay, no open travel between the two sides of the island right now because y'all are beefing. All right, calm down. That's the idea anyway. But yeah, that's there you go. So no, you cannot be on the side of the people and the authorities simultaneously. You can't be some guy. And again, this is the grifting, right? This guy's making money off the taxpayer both ways. He's getting people to pay him up front to do training at his range, right? He's getting training up front, and then the taxes that people are getting taken out of their salaries to pay the fucking professionals, the cops, right? All those what do they call them? Armed professionals? The cops, the state, the authority, are then turning around and using taxpayer funding to then go to these things and get trained up and pay these guys like fat stacks to like train their guys. They're double dipping, bro. They're double dipping. They got them coming and going. This is the grifter shit. This is what I'm talking about. This is the whole point of why I'm annoyed. Is the lies and the grifting. Just what the fuck? It doesn't make sense. Makes no sense. So the ultimate thing, and this is finally getting to the point. I'm gonna blue ball you for a minute here because I need to go to the bathroom because I drank a lot of water, and I also need to get more water. Also, proudly made in the USA. Yeah, right. I know your shit's in. Half this shit's gotta be imported shit. I need water to continue the rant, and I also need to go to the bathroom. So we will return momentarily, and then we will get into the meat and potatoes of what the fuck is wrong with these guys. All right, and then we'll continue. We'll get to the main topic of today. I shall return. All right, we return. All right, back to the point. We are here. We are good to go. Okay. The point of all this, and how this ties back to Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and the ice situation, is that all these guys are fucking posers. They're posers. They're grifters. They're larpers. That's the thing I've been hearing lately is larpers, and it's like that's not cool because like larpers actually are just guys having fun playing Dungeons and Dragons like IRL, like lightning bolt, like having fun in the park and making costumes. Leave LARPing alone. LARPing is fine. Let LARPers do LARPing stuff. Don't taint their fucking word with that social media. Anyway, so yeah, these guys are just they're posers, they're grifters, they're hypocrites. They're not real. So this one in particular, they're talking about Alex Preddy here, and I'll try to get to the exact point because they're filling up airtime here, but we'll just listen to this for a minute and then we'll go on from there.
And we were in training.
Okay, it's a little loud.
In God.
Okay, so that's I don't really have a control for that, so we will have to do this the old-fashioned way. kind of like 25 maybe.
Guys were like,
That's better.
we were op forward, we were raiding this other outpost or whatever, and there were some of those that flew around, and we see all these like CS grenades go psst,
Okay.
and like fly. There's like 7 of them.
So he's talking about like his time in they're doing like training with like tear gas and whatnot.
Into their little base camp that they had set up, and they're still sleeping. So like they were like wake up to just
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly what happened, but
that's not as bad as though there's a old clip that came out of Russia. This is like 2007 maybe. Remember Live Leak?
Okay, so they're talking about like drone warfare and stuff. So this isn't really the Alex Pretty bit's like up here somewhere. The thing that pissed me off, the reason I want to talk about these guys is because I don't know if it's in this one or if it was a different one that they did specifically referencing Renee Good as well. But there was, yeah, they were, was it this one? I think it might have been, yeah, Civil War Flashpoint. I think, no, that's the one I'm looking at right now. And then there was like, ice shooting in Minneapolis. So this was the one for Renee Good. This is the one for Alex Preddick, right? Which is fucking terrifying. Look at the dates here, guys. January 12th is like around the time Renee Good gets murdered by an ICE agent who, by the way, as of right now, we know that he's not been held accountable for his actions in any way, shape, or form. They carted him off to another state, and he's just roaming free, continuing his job. I'm not kidding. Like, they didn't even put him in a desk position and hid him behind a bunch of paperwork. No, they literally are just letting him wander the street and continuing this crap. If you or I, let's get this straight. If you or I shot the shit out of somebody in broad daylight with no evidence that they were trying to run us over whatsoever, we would be in jail immediately. We would be like that fucking sheriff from Volusia County. If I tried that shit in his neighborhood, you know what would happen? I would be in handcuffs by lunch. I would be convicted by dinner, and they'd fry my ass in the middle of the night with Old Sparky. That's exactly what they would do. Actually, no, they probably wouldn't do that. They want to make an example out of me. So they'd probably wait till noon the next day, and while they're sitting there eating their fucking, donuts for lunch, the cops would just, hang me in the town square. They would want that, right? They want that. Assuming the person I did it to was a person they don't like. In this case, it was a woman telling ICE, hey, fuck off. You guys aren't cool. Actually, that's not even really what she did. Her last words on this earth were, it's okay, I'm not mad at you. Alex Preddy's last words were, ma'am, are you okay? Trying to help a woman on the ground who ICE just assaulted. Yeah, okay. So what pissed me off was them, acting like we didn't see what we saw. Acting like the evidence caught on camera from 6 different angles, including the body cam of the fucking guy who murdered Renee Good. It's like, oh, well, these people, they were trying to run him over. No. This is the lying, this is the grifting, this is the shit I don't like.
Of like, okay, we're going to have a planned rally or riot here. So we're...
Okay, so first off, a planned rally or riot? Rally or riot? Pick one. Is it a rally or is it a riot? At what point does a rally become a riot? Is it at the point where people are storming the Capitol and, attacking the Capitol Police and trying to get inside to kill the senators and stuff? Is that when it's a riot? Are we going to say anything about that? I bet if I went back in time and I looked at that, I mean, again, it's, I don't know what his thoughts are on that. I haven't scrolled that far back because it's about all I can stomach of the guy. But yeah, already you can tell. It's just like the sheriff. Just like the fucking language from him. Right? They use specific language. Language is a weapon. Words are weapons. Don't get it twisted. The way you describe things and the way it will plant shit in people's heads. And again, the only people really listening to this crap is probably just all the tactical milsim right-wing dipshits that, have a Punisher skull on their gun, even though the Punisher would hate them. It's just fucking glorious to think about. The irony is so thick, you could cut it with a chainsaw. You can't even you can't get through it with a knife. You'd have to get a chainsaw out to get through this irony. Okay? Or let's continue.
We're going to set up these supply tables, and they'll have a little bit of medical stuff, some food, water, stuff to wash out your eyes for pepper spray. Like, it's a very coordinated logistic effort to get these people supplied.
Why is that even legal?
Why is that? What do you mean, why is that legal? What, are you going to start saying, I can't use countermeasures against the authority? This is what I'm saying. It's all a grift. They don't give a shit about arming civilians. They don't give a shit about you exercising your Second Amendment right. If you exercising your Second Amendment right goes against what Big Daddy Trump and the authority says, you are totally cool, man. This is why the problem is that you have a lot of vets that come out of the service, like, you know, Graham Plattner, for instance, where he used to do military shit, and then he got out and he was like, fuck, man, and he was changed by it. A lot of vets get out and they resent their time in the military. They are conditioned to like the discipline and the order and the structure and the brotherhood, but then the actual, like, you know, combat they've seen and things, that's not cool. And then to see when they get out that veterans are usually not being taken care of by the same authority that fed them right into the fucking meat grinder. Not cool. So no, I don't know who his little buddy is. I don't know if it's him or whatever, whichever one's talking, but which it would be really nice if this site had like a feature for that, or like maybe here, like change the thing automatically, depending on who, do a little editing. I don't know. This is why visual streams are kind of better than podcasts, because you can't tell who's talking about. But you probably know who's who based on if you watch this crap every fucking week. I don't know. But yeah, no, it's legal. How is that even legal? Because it's part of the whole peaceably assemble thing. They're not obstructing shit. They're not attacking people. They're preparing for the inevitable when the cops are going to illegally and unfairly and unilaterally decide to tear gas peaceful protesters, because they do that shit all the time. This is why I don't like the liberals of like, oh, non-violence, oh, violence isn't the answer. They're going to pepper spray you anyway. They're going to shoot you down like a dog in the street, as they did with Renee Good and Alex Preddy. They're going to do it anyway. Whether you're peaceful or not, they're going to do it anyway. This is the type of shit. So, like, I've mentioned this before. The Deacons for Defense, right? They were this, I believe it was it Louisiana? No, it was, I want to say, it was somewhere, like, near Louisiana. I think it was up in Mississippi. The Deacons for Defense and Justice, right? So, yeah, these were the guys. They were in, where were they? Okay, 1964. No, they were in Louisiana. Okay, interesting. Jonesboro, Louisiana. I know this because they made a film about it, and in the film they have, like, they import some weapons and things from, I don't know how true that part of it is. I wouldn't put it past them. It makes sense. Like, hey, we're trying to arm the Klan's got guns. We need guns. Let's get some stuff in here. And again, Second Amendment. They can have guns too. All right, sure. And the Deacons were this force that were started in Louisiana because at the time they were doing the thing, right? They were doing the usual black people in Jim Crow South type of thing, which was keep your head down, don't piss off whitey, don't do this. 1960s hits. What do we get? You know, we get the marches and the protests, and that starts coming into their town and whatever, and they start and you know the old guys who are Korean War vets, mind you. So these guys saw combat. They know some shit, right? These guys are from the war. Some are from, you know, some might be from 1945, some might be from 1955, and different levels of, but most of them are veterans, right? And they're, you know, they know their shit, right? So yeah, most of the Deacons were World War II and Korean, right? So that's why they got militarized, why they were veterans. They knew this shit. They were like, oh, okay, we know how to fight. This is my, you know, like they had rifles, and they were like, this is how I'm going to protect me. This keeps me safe. This is my law. You know, my law is the Constitution. Right? Leave me the fuck alone or I'm gonna shoot you. They started nightly patrols in their neighborhoods. They were setting up checkpoints in and out of their neighborhoods to make sure the Klan couldn't fuck with them during all this, right? And it was ridiculous, right? And again, it was just this thing where they were doing the yes sir, no sir, not looking whitey in the eye. They were still getting spit on. They were still getting beat. For, you know, in the film, I'm not sure if this is the actual event, because, you know, Hollywood, they kind of dramatize about it. Yeah, Deacons for Defense documentary in 2003, right? Which was really, it's a fascinating watch. It has, it has, I believe it's Forrest Whitaker, right? Yeah, Forrest Whitaker. Sometimes I mix up actors. So it's like Forrest Whitaker and a couple of different decent actors in this, and it's just really just a powerful movie. And, you know, because it's a powerful story, it's a powerful message. A lot like Lincoln, where it's like you see the moment and they really capture it. And it's a whole thing, right? It's a whole thing. And what sparks it in this area is that it starts with this guy in the center, Forrest Whitaker's character. Where is he? Yeah, Robert. That would be Robert Hicks. And then I closed the ad, but yeah. What the fuck? What's this dude wearing? 2003. Is that the same? That's an interesting outfit. Is that in the movie? I'm confused. I don't know. This is a decent image, so we'll use this. So here's the Deacons for Defense right here. So this is Robert Hicks, and where's the other guy? There's his friend that lived on the same street. I think he might be this guy over here. I think that's who it is. It's hard to tell because the motion blur on there is. I'm not sure if he's like this guy or maybe the guy. No, it wasn't on the back. It was this guy. Okay. I know because also he wears the flat cap. But it was Robert and his friend. I forget his name, but they were basically the main two guys in the movement. And it was Robert didn't want to get involved in the movie. Again, I don't know the true actions. I just know what I saw in the movie, and I'm going to take most of that as, hey, it's a documentary. They're calling it a documentary. That seems to be what happened. They worked at like a paper factory or something, and there was like a foreman job that came up, and his friend signed up. He's like, you know what? I've been working here the longest. I've been working here longer than some of the white guys here. Why shouldn't I put my name on the list to want to be the new foreman guy in charge of whatever? And basically the Klan didn't like that, and they were like, oh, hell no, we're not going to have some, uppity, coming in here telling white boys what to do at work. Hell no. And again, because everything they see is threatening to their authority. Everything, right? They don't want to lose their authority, their power. So they crush all forms of dissent, and mostly because they think it's funny, too. So they beat him up in the middle of the night. That doesn't even really move Robert too much. It's later on when his daughter is at a peaceful protest, and the cops show up and start tear gas people and busting heads. After that is when Robert says, all right, I'm going to get my gun. I'm going to get my buddies. We are not going through this again. You will not put a hand on my family. There you go. So to all the liberals that are like, oh, nonviolence, this and that, they will fucking shoot you anyway. They are gonna kill you anyway. Okay? To hell with the book. Throw the book out. Burn the book. I ain't doing shit by the book. Doing shit by the book gets you killed. Okay? Doing shit legally and by the book and all this shit. I am not saying go out, by the way, because people are gonna want to misconstrue this and report me to YouTube. I am not saying that we need to go out right now and start bombing federal buildings. That is not what I'm saying. I am saying you have a constitutional right to arm yourself, to arm your friends and family, and to peacefully assemble. Those are your rights. And if you are directly threatened with physical violence, you have the right to defend yourself with equal or greater force. To defend yourself and others. That is self-defense. That is the law. If we want to go by what the law says, that's the law. Why does that law make sense? Because it's fucking true. That's the definition of self-defense. Is I'm in danger, somebody near me is in danger, I'm helping. Because this person is in danger, I'm immediately in danger. So if Kyle fucking blubbering babyface Rittenhouse can get up on a stand and cry and whine and moan about self-defense, so the fuck can we. And the difference being, he went looking for a fight. We ain't gotta look very far because they're bringing the fight to our doorstep. Moving on. So yeah, already you know what the vibe is with these guys. So let's see what they say about him, right? Let's see, what did they say about Alex Preddy? A lawful gun owner, by the way. He was legally carrying a firearm, practicing his Second Amendment rights, which is exactly what these guys make money on, is arming the population. They make money on the Second Amendment. Let's see what they have to say about Alex Preddy.
It shouldn't be, but don't breeze over the signal chat thing, because that was like a huge
insane.
development.
It's highly coordinated in that thing.
Very, very coordinated. They even have like SOPs that are all laid out.
So they're talking about Signal, by the way. So Signal, just real quick, is a entity thing. It's not. It's like group chats that you can join in like a local area. You can build a Signal network and have chats that you allow people into or don't allow people into, public ones, private ones, whatever. And the idea is that it's a way to communicate quickly to your guys without using social media, which the government can track, without using text, which the government can track. There are backdoors into these things. So the idea for Signal is that it's supposed to be super encrypted, and so you're able to like talk to people. This is very similar, by the way, very very similar to what happened in Britain. So there was a case that I heard about in the last couple of years, and it wasn't a recent case. It was a couple of years before that, but it was let's see, I heard about it from Jimmy the Giant. If you guys are looking for like something to put on your second monitor, right, or something to watch while eating, Jimmy the Giant, absolute Chad. He's actually a lot like me, where he seems to have kind of dipped a toe into the right wing a bit, which I shamefully admit that yes, I was kind of leaning towards the anti-woke stuff, but I'm smart enough to where I pulled myself back and I was like, well, wait a minute. I can see that I'm legitimately in this because I like, good storytelling in media, and I don't want people, I want certain things to be a certain way. It's not that I don't want a black character in media. I want the black character to be written well, That's the difference. These guys don't want that at all, right? So you get like guys like the Quartering, Critical Drinker, and all this. And I've even met these guys. And I was going to go to MegaCon this year. I have his books. I have Eric July's books in here. I have the first 2 issues of iSong, right? And I even have one for another one they did, like Horseman, I think. And again, I'm not knocking the books. I'm knocking the guys behind the books, where they just show their true colors after all this, where they talk about, rights and this and that. And it's like, okay. And then, you talk about freedom. And then when Alex Brady and stuff gets killed, it's like, it's either crickets, which I think is kind of worse in a way, or it's a complete 180 and saying like, oh, well, they shouldn't have got into A. They shouldn't be mentioned when you got. That's like, I'm not sure which of those is worse, but it's basically what happened. And that's not the point that I just ripped it away from naturally. I'm like, let's get away from that, But I made that decision. And I said, I cannot ethically consume this media from this creator, from these people anymore, because they're not aligning with my values, And it's not that we have a disagreement on, which is better, cake or pie. We have a fundamental disagreement on, like, how to talk to people and how to treat people. That's a fundamental fucking disappointment. So yeah, I just cut myself off from that, and I'm like, you know what? I'm leaning a little too close to this. And it actually started way before this, by the way. It started with like with the heel versus babyface shit, where he was freaking the fuck out about the pronouns in Starfield. Like, dude, just skip past it on the fucking menu. It's just, God, you're a douche. Like, God. And I looked at that and I'm like, do I really want to be associated with these people at all in any way? Do I want to, like, because I, unlike the Republicans and the right wing in this country, I can feel shame about things. And I'm like, that makes me feel bad. I don't want to be near that. Like, they're not correct in any way. They're just dickweed grifters, and I don't like it. Jimmy, however, Jimmy's cool. Been covering stuff like the Ukraine war, because, he actually went over there, and he's, his wife, I don't know if it's his wife or still his girlfriend. Fiance, maybe? We'll say fiance, because I'm not sure which way if he's, like, actually married yet or not. But his fiance is Ukrainian. He did, like, a whole thing where he went out to, actually, no, I'm sorry, I'm confusing him. He did go out to, Ukrainian refugee wife. Okay, so he did marry his wife. I haven't watched these ones yet, because I think these were, I don't know if I've watched this one right. No, you can see the ones I've watched, and then the other ones, like, I haven't watched. Because these are, like, put them on. You can see they're, like, 45 minutes, an hour and a half. Put them on and, like, watch something. I think these might have been member-exclusive ones, and then you, like, let them out, maybe? I don't know. Or YouTube's thing is being weird. Anyway, he did a video on... It's a really good video on the problems in UK. And I watched, like, all these while I was grinding camos in BattleBit, and I was like, wait. And I stopped, and I looked, and I'm like, the fuck is he talking about now? Like, I queued him up, and I'm like, oh, he's talking about, like, some unfair, like, shooting where the cops lied and shit. Also, up the RA boys. Fuck yeah. Let's see. Okay, where we at? There was one. I can't remember exactly what it was. There was a case in Britain where they, or a case in the UK where they racially profiled a guy. The cops shot the shit out of him. It was a very much like a, oh, I'm sorry, what was his name? There's so many guys that have been like, that suffered police brutality in this country. Women too. When I say guys, I just mean general guys, dudes, all of us, But there's been so many that I get the games confused. George Floyd is the one that I'm thinking of. Sorry, again, you can see I do this with celebrities too, where I forget the names. But George Floyd, it was very much like George Floyd, where the cops like like the cops lied to people, they said no and whatever, and the cops didn't get in trouble or anything. And this was even worse because like it wasn't like, oh, the cops accidentally killed a guy or killed a guy and covered it up. Or they like were fully trying to cover this up. They said he had a gun, he didn't have a gun, there was no gun found. It was one of those classic police brutality cases of dude just shoots him, clearly fucking racially motivated, whatever. People it was a lot like the Rodney King. Actually, no, it was very much like Rodney King. The only difference is, to my understanding, Rodney King was, well, this is hard to say. Like, Rodney King did not deserve to get his ass beat. That is not what Law and Order is supposed to be, right? You're not supposed to beat the shit out of a guy just because he's breaking the law, right? I don't care how like no matter how bad he is. That's what we're supposed to be. Where we're at is totally different, but what it's supposed to be is fair trial, right? But in Rodney King's case, I think he was like drinking and driving and doing like 110 on the highway, and he was like swerving in and out and like leading police on a chase and threatening other people's lives. And that's where I'm like, it's a very touchy subject. The LA riots. This is why we'll talk about them in the future, maybe. I don't know. I would need to be more educated exactly on all the details, but yeah. Anyway, it's a lot like that where they erupted because the police were found not guilty. Same way. If you want a good movie actually around the LA riots, Deep Blue with Kurt Russell. Great fucking movie. Great movie. It's one of those like cop drama type of things, but it's a good one. Anyway, the thing that I'm getting at is there was this case in Britain that was very similar, and so that's the thing, right? Is where the fuck was I going with this? Sorry, I made a tangent off my tangent. I sidetracked my sidetrack. How did I do this? I don't know. It's fucking late. My brain is fried. Yeah, that's the thing. Is the excuse me. Where was I going with this? What were they saying that pissed me off?
Everybody needs to follow these SOPs so we can.
Oh, right. The signal. Right. So in Britain at the time of this case, they had like the BlackBerry had been a thing, right? And one of the things a BlackBerry could do was it could work off of a Bluetooth texting network. So you could talk to other BlackBerries and make group chats and stuff in your area. It was basically like a mini version of Signal back in the day. It was something that only the BlackBerries could do, but that was like a feature, was like, hey, if there's other BlackBerries, you could like drop, info to each other. It was like the predecessor to that whole airdrop thing that iPhones have been doing for a while. That kind of thing. It was like, hey, you can talk to these other guys that are in this immediate area. And that's how the guys that were losing their shit over in the UK and like, fighting the cops and shit, they knew where the cops were moving, where they were going. It was an excellent display, and it should be studied into how to get information to your guys, because I mean, the cops can only catch so many of you. There's only so many places they can be at once. And so if you're like fucking with shit on one street, but then the cops are coming, you can tell your guys, hey, I see the cops, they're on this street and they're moving this way. And like down the daisy chain of people all standing around like little like informants, and they're all reporting minute to minute where the shit is. It's almost like the proletariat's own version of the secret police. Like the working man kind of has his own secret police in that. It's community. That's the idea, is that we all work together to stop injustices. Now, does that mean we need to go out and loot and riot and pillage? No. Riot, maybe. Loot and pillage, yeah. Ask me on another day. But it's, again, touchy subjects. So this one, this is about Alex Ray. Let's refocus here. So it's like, they're talking about like, oh, they were coordinating on Signal chat and stuff. It's like, yeah, that's completely legal. You can talk to other human beings in the street and form group chats and stuff. Nothing they did was in any way illegal or criminal. Fuck you.
Work together to...
How much do you think they're getting paid? Because there's no way they ain't getting paid.
Where have we heard that before? Oh, dude, George Soros is so paying these guys lately. They're so paid protesters, bro. They're so fake. Because everything in the grifter right-wing world is so fake and so money-motivated, they can't even conceive of people just working together naturally for a common goal. They can't even conceive that. Everything is fucking money to these assholes. Everything, dude. This is why I'm crashing out. This is why everything they do is motivated by the almighty dollar. Every fucking thing in their fucking life. And it's pissing me off. Now you see why I'm tense lately. I'm freaking the fuck out. This is why. This shit that's been running in my head for the last year and a half. Ever since that orange moron got back in office. I don't know how he got back in. I don't. In a functional society, he wouldn't have gotten in the first time, let alone the second. I don't get it. Moving on.
Well, there's people who run the Signal chat that are very close to Tim Walz. So
Yeah.
Okay, so now they're trying to connect the Signal chat to Tim Walz. Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota or whatever, right? And like, they're literally just teeing this up like, oh yeah, no, the guys in the Signal chat are close to Tim Walz, and Tim Walz, that crazy Democratic governor that's like he wants to just let people run his state and whatever. And other, like, yeah, you mean like, and again, you may know the name Tim Walz because Tim Walz was Kamala Harris's running mate. Honestly, if they would have put Walz up there, he would have won on a landslide. People didn't vote for Kamala because they didn't like her corpo shit. If you dress the corpo shit up in a new guy that nobody really knew about, like Tim Walz, you could probably have passed that guy off and gotten another Biden-style Democrat in there. Ah, tooth. Ah, ha, ha. Ow. I think it's like a cold wire. I need to brush my teeth, son. Got a beard. Yeah, it's like the ice hitting my tooth. Let's see. So yeah, like, do you see what I'm saying? Everything about this, everything is grift. Everything. Every time they open their mouth, it's a part of the right-wing playbook. Everything.
either they're like just under him or like some
Casualties while bleeding the stronger force slowly.
like super
That's
close to him.
crazy.
Their weight he uncovered for the most part. So that so I'm
Yeah.
trying to refill. It's the same thing with this. They're just trying to do their job. They're trying to get the people out that aren't supposed to be there, who are using our tax funds inappropriately.
Okay. No, they're not. You're a goddamn liar. You're again. Oh, they're trying to get the people out that are illegals and they're using our tax funds inappropriately. They're not getting anything from your taxes, dude. They don't collect welfare because they're undocumented. They work jobs, which then report taxes. But they can't collect on any of the fucking welfare benefits because they don't have documents. They're not in the system. If anything, they are being taxed without representation. They're not actually getting the representation because they can't vote or anything. Like, they're borderline slaves. And you see what I'm saying? Okay, let's try to get the part where they're ready here.
Is law enforcement in. When your own citizens build and operate this level of parallel intelligence and rapid response network against federal officers, complete with doxing, vehicle pursuits, and harassment that's already turned lethal, you're no longer
Turned lethal how? Doxing how? They work for me. I have a right to know the minute-to-minute location of every federal agent in this entire goddamn country. I get to know who they are, where they live, what their name is. They work for me. I am a U.S. citizen. I have paid taxes. Power to we the people. We are their fucking bosses. We vote. We put representatives in. And that's supposed to be the will of the people. Except it's fucking rigged all the goddamn time. So you can't get anybody in that actually represents the people. As they say. Right? As I believe it was Dr. King that said, a riot is the voice of the unheard. And I believe it was JFK that said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. I think it was JFK. Might have been Jefferson. I don't know. There's so many great leaders in this country from the past, and you just don't have a lot of those right now. But yeah. I mean, listen to this crap.
You're
It's just
dealing
stupid.
with civil disobedience. You're facing a distributed ICE officer.
Well, now
Now he's fighting 5.
correct.
Right. I don't know. I mean, so here, what
Well,
they're
they
trying.
obviously have lethals. They shot 2 people so far.
And the one it was like they already had a coordinated plan for how to roll out when she died, and like, here's the campaign that we're going to use to push on that platform of her death. So like, it was like they already had a plan in place in case there was a martyr.
They
right?
just
To
needed
be
a
able-
name.
They just needed somebody to be able to take it. Now, it probably
Or
wasn't.
she was never really shot.
Do you hear this retarded shit? They're saying that Renee Good, like, oh, dude, all the lefties, they were waiting for a martyr. It was all very coordinated. No, motherfucker. We all just come to the same conclusions. That the authority sucks, and people like you suck them off because you're not at the other end of their gun right now. I guarantee you, Trump came out tomorrow and said, we're snatching up all the guns. One of two things would happen. One, these stupid little sycophants would say, "Yes, sir, please take my gun. I love you, Daddy Trump." Or two, they would hypocritically stick to their guns, literally, and actually practice what they preach, but only for themselves, and they would turn against the authority, which would be the most hypocritical shit on the planet, because all these right-wing dipshits do is think about themselves. Unless it directly inconveniences them, they don't care. This is the type of thinking which made the sit-ins in the civil rights movement necessary, because you can preach and you can protest and you can do whatever you want as long as you're out of their fucking way. Out of sight, out of mind. Tuck them under the rug, man. Throw them out. Let me keep my head in the sandbox, right? Which, by the way, Moonwalker just came out with a brand new album with a lot of bangers, one of them being Sandbox. Dude makes some psychedelic, like, protest songs. It's fantastic. Go listen to Moonwalker. He's great. Very, like, Wasteland Country is his new album. It's great. I'm not sponsored. I like shit. But that's the thing. These guys love to stick their head in the sand. And then, I mean, listen to that conspiracy. That's some Alex Jones shit. Or maybe she wasn't really shot. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? you're just saying shit now. We're just saying shit now. Like, that's literally what Alex Jones did with Sandy Hook. He was like, it's a false flag, or they're all crisis actors. It's all fake. Hey, by the way, where's Alex Jones now? Oh, that's right. He's trying to scrape together a new broadcast because InfoWars, the parody site, The Onion bought InfoWars. So now InfoWars is becoming a parody extension of The Onion. And they're mocking Alex Jones. So, Barrel and Hatchet. One day, I hope that the family of Alex Preddy and the family of Renee Good get together and find one hell of a lawyer that'll take the case. And they come here and they sue the shit out of you for that one soundbite of defamation. And I hope you're smart enough to take it back. But I would find it very entertaining if you doubled down on that little thought you had of maybe she's not dead. I would love to see you defame these characters, defame their characters, and then get your whole Barrel and Hatchet thing taken away to pay for damages. The same way that Alex Jones got InfoWars taken away. I would find that absolutely hilarious if Barrel and Hatchet became a pro-LGBT, Palestine-loving fucking, you see what I'm saying? Just go full lefty wokeism with it and just turn it into, like, the gayest firing range for the proletariat. I would fucking be in heaven. That would be hilarious. So, that's them talking about Renee Good. Mind you, they already mentioned that a week ago. They're just bringing her up again because, of course, they're related, right? It's fascists shooting people in the street, which is seemingly what you guys want to do, is, like, make people prepared for situations like this where you may have to use your guns against the government, but only if you disagree with the government, not if the government's doing things you agree with, right? Which is shooting, your enemies in the street. If it happened to, you gotta wonder, again, if this happened to, like, some mom in Wyoming, some Jesus-loving mom in a MAGA hat in Wyoming, would they be responding this way? I got a lot of dollars says no, they wouldn't. I got a lot of dollars says they would not be acting like this. Actually, I don't have a lot of dollars. I'm broke as shit. But point being, if I had money, I'd put money on that.
No, I think she was.
Well,
shot.
there was people do those Google Trends, and her name was trending, walking away, and you can clearly see his hands on the pistol with his finger on the trigger. And some videos look like the slide reciprocates as the gunshot goes off.
So
Kinda hard to tell.
So they're talking about Alex Preddy and how we all saw from multiple camera angles and things that ICE assaulted a woman. Alex Preddy went to get her up, try to help her. His last words to anybody in the whole world were, "Ma'am, are you okay? Are you okay? Let me help you." He was a fucking ICU. He was an ICU nurse that specialized in hospice care and was in contact with veterans all the time. And you're telling me that this guy, you don't back this guy? He was assaulted brutally by 6, 7, 8, whatever, how many, there were like at least 6 guys that jumped him, maced him, threw him to the ground, pistol whipped him in the head. This is in the video. This is not up for debate. This is an objective fact of reality. They unnecessarily one of the guys took his fucking pistol, flipped it around, and pistol whipped him, which, by the way, is illegal. Cops aren't even allowed to do that shit. You're not allowed to beat somebody directly in the head like that, unless they are actively threatening you, which he couldn't have been, because he had 4 other guys holding him down by each limb. There is no way he could have threatened anybody in that situation. He already was blinded from the mace. He's getting whapped in the head with a pistol. And then what happens? One of these dipshits pulls his gun. He steals Alex Pretty's legal firearm she was legally carrying. He steals that firearm, runs away with it, and the best case scenario isn't that they just felt like shooting him. The best case scenario is the guy that stole the gun accidentally discharged it, which made the other guys freak out, yell gun, and then they emptied 10 rounds into Alex Pretty's back. In what reality is shooting a man in the back self-defense? In fucking none. Thank you very much. Do we have to hear any more of this crap? Do we have to hear them try to dismiss this? For posterity's sake. Let's
Like
do
it's
it.
an ND, almost.
Correct.
From the ICE officer who grabbed the gun.
Correct. As he's departing from where the altercation is coming from.
Okay.
And then the other angle is where there's a court of law usually. What they do is they play everything at full speed
Yeah.
because that's how everything unfolded. That's how you can react. That's
Yeah.
how you can perceive everything.
Mm.
So slow it down. Sure, you can nitpick, but
Yeah, that dude's all.
Slow it down, you can nitpick, bro. It's like, it's different when you're like in the moment, bro. Cause like, these civvies, dude, they just don't know, bro. They just don't know when you're under fire. He's not under fire. There's none of this, like, shit they're setting up. They're trying to make it seem like these guys were all in an adrenaline rush. Which, by the way, they shouldn't be. They're professionals. Their adrenaline shouldn't be spiking through the roof as if they're in a fucking bar fight. They should be calm. They should be cool and collected. They shouldn't even be. They started the situation, and then they're trying to claim that they just I panicked. Okay, if you panicked, and it was manslaughter and it was an accident, why didn't you come forward and say, "My bad. I am the guy that shot him. I emptied my magazine. I am completely at fault. You know, I'm turning myself in so that I can ask the court for clemency. It's manslaughter. I can't make the guy come back to life, but I will, you know, if you want to put me to jail for, 5, 10, 20 years, whatever the minimum sentence would be for that, go ahead. I'm right here." They didn't fucking do that. He ran like a little bitch, just like the rest of you would. If this guy got in trouble with the law, he would run. He would not have his day in court. He would act like he's above the fucking law. All of them. All of them would. Every fucking one of them would think they're above the law because I'm like the tactical, bro. Like, do you hear this shit? You hear this shit? Let's see what third McDumb shit here has to say, 'cause they always like to chime in. I think the one that said, "Oh, Renee Good might not actually be dead, bro." Like, if I think he's about to chime in. I think I heard that. Let's see.
Also a weirdo.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Yeah, he's
there was a thing that came out. He's like,
cross-dresser.
he's trans or something.
No, completely false. You're a fucking liar. And again, I hope you get sued for defamation because the thing you are referring to is not real. The thing you are referring to is some bullshit clickbait satire website that an AI fucking made up this thing about that being Alex Pretty and some guy in some fucking tutu or something. You want to know how I know? Kyle Polinsky of Secular Talk. Do you know how I know this shit? Do you know how I know this shit? Because he comes out all the time and gives us straight, direct information. Why is that freaking out? No idea. I'm going to scroll down so it doesn't give anybody up like a seizure there. But let's see. Alex. We'll just type Alex. It'll probably come up. Oh, Alex Jones. There's shit with Alex Jones. Smearing a hero. Here we go. They try to smear him. They got absolutely nothing, bro. They've got nothing. So that was 3 months ago. Again, time is an illusion, so it's fucking with my head. So I'm trying to see. Like, here's the one I was talking about. Murderer roaming free, still on the loose. He's on the job. He's still employed by ICE. What the fuck? What the fuck? If you or I were at our job and our job had something dangerous happen, like I worked at gas stations. If I was at my job in a gas station and I panicked and did something that fucked up like the gas and it blew up in some way, I would be in jail immediately for negligence, minimum. If somebody got hurt, I would be getting buried under the jail. If somebody got killed, I'd be getting manslaughter, dude. At minimum, I get manslaughter. Like, they would throw my ass. They would throw my ass in jail and throw away the key. This is bullshit. We all know it's bullshit. And these are these typical grifters. Oh yeah, man, freedom and guns and yeah, and we're super tough and tactical, and we want to help you with your Second Amendment rights. Unless your Second Amendment rights can be used to slander you and say that you're a problem for legally carrying your firearm. Are you fucking kidding me? This is what I'm talking about. Lies on top of lies on top of lies these guys tell. And there's never a consequence, is there? I'm sorry, I grew up hearing The Boy Who Cried Wolf, which was, he lied so much that when he told the truth, nobody believed him. He was eaten by a wolf. I learned that story pretty young. I think everybody kind of heard those kind of stories. I think so. Also, excuse me, it's going to take a minute because it posts a lot. I'm just not sure if it's that video or if it's a similar video around that that has the post in it. Let's see. Oh god, yeah, because Kyle posts like a whole. He does like a show every weekday, and that each show is like at least an hour long. So there's a lot to go through. Okay, there's clearly too much to go through. I'm just gonna look for Alex again. Actually, I'm gonna maybe look for Pretty. Not Pretu. Pretty. Alex Pretty's Gestapo killers identified. Yeah, that was 3 months ago. We knew who they were, and now they still haven't seen the inside of courtroom. So it must be this one, the Smearing the Hero one. That must be it. Okay. Ooh, Star Wars. Yeah, want to buy Star Wars coffee? Oh, jeez.
So
okay, let's see if we can find exactly the article I talk about. So this is what I was talking about, where he's nice to use him.
And here's a video of Alex Pretty.
So this is like him at the hospital. He's giving like the last rites of a veteran who had died. He's calling it on him, saying, you know, he's dead, unfortunate, you know, giving basically a mini eulogy. This is Alex Pretty. That's real. That's the type of person. Oh yeah, that's a terrorist. That's evil. That's disgusting, right? Evil terrorist, right? And then does it mention it in this one? It might be, like I said, a different one. If you got the time, go back and look for it. I swear to God, it's on here. It's, you know, it's one of these where they're mentioning it, or it might be that, or was it Luke Beasley or something? I don't know. There's a couple of different guys I watched that they bring it up, and we just type like, let's see. Oh God, this might ruin my algorithm, but I don't care. Alex Pretty fake article. Will that give me some results? There's like, no, not that. No, not that. Oh yeah, that's by the way. The FBI isn't sharing any details about Alex Pretty's case with the Minnesota officials, so they're completely overriding the cops, which is fucked. Like, okay, cool. But yeah, no, hang on. Why don't you go to Google? Because you guys gotta see how stupid this is. Alex Pretty Tutu? Crossdresser? How would I, like... Is there like a... Yeah, this is the thing, right? So, this is the thing people found, and like, he doesn't even have the same face, bro. Like this shit, like looking at this shit. This is obviously weird shit that has nothing to do with him. The real life of Alex Pretty. It's on Facebook, so you know it's full of like degenerate ass boomers and their Republican nonsense. But this is the picture that ended up on the one site. So if you go back, yeah, altered image of Ben Taylor, so not even Alex Pretty, creator of the Fish Tank reality show. So this is like, it's already a fake picture of somebody else, and it's not even Alex Pretty. It's all the shit is fake. All the shit is fake. All of it. It's not him. It has nothing to do with him. And why did it show up after him? Because money. To get clickbait. To get people to go to these sites, click on an image, and be like, whoa, it's tabloids. It's tabloid grifter shit. So no, the fact that he, like, I'm going to end it there, because, as you can see, lie after lie after lie, capitulation to the authority. These guys are so fucking fake. They're fake. They're posers. They're grifters. They're fucking liars. Fuck them. Like, these guys are shit. You can get fucked. I don't care. And it's why, why do you think they grift this and not something else? Why do you think they don't offer a product to the left, right? Like, why don't they, like, open a coffee chain or a fucking, I don't know, a daycare or something, or whatever you would associate with, like, leftist stuff. I don't know, fucking, women's lib book club somewhere. You know what I mean? Because this makes money. This makes them fat stacks from dumbass right-wingers that are all too willing to part with whatever money they have to go play with their toys on the range and act all big and bad until the war comes knocking. And even if they join the war, like if there were a civil war, all the right-wing gun nuts in this country, they would just join the authority, bro. They're not anti-tyranny. They're anti-tyranny of them. So if they can just put on a fancy uniform and then suddenly they're in charge, big man on campus, we've seen this before. We saw it with the Civil War, where they took dirt poor farmers who didn't feel like shit, and then they built them up and gave them fancy suits and said, "Yeah, we're conscripting you from your home, but we're giving you a fancy suit. We're gonna go fight for our freedom and our slaves." Oh wait, don't mention the slaves though. Well, mention the slaves now, and then after they lost, they acted like it wasn't about slavery, and then also made the Ku Klux Klan, who was like doing racist shit all the time. Which is it? Are you being racist or not racist? You got to pick one. So that's what it was. Is they would always join the wrong side. Nazis in Germany, wrong fucking side. They like all these guys that swear this, and you had things like, people forget we had an American Nazi party. Fascism was not just in Germany. It wasn't even an invention of Germany. This is the ultimate irony: is that fascism came from Italy and was imported into Germany, and Hitler went, "That's fucking awesome." And he stole it and made it better and became like the big fascismo guy. Fascismo being the original Italian. And he became the big Führer fascism guy. And then the ultimate irony is then the guys he was fighting against were communists. That was his main first enemy, were the communists at the time who were trying to get unions together and shit and try to push back against fascism. And, it was the start of that. And the irony is that Karl Marx, a lot of people get this wrong too. They think, oh, he's that one of them Russian communist guys. Like, no, he wasn't Russian. He was fucking German. He was a German living abroad in the UK, seeing the worst of the Industrial Revolution happening to the fucking people in the UK. And that's what made him write Das Kapital and the Communist Manifesto. Him and Engels. Right, so Marx and Engels were like co-authors and a lot of that stuff, and they were like together on forming this new movement of what we call communism. Which, it's so funny because people are like, "Oh, Marx is communist," whatever. It's like, dude, the Soviet Union wasn't even like formed until Marx was dead. He was like 20 years dead by the time the Soviet Union and the Bolshevik Revolution, everything. That's when that happened. It's so goddamn funny how people get history wrong. Yeah. These guys will grift until the day that's not popular. Alex Jones just did this in real time. You can see it. Alex Jones went from, conspiracies. Oh, hey, Trump ballroom shooting. No, that's not a conspiracy. They totally tried to assassinate Trump. And then, like, later, now that we have, like, just released a video that shows some suspicious activity, which we'll get to, it's in here, between the K9 unit and the guards and stuff. It's a very strange bit of video that we found that it was like, why do they seem like they're ignoring the shooter? Odd. Once that part of the video came out, Alex Jones immediately went, oh, actually, yeah, it might be a conspiracy. Because he couldn't continue to make money on sucking off Trump. The moment that these guys can't sell their tactical bullshit anymore, if they ever get to the point where they can't make money off this, which probably won't happen in their lifetimes. Their kids probably won't be able to continue the family business, but these guys, I swear, like if they ever lost money on doing this type of shit, they would just go find a different avenue of attack, because that's what these guys love. And this is how we come into the ultimate poser. Look at his stupid, sad face. Look at how much acting is in this face. Just things happened. I'm a real boy. I'm doing emotions. Look at his stupid fucking face. In his stupid, like, I'm a man cave, like, with his little stupid gun collection of, like, you have two hands, dude. You have 2 hands, you have a million things on the wall. Which again, I'm not knocking the hobby. I'm knocking his poser ass shit because you got this, and then you got the gamer chair. How you gonna have gamer chair and then have guns? Guns and gamers don't usually go together. That's not usually. Ironically, there's guys that play video games, and video game guys can play like shooter games, but then they might not like they're inside playing the video games, and so they don't go to the gun range because they're inside playing the video games. It's weird, right? It's weird. And then I love his need to wear this. I don't know what the fuck this is. He's wearing this like denim-ish jacket thing inside, which I don't know why he seems to be dressing up for this video. Okay, cool. Go ahead. But he doesn't button the top button for it to be like actually top knot. He makes sure to keep it open so you can see all his manly chest hair and his beard and his well-groomed hair. And I'm not gay. Like that's what every time I see one of these guys with their like, I'm a big man with my muscles and my face and my hair that I put 8 pounds of product into. I don't put any product in my fucking hair. All I do is comb it over as God intended, bro. I mean, there is no God, but it point me like just put it over. I do a simple comb over. Simple. Look at this. I keep it cut short. I do need to trim my beard. It's a little bit of a mush right now. I shaved it a couple weeks back, and it's like getting to the point where now it's come back in. I gotta like trim it back up to the chin strap I'm trying to go for. It just I had to trim it because it was so long. It was like bunching up on itself, and then I wanted like new growth. So to make a new growth, you gotta get rid of the old beard. It's the whole thing. But I mean, look at this guy. He grows this manly beard that's all connected, so he can look like Grant. Not Lincoln. You ever notice these guys? They never have a chin strap like Lincoln. None of them want to look like Lincoln. They all want to look like Grant. They all want the full bushy beard. Nobody wants the chin strap beard because then they look Amish, and Amish aren't cool, I guess. Okay, Brandon Herrera. Let's get a little background for people that don't know Brandon Herrera. I knew of him in passing. I did not really follow this guy too closely. I knew of Demolition Ranch and whatever. It's whatever. I think I was subscribed to their podcast at one point because the Fat Electrician was on there, and I wanted to keep up because I like Fat Electrician. He's kind of a funny guy, but at a certain point, it's just like, okay, enough with these guys, especially after the whole Alex Preddy thing. Again, that was like a litmus test of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. That's your test of where are your values, where are your morals when it comes to the fascist state that the United States has found itself in. And Brandon is probably going to fucking fail. I'm not going to say for certain because I haven't seen this whole video, but if we know these right-wing gun-loving dipshits, then we can guess that he's probably going to fail that test. But okay. Let's see, Brandon Herrera, because what pissed me off was that I looked into him. Oh, look at him. Oh, isn't he just the most well-groomed fucking caveman you've ever seen in your life? I love it. Okay, let's check his wiki. Now, again, Wikipedia, not entirely 100% accurate, but usually 90% of the time, it's there you go. It's good. It's fine, right? Usually it's pretty accurate. Like, Wikipedia is usually on point with a lot of this stuff. Now, I'm not going to say all this is 100% legitimate or whatever, but here we go. Okay. And we can infer a lot from, the rest of his channel and how he acts. So we can kind of cross-reference that. Okay, so Brandon Herrera, born 1995. This motherfucker is 1 year older than me, and he looks like this. Excuse you? I mean, my brother kind of looks like this. If my brother put on some muscle, he'd probably look a little like that. Except my brother has like wrinkles and has slightly damaged skin and tan skin, because he's been out in fields, like actually working a real man's job. Unlike Mr. Herrera, who seems to have never had a real job in his life. That's odd that he's never worked in doesn't seem to have worked in retail or anything. Somebody can feel free to correct me and give me his work history, kind of like how Jordan Peterson claimed that he worked at like a gas station or something, but didn't have any sort of receipts or tax information to show that he used to work there. Odd thing to claim and then not back up, but okay. Fort Bragg, North Carolina. All right, he was born at a fort. He is a military baby. His parents were in the military, right? Political party, Republican. So we can already kind of guess where he, was, right? In mentally, like where he's already at. We can just tell he's a Republican. basically all the Republicans think the same, right? That's why they're Republicans. Democrats have a little bit of infighting, but mostly are dominated by liberal shit. It's switching now. It's starting to get more progressive because people are like, what the fuck? You know? Plattner is about to win Maine. He's Janet Mills dropped out, so Susan Collins, or yeah, I think Janet Mills is the one that dropped out of the race, and so he's going up straight up against Susan Collins, which is great. So he's gonna fucking knock her out of the water, dude. Okay, so AK guy, blah blah blah, American YouTuber. So you guys kind of probably know this guy from if you see anything about Demolition Ranch or anything, or like the automatic Barrett 50 caliber, right? You know, the AK-50 as he calls it. You know, okay, cool. You've probably seen his face before, right? So he's a gun guy. He likes guns. He's a Republican. He launched his channel in 2014, right? So he launched his channel in 2014. That would mean that he was 12 years ago. So literally when he was 18. Now, how did he launch a YouTube channel when he's 18? If he's like 18, shouldn't he be going to college and stuff? Well, we're going to find out about that. So I haven't seen the video, but I have read his wiki, which is what pissed me the fuck off. And how I learned that he's a fanboy of Kyle Rittenhouse. Odd. Strange. Okay, so he's born in blah, blah, blah. All right, here we go. 2024, Herrera ran to represent 23rd District. Okay, cool. You have that right. You're an American. You get to run for president or Congress, whatever, right? If you're naturalized citizen. And then if you're, like, apparently, like, you can't be foreign and naturalized and then be the president, which, okay, that just seems like a two-tiered nationalization system saying that some citizens are more equal than others, but, you know, fine, whatever. Couldn't have Arnold Schwarzenegger president, can't have Mom Donnie for president, but we can have shit for brains Trump for president, huh? Wonderful. So he was challenging Tony Gonzalez in the Republican primary, right? So Tony Gonzalez, also Republican. I don't know why they even hold primaries. It's sort of like a Nazi off to see which one of them is more fascist. I don't get it. I don't get what their spiel is with, like, American politics is so rigged. They just have to put on the show to be like, oh, well, I'm going to get this guy, I'm going to that guy, blah, 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 blah. It's all decided hand. They know who's doing what, where, when, you know. It's all backroom deals. Anyway, so he's challenging the incumbent, right? He lost by approximately 1% point in a runoff. Okay, so that's pretty close. You know, kudos there. Ran again for the seat in 2026, forcing a runoff, becoming the nominee after Gonzalez withdrew. Interesting. So he's currently in the midterms for possibly being in the district, which, again, is his right. He is an American. I, unlike Donald Trump and Republicans, actually respect people's rights and don't want to curtail them. I want to let people have their rights and be as free as, you know, possible within, like, you know, safety limits, right? We don't want people just being free to go out in the street and start slinging rocks at people. That's a little too far. You know, your rights end where my freedoms begin. So it's like we don't bump into each other, right? Anywho, so Fort Bragg, right? Family originating in Texas. Both his parents are military veterans. Herrera attended Campbell University, studied pre-law. Really? For a big, burly, macho man, you're going to be a lawyer? All right, interesting. Before dropping out to run his firearms business. Now, we've had a guy on before that, you know, was a little known name. I mean, you guys might recognize him, Andrew Yang. Also, a college dropout. Okay? This guy wanted to give you money. He wanted to protect your rights. He wanted everyone to come together and be chill. And America said, eat shit. I don't want the Asian man. I want my Biden. I want my Hillary. I want my corporate Democrats that are assholes. Meanwhile, this guy, compare it to his record. Where did he go to school? So he goes to UC Berkeley. Okay? So Brandon Herrera goes to Campbell University. He goes to UC Berkeley. Okay, cool. So he goes there, right? And he decided, you know what? Oh, wait, no, he didn't. I'm sorry. He actually didn't drop out. He received a Bachelor of Arts degree with a major in Economics and Political Science from Brown University in 96. Oh, and a Juris Doctor degree from Columbia in 99. Wow, so two degrees. Pretty tight. He then got into business stuff, and then immediately was like, oh, I don't like this business stuff. It makes me feel icky. So I'm going to drop out of the business stuff, and now I'm going to like start a nonprofit and try to help people and be a good guy and advocate for universal basic income, and let's try to do that and help people. Meanwhile, Herrera bitched out of college, which again, this is right. He's allowed to just be a college dropout if he wants, which he is. Which I guess is fine when you have, mommy and daddy's money propping up your firearms manufacturing business. I don't know if you guys know anything about, business in the U.S., let alone firearms manufacturing. It's not exactly a cheap thing to start. There are business licenses. There are logistical concerns. On top of that, you have all the fees and regulations from the HEF to manufacture firearms. So yeah, must have been nice. Must have been nice for your mom and dad to serve this country. Thank you for your service. And then you exercise that freedom and say, "Hey, mom, dad, can I have some of your GI money? And can I get some of your stuff? To help with this business that I want to do, because I don't want to go to college. I just want to do a business and have the business make me money, because I like guns." "Oh, okay, sure. Here, sweetie. Here's your allowance." "Okay, cool. I'm glad your family could build generational wealth. I'm not bitter about that. What I am bitter about is what you chose to do with this generational wealth and this privilege you've been handed. You're being an asshole for no reason." All right, so 2014, he goes to YouTube, starts doing that. Cool. A series recreating the assassinations of public figures, including JFK, Martin Luther King, and Abraham Lincoln. That's a little fucking weird, methinks. But hey, it's about guns, so sure. Let's see. So subjects of the video include tests of antique and military weapons. Now, his videos often feature guests who have served in the military, like Fat Electrician, Donut Operator, these other guys. I don't know about Donut Operator, but I believe Fat Electrician was in the military. Certain guys that can be proven that they were in the military. Herrera himself is not a veteran. You could have fucking fooled me. And that's his fucking aim, isn't it? That's what you're making up for, aren't you? With your slick little, I've got a cool haircut and a beard. I look like I just came out of Iraq. Man, he sure likes to dress up and, put on this persona of being a milsim type of guy. He likes him some tactical shit, doesn't he? He seems to always have this this bit of like, "Yeah, dude, I'm Merc, and look at this. Hell yeah, brother, he's in the range." Which again, I'm not saying Brandon Herrera has stolen valor. I've never heard him claim to ever be in the military. That's fine. I'm not accusing him of that. I'm just saying he's using an awful lot of imagery associated with that sort of thing. Thirst trapping, if you will. But in this case, military thirst traps, right? So he's showing off his physique. "Hey, man, you work for that. Assuming you're not on steroids." Yeah, well, you don't look like you're on steroids. I'm not accusing you of being on steroids. But assuming it's all natural and you did it all yourself, man, bravo. Gym's hard. I know. Gym's very hard. Diet, exercise, difficult thing to do. But, good for you. Good for you. I'm glad you have that physique to really show off your manliness. That manly physique. Because as we know, all of our great leaders in this country were all very manly looking like that. Like John Adams and Benjamin Franklin, who were kind of just fat, dumpy old men. Lincoln, who was a skinny beanpole guy from Illinois. JFK, soft-spoken, mild-mannered, fine. FDR, Teddy. Well, Teddy, to be fair, Teddy was rough and tumble, but Teddy was also actually rough and tumble. Like, he overcame a childhood breath disorder, like he had like a certain type of asthma. He overcame that. He became a great outdoorsman and wrestled with bears and shit. He got out there and he did it, man. Good for him. Boxing, right? Good for Teddy. Still look a little plump, a little stocky, but nice and strong, right? That's what we like. We like big, strong men. But remember, the Republicans don't like gay people. But we're big, strong men. But we don't like gay people. But we love the big, strong men with big, beautiful beards. But we're not gay. We're not gay. Remember, we're not gay. We don't like gay around here. We want straight, traditional, conservative families with manly men being men. I'm sorry. I'm not saying this to be like, oh yeah, dude, if you put like product in your hair and stuff, you're gay. Like, no, I'm not denigrating gay people or the way men look, and men can be beautiful too. You want to be bonita, you want to look bonita and feel bonita, have that, buddy, have that. The the thing that I don't like is the posturing, right, and the posing, right. Trying to be all, yeah, man, yeah, man. All right, so here's the part that pissed me the fuck off. October 16th, 2022, Herrera collaborates with Kyle Rittenhouse in his first ever YouTube video after Rittenhouse launched his own channel dedicated to guns and Second Amendment rights. Okay. So, here's the thing. Let's see, Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle. When did that happen? So, Kyle Rittenhouse goes to trial in 2020. This happens. So, he didn't meet Kyle before because they said he set it up in 2022, which means he saw the blatant misuse of a firearm by Kyle Rittenhouse, and he decided, yeah, that's a cool guy. Kyle Rittenhouse, who was crying on the stand, went on and made a YouTube channel dedicated to guns and Second Amendment rights. What about the rights of the people you gunned down, Kyle? What about their rights to live? What about their rights to not have to run into people like you when they are peaceably assembling? You're not a cop, Kyle. You're not law enforcement. You do not have the right to patrol a neighborhood that is not your neighborhood. You don't get to go somewhere else, stick your finger in somebody else's pie, pull it out, and just enjoy the flavor, okay? You don't get to go ruin that night for those two men and have the obviously skewed justice system in your favor protecting you. Because, I hate to say it, guns have more rights in this country than women do. They do. Nobody asks a gun if, if it wants to be refit or cleaned up or helped in any way. Nobody asks a gun about its health care. We fix the gun. We praise the gun. We love the gun. Now, would it be different if the gun could get pregnant? Ooh, that'd be an interesting debate, wouldn't it? Guns that could get pregnant. You want a weird hypothetical? You want a weird, stupid, simple as. You want that? Let's have a stupid hypothetical here. If a gun could get pregnant, why not? Again, stupid hypothetical, but what would override it? The Republican love for guns, the Republican hate for women. That'll be an interesting discussion. All right. That's the part that pissed me off. He goes and buddies Kyle Rittenhouse and is like, yeah, dude. Yeah, let's go get you set up, dude. I'll help you with your YouTube channel, bro. Wow. In 2024, Herrera released a rifle he and his team engineered, the AK-50, blah, 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 blah. He was, he made this thing, and then the guys from Escape from Tarkov and Call of Duty were like, dude, that's cool, we're going to add that to the game. Even though the AK-50 is basically just like a Barrett 50 caliber, but it kind of looks like an AK. It's just kind of, okay, sure. All right, and then we have the aftermath of the Annunciation Catholic Church shooting. Catholic Church shooting. That's fucking unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, some people were injured and murdered and died, and this is not good. Let's see. What does this have to do with Brandon Herrera? An alleged manifesto by the perpetrator referenced Herrera, stating that the two had met at SHOT Show. Herrera harshly condemned the shooting and perpetrator, stating that he and his friends who attended SHOT Show have zero recollection of ever meeting this creep. Man, he's got some strong words for a guy that mentioned him by name in a manifesto. I'm sure he'll have equally strong words for the ICE agents who gunned down Alex Preddy. And Renee Good. Oh, and also, I forget his name. It happened so close to the beginning of the year. This one gets buried. Let's see. Not the Brown University case. No. I'm sorry. There's too many shootings in America in December. yeah, there was a guy on New Year's. Let's see, December, New Year's. Uh, let's see. No, that one's from Australia. So that's cool. Also, by the way, in Australia, the guy that stopped the massacre didn't even have a gun, and he was an Arab. Interesting that. Anywho, let's see. So yeah, there's too many shootings, as you can see. There's too many. There is another one. I forget his name off the top of my head. I apologize, but yeah, there was another guy around New Year's last year, or was it 24? Or was it last year? I want to say it was last year. Yeah, I think it was last year. It happened in such quick succession with Alex Preddy and Renee Good that he got kind of overshadowed, but he was also unjustly murdered by the police. Let's see. So yeah, interesting. So he'll probably have some strong words for people that are just unloading on people, innocent people, right? Obviously. The National Shooting Sports Foundation, the organizer of SHOT Show, released a statement in which they detailed there is no record or evidence the shooter ever attended any year. Okay, I'll take their word for it. I mean, they have an incentive to lie because they don't want that bad press, but at the same time, I'm not going to call them liars because I don't have evidence to the contrary. We'll stick to that for now. Okay, politics. 24. Herrera spoke outside Colorado State Capitol to around 400 people. Later testified inside to the legislature about an assault weapons ban. Okay. All right. He's being, honest. He's like, yeah, let's go gun rights. Yeah. Yeah. Cool, man. Cool. On July 7th, 2025, Herrera appeared on Fox News. Really? Okay. I mean, this shit writes itself. Of course he's on Fox News. Because of course he is. He's a Republican. He's on Fox News, of course. To discuss the impact and effects of the Central Texas floods. Herrera describes himself as libertarian leaning, often emphasizing gun rights and limited government. Keep that in mind. He's a libertarian. He's libertarian leaning because he's too much of a pussy to commit to being a libertarian because he wants to run as a Republican. And he knows that if he calls himself a libertarian, he won't actually get elected. And people will think he's a nut job because libertarians are the weird kind of, don't get me started. They're weirdos. The libertarians are like even weirder than the normal Republicans. They're a very confusing group. But he's libertarian leaning and emphasizes gun rights and limited government. Keep the limited government thing in mind when he talks about Alex Preddy. We'll see how limited his view of the government is then. Let's see. Has generally aligned himself with right-wing populists such as Jim Jordan and Matt Gaetz. Oh, joy. Yay. Oh, hey, by the way, Jim Jordan, that name sounds familiar. Let's see. Oh, that's right. Jim Jordan was, yeah, he got in trouble. Didn't he? Didn't he get in trouble? Yeah, I think he did. That's why I think it's at the top of the page. I think I scrolled over it. Oh, yeah, that's right. Ohio State wrestling assistant coach during team's abuse scandal. Interesting. Yeah, let's see. Wasn't Jim Jordan like in trouble here? Let's see. Jim Jordan, controversy. Yeah, because I know, yeah, they had some stuff coming up. Oh, deposition about sex abuse at the school. Huh, that's weird. Right. So he aligns himself with these guys. Matt Gaetz. Wow, okay, Matt Gaetz, wow. Matt Gaetz. He's from Florida. Yay, another nutjob Republican from Florida. Does he have any controversies, I wonder? Oh, good. There's an ethics report from 2024. Oh, what's this? I wonder? House investigators find evidence Matt Gaetz paid for sex and frequently used illegal drugs. These are the people I'd want to align my populist views with. Huh, Brandon? Mr. Herrera has some interesting, bedfellows. Interesting. All right. He also appealed to... He also has appealed to anti-establishment voters in the primary. So he, anti-establishment like independents or what, guys like me who don't like the feds. We want change. Some guys like me, I mean, right-wing guys that are not willing to call themselves Republicans, but they're basically Republicans. That's what they mean when they say anti-establishment voters. Let's see. Herrera is also a staunch reporter of Donald Trump, having worked on his campaign. Yeah. Guys, do you want to take a guess? Go ahead. A little guessing game before we get to the video. Guess which way his thoughts on the shooting of Alex Preddy by Trump's Gestapo is going to go. I wonder what way it's going to go. Oh, this shit. it gets old. Oh, it gets real old. The lying, the conniving, the grifting, it gets old. Okay, so congressional election. Let's see. Several political action committees, and this is 2024. Several committees from outside Texas donated millions of dollars to Gonzalez's campaign against Herrera. The pro-Israel lobbying group AIPAC ran an ad campaign accusing Herrera of joking about veteran suicide and having glorified Nazis and mocked the Holocaust in his YouTube videos. Political article cited this ad campaign as an example of an AIPAC strategically attacking certain candidates while supporting its endorsed ones without mentioning Israel. Yeah, that's fucked. So that's good that we have these guys coming in and messing with Brandon and then promoting other guys and then not in this and not disclosing that that AIPAC is from Israel, and that's like a pro-Israel group. And that's good. That's good. That's fun. Out of primary, U.S. term limits, a congressional term limits advocacy group tapped Herrera to be their Texas chair. Interesting. So you guys want term limits, huh? Right. So U.S. term limits. So you want congressional term limits. Interesting. Why now? Why do you want term limits now? Could it be that you don't like that people are noticing that Republicans get in there and get fucked, and you don't want to run the risk of Democrats, progressive ones, actual real good Democrats getting in there and doing real work and staying in there year after year? Sound familiar, guys? Have we heard this case before? Oh yeah, this is what happened with FDR when FDR was elected 4 fucking times in a row because everybody loved him that much, and he was making great strides in leftist policies. Oh, and then conveniently the Republicans were like, well, Republicans, Democrats at the time, little political switch around the 60s, but basically his enemies at the time were like, fuck, okay, we need term limits, 2 terms. If it's good enough for Washington, if it's good enough for everybody else, that's been the tradition, let's put term limits on, even though we don't really need them, because that's not democracy. Me personally, I like the idea of term limits, but in a principled way. I don't do it the way these guys do it, by wanting to cuddle up to Herrera. Like that's, if they're gonna go be friends with Brandon Herrera, yikes, fucking yikes, Captain. Okay, 2026. So this year, this is what's happening now with Herrera. Oh joy, we've actually caught up. This is fun. Herrera again announced his candidacy for the Republican nomination in the 23rd District. During March 3rd, so that was like 2 months ago, Herrera forced Gonzalez into a second runoff, this time coming in first with 43% to 41%. Okay, 2% swing in his favor, not bad. Well, 3% swing if he was down 1% before, that would be, yeah. Gonzalez suspended his campaign 2 days after the primary, leaving Herrera the presumptive nominee. In 25, Herrera announced his campaign had raised $1.1 million. For the primary, over 33,000 small donor contributions alongside his own PACs. Why are you taking PAC money, my guy? I thought you didn't like government. So I thought you wanted limited government, but you're taking political action campaign money. So like you're not taking campaign money from just the people, you're taking it also from the government guys. What happened to that limited government that we read about like 2 paragraphs ago? Isn't it funny how they're always limited government until the government benefits them, and then it's, hey, actually, I kind of like that government money. Give me some of that. Give me some of that PAC money. Yeah, baby. Okay, in February, Herrera called on Gonzalez to exit the race and resign over an alleged affair with a former staffer who committed suicide. This is the Republican Party. This is the whole Republican Party for you. Every time you look around, it's sex scandals, drugs, pedophilia, rape, just, squashing your rights, pissing on the Constitution, just seeing which one of them can claw their way to power, and then just, fuck people over. Welcome to the Republicans. Okay, let's see. In March, so let's see, March, same March, so same month. I get March and May confused sometimes. It's because they're both M months. I don't know, my brain is, it's weird because May is the 5th month, but it has 3 letters, and March is the 3rd month, but it has 5 letters. So I think that's where my brain disconnects. Anyway, I say we just switch the names to May, then March. It'd be easier, but whatever. Anyway, in March, after initial primary, that prompted runoff, blah, blah, blah. So Herrera got first, Gonzalez could raise, leading cancellation of the runoff, and Herrera becoming presumptive nominee. Okay, so as of right now, what are we looking at? 26. So we have Brandon Herrera, Gonzalez the incumbent. He's in a runoff, but he's out. So basically, you got a Keith Barton and a Quinco. Boy, that's a hell of a name. Quico Canseco. Yeah, Francisco Raul Quico Canseco, I believe would be the way to say it. So he's another one as well. These guys have like nothing. This, by the way, is how our democracy works. There's no like actual decision from people. It's just first past the post, splitting votes and whatever. And yeah, this is why people don't want to participate, because these people right here are getting zero representation. Right? This guy's not getting what he wants. This guy, like, together, these make up like 8,000 people that are not getting any form of representation in the government, because even combined, like, again, even combined, they don't touch Herrera's numbers. So you could be like, oh, yeah, that's just populism. It's like, well, no, what they should have had is they should have had a proper, like, ranked choice voting with all these candidates here and just start chipping them off. You can put on like 100 candidates and just start chipping them off. You have like a whole year to vote. Just start doing little runoffs, like ding, 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 ding. And there you go. And then you get down to just the one who's going to be your guy that goes up against the. And again, this would apply then to whatever. So parties would have their own ranked choice. And then in the main, we would also have a ranked choice of Republican, Democrat, whatever. And then knock out whoever's the least popular. And then you're left with two. And then you know for a fact that everyone has selected those two. Somebody has selected candidate 1, somebody has selected candidate 2 as their top guys overall in every competition. But that would be too fair and it would make too much sense. So we don't do that. Okay, criticisms. So politically incorrect humor. We hear this all the time from Republicans. Like, I joke about it. It's dark humor, bro. Yeah, all the time. Which again, I don't care about your dark humor. You do you. You can just do your dark humor with your buddies around a campfire and not post on the internet and be a creep. But sure, cool. Herrera has posted several videos that have featured Nazi imagery, including jokes about Nazis in the Holocaust. Okay, this is sort of pearl clutching. I don't really care. It's, me, I think free speech is up to a certain point. As long as you're not like directly threatening somebody or being a Nazi, then yeah. But it just depends on, if he's, yeah. So something like this, 2022. So this starts to cross a line. Let's see. So he liked comments about the Nazi marching songs. Weird. Okay. And then when he's using the MP40, he called it an SMG developed by Nazi Germany as the original ghetto blaster. By the way, for people who don't know, the term ghetto was not an American thing. The ghettos were like a European Jewish thing, where like that's where the Jews lived. Ghetto blaster, meaning the Nazis used these to go shoot up Jews. Which is true in some cases, although by that point, they've pretty much all been rounded up and sent to the camps, so not really. So not even an accurate joke to begin with. Yikes. But still, original Ghetto Blaster. Is it in bad taste? Yes. Is it, Goose stepping over a line? No. Let's see. The video includes a montage of Herrera and associate firing the weapon, Goose stepping to Erica, right? So Erica, modernized, whatever. They're fatherland Nazi songs, right? That's fun. That puts me in a good mood when people are playfully goose stepping to Hitler's shit. That's fun. Another video covering historical weapons in the Rhodesian Bush War featured the flag of Rhodesia, a symbol used by white nationalists. Oh, this is fun. Really? So why would you use this flag? Interesting. So why that flag? Herrera responded to criticism saying, "This should be obvious, but I am not, nor have ever been a neo-Nazi." Cool. At least he actively condemns neo-Nazis. I'm sure he actively condemns them in all ways and doesn't support them, even though he supported Trump, who has called Nazis very fine people. For somebody who's not a neo-Nazi, that's weird that you would support somebody who says that Nazis are kind of cool. Are we seeing the lies in the grift yet? Are you guys getting this? Do you see why my brain is fucked lately? Because I have reached the point where all of this fucking just shit, all the lies, all the grifting, all the back chat, it just doesn't work for me, dude. My brain cannot turn off. I cannot just act like these things aren't happening. There is no sandbox big enough for me to bury my massive cranium in. And yes, that's a joke about me being intelligent. Fuck you. No, kidding. Point being, since 2008, Herrera has also been a member of the Sons of Confederate Veterans. I'm not a Nazi. I'm not a neo-Nazi. Hey, let's go to our Confederate party. The Confederates were the fucking Nazis of America. What do you mean? Okay, neo-Confederate organization that promotes the Lost Cause. Hey, remember how I mentioned the Klan and the Deacons of Defense? Odd that you would be part of an organization that promotes the Lost Cause myth. Very odd. His name is listed as a new member in the 2008 May and June issue. Now, to be fair, I'm not going to jump to conclusions. This could be a different Brandon Herrera. We don't know. We don't know, right? This could be a completely unrelated Brandon Herrera. Some people have names that are similar. Let us read on. Okay, it makes multiple appearances in his local chapter social media site. Now, when they say appearances, I'm assuming they mean images. Let's see. They have citation here. The Fayette Arsenal Camp Sons of Confederate Veterans Honor Guard paying last respect for a fellow compatriot. I wonder what that is. Oh, looky. Oh, looky. I'm not a Nazi. I'm not racist. These are just jokes until they're not. That's Brendan Herrera. We can tell by his manly, totally not gay beard and his manly, perfectly just washed and beautiful hair. That's totally not gay. And he's standing right there. Right there, look at him. Also love how these guys are showing off the Union blue. So is he in like a reenactment and they're doing like Union and Confederates, or there's an awful lot of color for Confederates. That's not really what they wore. I mean, maybe the officers, but standard guys, like, dyes are expensive. So, and the South had like nothing. They were stealing from women and children in their own shit, which is so funny. That they got at that point. I just love this. This is great. Yeah, Camp Sons of Confederate Veterans Honor Guard paying last respect for a fellow compatriot. So he's not at he's not at a reenactment or anything. He's dressing up as, it seems, a Confederate soldier. Which, again, why are the Confederate soldiers wearing blue? This is supposed to be Union blue. So I'm very confused. Maybe they just couldn't get the right color. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is here. I think he may be representing the side of the Union in their little LARPing historical battles. Maybe, I don't know. But he's still hanging out with the sons of Confederate veterans, right? He's still hanging out with the Klan. Why are you hanging out with the Klan? And this is not a I believe Daryl Davis is his name. Is that the guy I'm thinking of? Yes. So this is not a Daryl Davis situation where Daryl Davis would hang out with the Klan, but Daryl Davis is a black man whose whole fucking goal as a black man was to hang out with the Klan and try and get them to stop being racist by hanging out with them. Bless his heart, he's following Jesus' teachings and he's really trying to love thy neighbor, right? Absolute legend, Daryl Davis. I'm sorry to say that that's not going to work, Daryl, but on the small scale, it can kind of work to deprogram some people, right? For instance, the most famous ones he did was he's still alive. He's not fucking dead yet. He was friends with the like grand wizard of whatever state that he was in or county, and like it was like the head dude. I don't remember if it was the county level or the state level, but it was like the head dude of whatever local chapter. He was like the big dude in charge. He was ironically the head, you know what, in charge, to put it mildly. And so he was friends with, he got to become friends with him and was hanging out at the Klan rallies, and he was welcome there too. That's the funniest part is, like, they thought it was funny that he was hanging out. And then he got the, like, Grand Wizard head guy to, which by the way isn't dorky at all, that the Klan is like Grand Dragon, Grand Wizard, whatever. He got like the head guy to denounce the Klan and stop being a member of the Klan, which, if you're ever the member of a gang, let alone the Ku Klux Klan, these guys can try a lot of intimidation shit after you leave, because they look at it like you're in it for life, just like every other gang. You're in it for life, and if you leave, that is ultimate dishonor, right? And so they will not only intimidate you with phone calls in the middle of the night and shit, like they won't just intimidate you with their thinly protected First Amendment rights. They'll also sometimes use the Second Amendment to just shoot up your house while you're away, just to let you know that they can get at you anytime they want. It's just to fuck with people. It's not great. But no, this is not a Daryl Davis situation. He's not deprogramming anybody. He's not trying to understand their point of view and get them to come to the side of, hey, the South was wrong and this is racist. This is not what's happening here. He's palling around and LARPing with Confederates. Not fucking cool. Okay, he appeared in welcome videos produced by the organization where he referred to the American Civil War varyingly as the War of Northern Aggression and the War for Southern Independence, and advertised the group's annual Yankee Shoot, where members used anti-rivals to shoot at posters of their favorite Yankees. Herrera's support for Sons of the Confederation was stated in the videos, citing the need to preserve history, because those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. He's learning from history, guys, as he pals around with people and calls the Civil War the War of Northern Aggression and the War for Southern Independence, which is exactly what the Klan and the Lost Cause and the Sons of the Confederacy and the Daughters of the Confederacy and all these little racist groups, that's exactly what they call it. Now that we've read through his wiki, we've become familiar with the man. I'm sorry that took a lot longer than I thought it would, but here we are. Now that we're kind of familiar with who Brandon Herrera is, at least to the public, I don't know about his private life. I'm not going to speculate on his private life and what he does in his off hours. That's up to him. Keep it behind closed doors and keep it legal. Do whatever you want, brah. Do not care. As long as you're not hurting other people, you do whatever you want in your house behind closed doors. That is your problem. You deal with it. It's like it's like another bit that I like from Carlin, where he's talking about, when he's in grade school, he would tell the other kids, like, yeah, I swear, I swear on my mother's tits, and kids are impressed with stuff like that. And and he's like, I don't give a shit about my mother's tits. They can fall off for all I care. They're your tits, tomorrow, you deal with them. Same thing. Your life behind closed doors, you deal with it. Okay? You do whatever you want in your house, so long as you are not hurting other people. Just, there you go. Why do I say that? Why do I say that? Because I want Brandon Herrera to continue to be a piece of shit and live a comfortable life? No. I say that because I don't want the Brandon Herreras of the world having the right to come and attack me. I want everybody to be chill. That's what I want. I want everybody to chill the fuck out and leave each other alone. That's all I want. And I want that by any means necessary. All right? And you can take that however you want. I will vote to make that a possibility. I will community build. I will do whatever I am able to do right now in the moment, day to day. I will work for that cause. And there it is. It's a lot like in Lincoln. Again, watch the movie. It's fantastic. Thaddeus Stevens gives this, amazing speech, and he's talking about how the he doesn't like at the time the Democrats Republicans were switched. It was a different time. Political realignment happened in the 60s where they kind of flip-flopped, but he was yelling at the Democrats because he was Republican. That's why the Republicans always like to claim they're the party of Lincoln, but they leave out the fact that in the 1960s the Dixiecrats came in and switched the parties and the whole Southern strategy thing happened. They conveniently leave that one out where, no, you're not the party of Lincoln. Now, technically the Democrats would be the party of Lincoln, but they're not even really the Democrats anymore. It's very weird. They're all capitalist douchebags. But Thaddeus Stevens gets up there and he's berating the Democratic senators who are in defense of the South and saying we want to keep the slaves and no emancipation and all this, right? And he's denigrating the head guy of it, saying he doesn't have hot red blood in his veins, he's got slime and all this. He's basically talking mad shit on the House floor, shit you would never see nowadays. Like, the best you get is Trump going on unhinged, drug-fueled tirades on Twitter. You don't actually get senators all actually being in the room together, actually yelling at each other in real time, because that would expose the feckless ones who are just douchebags, because we have live TV where we can watch them on C-SPAN now. They don't want to expose that, so they all kind of hide in their little chambers. Okay. So the point being, Thaddeus Stevens is giving this speech, and he says, all men, even you, worthless you, have the right to be treated fairly before the law. And as I said, I do not believe in equality in all things, only in equality before the law. And that was how Thaddeus Stevens pitched it, because the guys were like, no, you want emancipation, you want blacks to be equal, which was true, that's Thaddeus Stevens. But to sell it in that moment, he had to make it a legal issue and not a moral issue. It was a moral issue, but he had to ground it in legal stuff to say before the law. Not that blacks were equal, but that they were equal before the law. That little clarifier is what swayed some people and got enough of the Democrats to split with the rest of the Democrats at the time to vote out. And when I say Democrats, what I mean is Republicans. So I'm going to go back to saying Republicans and Democrats. I'm going to switch them back just so for convenience. So the Republicans, the racist Republicans at the time, you know, some of them actually decided to be kind of all right people and vote their conscience for once, and were like, you know what, fuck it. They swung just enough of the votes, and they got a good majority out of it, because it was just like a snowball effect after that. It was all of them were like, you know, they'd been groomed before that to be like, hey, we really need you to do this vote, and backroom deals. Again, watch Lincoln. It's a very fascinating retelling of the end of the Civil War. But that's the thing. Do I like Brandon Herrera? No. Do I respect him? No. Do I agree with any of his policies or anything he wants? Probably not. Unless he wants people to be happy and healthy and have things like universal basic income and healthcare as a right. If he wants an economic bill of rights, like a new deal, like a new deal, and wants the working man to be covered in all things. That's what I want. And if that's what you want, then we agree. Great, fantastic. And if he wants anything that's the opposite of that, if he wants privatized healthcare and get fucked, your rights don't matter and all this, then no, then I don't agree with him. Even when I don't agree with him, so long as you are not a literal Nazi fascist, I think you should live and have a good life. That is the ultimate irony between the Republicans and the left, not the Democrats. We're not including the. When I say Democrats, it hits the mouth wrong. It makes me think of corporate Democrat nonsense. But we'll say the left. So that's the difference between the left and the right. The right are a bunch of narcissistic, selfish douchebags who only want what they can get their hands on and only care about what's in their immediate area. Not even what's in their area. They don't give a shit about their neighbors, even. They barely give a shit about their wife and their kids, you know, or their husband and their kids, right? That's, you know, or their kids, whatever. Single family homes, I don't know, whatever you want. But whatever situation they're in, they care only about themselves. They barely care about their family because they kind of have to, you know? And their narcissism kind of extends to the family of, this is my thing, I own this, right? They don't give a shit about their neighbors. Like, their neighbors can get fucked, but if their neighbors are getting fucked, usually they're getting fucked too, so it kind of the chickens come home to roost. So, you know. All right, let's see what he actually had to say on Alex Brady. Look at his dumb fucking face. All right. We're going to speed through this because I don't want to hear him whine in slow motion because it's a 20-minute fucking video. Let's get to the point, shall we? Try to put captions on. Sometimes YouTube captions don't keep up with the speed thing, so we'll see.
Being legally armed in itself is never a legal or moral justification for being shot by law enforcement.
That's the end of the video right there, Brandon. That right there is the end of the video. That is all you have to say to get me to agree with you. That's all you have to say to keep me on your side. I would not be going this hard against you, and I would not have dug into your history and your background and found out, because I read some of that. I read down to Kyle Rittenhouse, and that's where I couldn't stomach it anymore. That sounds the Confederacy thing? I just learned that along with you guys. Brandon, if you don't want people to see how much of an asshole you are, just stop the video there. Being legally armed is not a moral or legal justification for being shot. So he said, let's wind it back. See,
Being legally
armed
in itself is never a legal or moral justification.
Right. So in itself. So he's look at this political speech. Look at him, the great politician already. He's very careful. Being armed in itself. He doesn't want to talk about self-defense. He doesn't want to talk about the rights of the people to overthrow the government, which is enshrined in the Constitution. You have the right to tear down the government. Let's see. Constitution on Revolution. What is the exact wording here? The right of revolution. This is part of the Constitution. So there's like China, Rome, right? Let's see. Where's America? John Locke and the Social Contract. That's a fun one. So I think we can say the social contract thoroughly fucking dead at this point, and they pissed on its grave. So I think John Locke in this case would say, yeah, we can probably just get rid of the government at this point, because if the government's not helping you with the whole life, liberty, pursuit of happiness thing, that's basically what John Locke said, was like, hey, don't just like attack the government because you personally feel slighted, but if you're getting fucked over and you're not getting provided the things that the social contract provides you, the social contract is supposed to say, you work, you get thing, thing keeps you from rebelling. If you work and no get thing, then you rebel. That's as easy as I can break it down. But no, feel free to read John Locke and other philosophers in your meantime. Jacques Rousseau, also another one up there for a lot of that. John Stuart Mill, Samuel Johnson, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson. This is where we start getting to the American Revolution, right? A lot of stuff going on between France and America on revolutionary shit at the moment. France, by the way, by the point of this, France was already under its I want to say it was 1 or 2 or 3. How many fucking revolutions? French Revolution. They did it. The French are known. Until World War II, the French were known for 1, being an empire, and 2, revolting against itself. There's the French Revolution, which is around the time of 1776, but there's several of them. They had one in 89, they had one in 1830, they had one in 1848, and Les Miserables, I believe people get wrong. They think that Les Miserables happened in American Revolution terms, which it was more close to Napoleonic, so it was 1830s, which because Napoleon's around in the 1840s or whatever. But I believe so. Let's see, Napoleonic Wars. The Napoleonic Wars were when? Oh no, he was in the 1800s. Okay, I got it wrong. I'm thinking of somebody else. Yeah, no, the Napoleonic Wars in the 1800s. So basically, yeah, they kind of installed him, and then they didn't like him, and then they could fuck him, and then they that's the first revolution didn't go so well. That's if you watch Les Miserables, in the end all the revolutionaries get killed, the barricades get taken down. It's not really a spoiler because it's just history. But yeah, they don't win the first time. It's kind of fun. The whole Bastille, charging the Bastille and all that. Yeah, storming the Bastille is very prevalent because that's in the movie itself. It's somewhat kind of sort of. Yeah, I'm not big on France Revolution, and it's that area, the 1800s, kind of touchy before the Wild West. That's more I tend to pick it up around 70s, 80s, Civil War a little bit, and then into more of the Western stuff, and then in the 20th century. That's more my base there. But let's see. So Thomas Paine's, right? Common Sense. Again, all of these. Please read all of these guys. Jefferson penning it, right? Jefferson, most notably, the reason his signature is so large on the Constitution is to say, or the Declaration, rather. I believe it's, on the Declaration where they signed the Declaration. His is bigger than everybody else's because he heard that King George put a bounty on his head, and on the head of all the revolutionaries, and he's like, fuck it. So he wrote his name twice as big and told him, let King George double his bounty. I'm gonna do it twice as much now. Don't tell me what to do. Oh, what an absolute Chad Thomas Jefferson was. Still owned slaves. Still shouldn't have done that. Still more failing. Bad. Bad Thomas Jefferson. No slaves. Slaves bad. Don't slavery. No matter who you are. No slavery. Slavery bad. But yeah. So basically, we get into a lot of what the Constitution. Yeah, is the right of revolution guaranteed in the U.S. Constitution? So a lot of people debate this one. It doesn't excessively say that you have a right to revolt, but it does say you have a right to petition the government for grievances. And if the government fails to meet those grievances, then you may not have a legal right as enshrined in the Constitution, but the founding fathers, such as Jefferson's famous quote of, watering the tree of liberty, the tree of liberty must from time to time be refreshed with the blood of patriots and tyrants, right? Patriots and tyrants at the same time. And you some good people gotta die, some bad people gotta die, but then the tree of liberty can grow strong again off the blood, That was in a letter he was writing to somebody else. It wasn't really an official document. It was just, he was talking about different stuff with, guys at the time. But yeah, no, that's probably Jefferson's most famous quote is the whole tree of liberty thing, which is kind of what's we're brewing for Civil War II. So that's not good. I'd prefer not with the violence. I'm not going to shy away from the violence when it inevitably happens because government's fucked. The government's been fucked though. Let's be real. Ever since, oh god, I would dare to say since Reagan, this country's been fucked. It just slowly has been getting more fucked. And we hit a couple of speed bumps. But I would say the really, really fucked point was when Bush stole with the hanging chads from Al Gore in 2000. Yeah. Because that's yikes. The Bush administration, even if it wasn't stolen, it was still Bush was a terrible president and got us into wars that we didn't need to be in, and attacked countries that weren't going to attack us, didn't attack us, had no interest in attacking us. They went over there to fuck up the oil. They lied about WMDs. Sounding familiar, guys? Is this playbook sounding familiar? Anyway, let's continue.
For being shot by law enforcement. Period. So we all saw what happened this weekend with the shooting of Alex Preddy. Or rather,
So that should have been the end of the video. His video should have been 10 seconds. It should have been a TikTok of, hey, if you're legally carrying a firearm, the cop should not be shooting you. That's fucked up. And I will personally get a defense fund together to go after these guys. Why don't you use some of your money from your firearm stuff, all that money you got from loving guns and legal gun carrying, that whole thing, right? Why don't you get some of that money together and go sue the shit out of ICE and get their guys arrested for an unlawful shooting? Why not, Brandon? Why aren't we doing that? I don't have the money for that, but you certainly fucking do. You can go get a lawyer. Actually, you could probably do it yourself because you're oh, that's right. You dropped out of law school, so you didn't finish becoming a lawyer, so you can't actually act on the bar. And we know how much legality matters to you. So we wouldn't want you practicing law without a license. That wouldn't be cool. Oh, Moonwalker just dropped a new one. Damn. Is he dropping like more stuff? Shit. The hell am I? What the fuck? He's got like no. Hold on. I gotta take a break here. I mean, we're gonna be back in just a second, but I just want to look at this because, like, remember how I said Moonwalker just dropped a new album? Like, he dropped Wasteland Country, and is he now dropping like EPs or something? What the fuck? Excuse you? Is he adding to Wasteland Country? Because I listed Wasteland Country already. Like, what are these? Are they just videos or? Oh my god, he's got a second album. Wait, no, this has to be an old album, right? What? Why can't I? That's weird. This is a second album or an old album? Yeah, because here's Apocalypticism. This was 2 years ago. Are these old or new? No, these are 6 hours ago. I guess maybe he added them to the list, or they must be new. Like Hive Mind, that's a new one. Yeah, no, it's 2 years ago. Okay, that's weird. Why is YouTube telling me a new thing? Is anyone else like confused by this or what? Weird. I'll have to listen to this one because I never listened to Apocalypticism. I listened to like the couple out of there because I was going down the list of videos, but then I guess YouTube added this like releases page for musicians. They can make their own tab for releases. I don't know why it's saying 6 hours ago. I guess it's because he probably updated it to that list or like grouped them all together. So now it's in the releases tab. So okay. Sorry, I got really excited. I'm like, ooh, more Moonwalker. Like, dude's got vibes. I don't fuck with every one of his songs. Like certain things, I'm a very lyrical guy, and his stuff gets a little experimental, instrumental sometimes. But no, a lot of it's good, like Happy Face, and we'll go over Moonwalker as a treat at the end for y'all putting up with my bullshit. But yeah.
Depending on where you lie on the political spectrum, we all saw our own version of what happened.
No, we didn't. There is not a version of reality that depends on your political spectrum. There is the truth and not the truth. There is truth and lies. There is reality and your fucking imagination. Okay? Okay. Let's get that straight right now. I don't care if you love Trump and how much he shits in your mouth and lies to you, and you just grin and take it like a good boy. Let's be real. There are truths and there are lies. There's not like, oh, my truth, your truth, whatever. There are aspects and details of history that we can uncover and add to the truth, but we cannot take the truth away. We cannot say, for instance, in the mythos of America, we have Columbus. And Columbus was always taught as discovering America. Nobody mentioned how Columbus genocided the Native Americans and raped them and killed them and was a shitty guy, couldn't find India literally with both hands and a map. He literally had 2 hands and a map and couldn't find India. And that's what we added to the record after. Does that mean Columbus is not a sailor and an explorer? Kind of. But it rightfully puts him into the correct context of his day, which is he was an asshole. And if history comes out and, one day somebody looks at my life, which there's 8 billion people on this planet, and they're like way cooler than me, so who the fuck cares who I am? We're not going to make it in the history books, guys. We're just not. Like, the movements we're part of will, but unless you're somebody like, if you're a martyr like Alex Preddy, or you're an eventual martyr, let's say, of somebody like Squid Tips. Shout out to Squid Tips. Fucking love you, man. Keep doing what you're doing. He just got arrested by the cops unfairly as well. Trampled all over his fucking constitutional rights. All right, cool. Yeah. Also beat up a defenseless woman, next to him. So that's cool. That's fine. That's what it is. Is those guys will get recorded. The doers get recorded, right? So like everybody's talking about like Teddy. Everybody knows Teddy and his family and some of his cabinet, but all the people that got him elected, nobody knows who the fuck they were. It was John from Kansas who was a rancher. It was Bill from the Tennessee coal mines. That's who got Teddy elected, and nobody knows who they were, and nobody knows their stories. And unless they have interesting artifacts or a family lineage that continues, that's kind of why we do the family thing, the legacy thing, is just so if the rest of the world doesn't care that we were here, at least the people who are our children and our children's children, 1,000 years from now, if you have an unbroken line, there you go, and then that's why your bloodline ending is supposed to be a bad thing. I'm good. Our bloodline's going to continue through my my cousin, he's got a kid, my brother's got like 3 kids. It's all good. Me, I'm not having kids. I'm not gonna force this onto people. Even if we were like in a good world, I probably wouldn't have kids because that's unfair to foist existence onto a child. Like without their consent. We're in a non-consensual reality. It's like you can't choose to be born. So it's like, what the fuck? The only thing you can choose is if you want to live until you naturally die in some way, like you're hit by a bus or you die of old age or a disease or something. Like you're waiting for the inevitable end. Whereas that, or you can, delete yourself, kill yourself. Like, let's be real. We're not going to use baby words here. So you can kill yourself, but that's your prerogative, But again, this gets into philosophical shit about consent that I'm not going to get into. Moving on.
Multiple camera angles, multiple statements, and still a radical divide as to what actually occurred.
Yes, because the left saw what happened. They saw it with their eyes. They looked at the evidence and said, this is what this is. I'm sorry I keep pausing it, but you're not going to get away with your filthy fucking lies. You're not. Even if this is an irrelevant footnote in history, right? If somebody finds this recording on an old server somewhere while doing archaeological research in 3,000 years, then I would want them to have this. The same way that Ina Sear, poor Ina Sear, man, that guy gets beat up by archaeologists. They found a fucking clay tablet with a complaint about copper quality from Ina Sear. Like, that dude made bad copper, and people still talk about it. So, no, I'm going to make sure that people in the future know that you're a lying piece of shit. That's why I did this long form. This is why we went over your Wikipedia. Who would you vote for? Who do you like? Who are your friends? That's who we're going over. That's what we're doing. Okay? That's what we're doing. That's what we do here. That's how we do. Right. I'm going to let it play for a minute, and I'll, it's hard for me not to jump in, but I'm going to restrain myself a little bit.
A lot of big feelings in the room right now. I mean, the internet's absolutely on fire about it. Even in the real world, it's all everybody's talking about. I know people have been hounding me to talk about it, which really means they've been hounding me to validate their own opinion. But I'm going to take a step back for a minute. And, I've been thinking about this a lot over the last day or two, and I think I'm going to approach this using the one thing that the internet fucking hates: nuance.
And this is the part that drove me to do this stream right here. This is the exact part. The second he said nuance, my blood boiled. There's no fucking nuance here, you goddamn caveman in your my dick is tiny room with your stupid guns. There's no fucking, there's no nuance to it. The authoritarian state was wrong. Just say it. You don't, again, the reason he can't say it is because then he looks like he's going against Trump and the other Republicans, and then he loses votes. This is why. He has a vested interest in being that guy. He's made money off the right wing, and now he's stuck with them. He can't pivot to the left because the left will not buy his shit. The same way Alex Jones can't pivot to the left. They can try, but it's not going to happen. Joe Rogan has been doing this flip-flopping bullshit for a while. He'll, suck off Trump and then go on a show and in all ways call out Trump except by name, right? He'll say the administration, he'll say them, the problem, this, that. He'll obfuscate and just say Trump. But no, there's no nuance here. A crime was committed and justice has not been served. Justice will be served when the murderers of Alex Preddy, right, are put on trial and found guilty. Okay? That's exactly what it is. Moving on.
Taking an open mind and looking through the facts, trying to remove...
Okay, I'm gonna speed this up a little bit, so apologies to anybody who's got a slower attention span. Sorry, or not a slower attention span, but like you're more focused or not used to watching things indulgently. But like the way he talks, this is normal speed, by the way.
My own biases, a sense of poise and rationality.
Yeah, the way he's like doing this bit of poise and rationality. And again, I don't know what the whole video is. This could be a fucking bit, and he's gonna break in to halfway through this video of nah, fuck nuance. We saw it. Government's fucked. Fuck that shit. If he does that, hey, kudos. Like you're not getting full credit for that because you're still a Republican racist asshole. But you'll have like a little bit of a attaboy out of me. But I don't think like do we really think he's doing a bit? Do we think the right can be funny when all of their jokes consist of like wife bad and purple hair Starbucks fucking avocado toast? Like that's all they fucking whine about all the time. That's all their comedy, all of it. All right. But yeah, this is them talking slowly and normally with this awesome music. I'm not giving you your fucking like 20 minutes of fame you want with your little production values and everything. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to let you emotionally manipulate people when they see this video. They can go get emotionally manipulated on their own if they want to see it. I mean, it's on his channel. Go ahead. I encourage you guys to go look at anything I've shown you. Go ahead. It's right there. Go look at it yourself. Go ahead.
If you will. I've given it a lot of thought, and I'm trying to check my own biases so that I can present the information in a way that I believe makes the most sense and is, pretty close to fair and balanced. No, not this time. So long story short, if you're expecting me to blindly hop on the fuck ICE or the thin blue line all the time, no matter what camp, you're going to be sorely disappointed. I'm going to take a look.
Okay, so what he's doing right here is he's being a fence-sitting centrist cuck. And I just like, how does he sleep at night? I mean, again, on a mattress of money, obviously. But how do they sleep at night when they do this shit? I mean, he's trying to play both sides. He's trying to be like, oh, this way, but also this way, also that way, also that way. Fair and balanced, whatever. It's like, no, not fair and balanced. No.
Point the facts, I'm going to show you where I fall. Given the information I have right now at the time, we could get a new piece of information tomorrow that completely changes every part about this story, which is why I normally like to wait a couple days on stuff like this, especially when it's right there on the razor edge. I mean, I tried saying I was going to wait a couple days and wait for the facts to come out, and I got shit on by the radicals of both sides. So,
yeah, because there are no more facts that need to come out. All the facts that came out later did nothing but support Alex Preddy. By the way, there was no new angle of the cops. There was no new analysis. There was no new nothing. It was just there. The only things that came out from it later were a video of Alex Preddy that I believe is real. It may have been, some people were thinking it might have been AI because the way the car looked or whatever, but it's believed to be real. So I'm moving on with that on the it seems real thing. It seemed to be a real thing that happened, which was like a week before he got shot. ICE was also doing more fuck shit in his neighborhood, and they were like driving away, and he kicked at the back of their car, and it like kind of busted the taillight off, so it was kind of hanging a bit. And then they stopped the car and got out to like throw him to the ground and break his knee and harass him and shit. Really. So that all that does is make it look more like Alex Preddy was the target of an attack because they probably recognized him and were like waiting for an excuse to fuck with him and just assassinate him in the street. So yeah, no. Moving on.
I guess it's 2026 and everybody prefers a fast opinion to an informed one. So here we go. So in my mind, there's 4 options here. 1, it's ICE's fault. 2, it's Preddy's fault. 3, it's SIG's fault. Oh yeah, it was a SIG P320 that was involved in the incident, and if I find out that's what initiated all this, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. It's okay, I'm cool. But I swear whoever's writing this season of American News is going out of their way to fuck with me. And 4, it's a combination.
Okay, it's not a combination of 1 through 3. It's ICE's fault. Number 1. I'll take number 1, Alex, for not Alex Preddy, Alex Trebek. I'm making a Jeopardy joke. But no, I'll number 1. This is a multiple choice test, and if you choose anything but number 1, you fucking failed.
Of all of those things creating a melting pot of a bad situation that had a bad outcome. So I'm going to try to walk through this point by point and address the difference.
So when the government assassinates an innocent civilian in the street, it is a bad situation with a bad outcome. But if a cop gets shot, then that's a problem. I'm sure he'll think that's a problem if people were just killing cops in like a giant gang war or something in a big revolt. It'd probably be a little worse than a bad situation. But okay, cool. Also, I wonder what was his thoughts on Charlie. Was that a bad situation as well, or was that a little different there, Mr. What exactly did you say here? Praying for Charlie. Wow. Isn't this interesting? Praying for Charlie. Why the fuck can't we just have normal conversations anymore without one side feeling like violence is acceptable? By the way, are you listening? the shooter of Charlie Kirk was a nutjob Republican that may have not even done it at all, and it might have been a fucking setup by Trump's government. We don't know because Kash fucking Patel botched the investigation so badly that we just have one guy who got caught, didn't get caught, whatever. Motherfucker. Like, how? How? In this, you're saying bad situation. When someone actively gets assassinated, like fucking JFK style, then your thoughts and prayers. Oh, the horror. Oh my god. Poor Charlie Kirk. He was only being a racist like me and a moron like me. And oh no. Look at the way he fucking describes him. Look at the description that Brandon writes for him. Charlie Kirk was well known for being a principled conservative, a man of God, and most importantly, willing to engage in dialogue. But only dialogue with college kids, in America. He wouldn't go abroad and get his ass slapped around like all these other conservatives do when they go to any like foreign university where they don't raise fucking morons. Their college students at like Cambridge and shit are like, I believe there's Cambridge in the UK and there's Cambridge in America. I think there's like 2 Cambridges, but I believe it was at Cambridge Hall or something, a big debate hall or out there in the UK where I want to say it was it Ben Shapiro or was it Charlie Kirk that got his ass smacked down in that debate? Anyway, point being, one of these Republican dipshits went out there, and this happens all the time, where if they fight anybody with a higher than room temperature IQ, they get obliterated because their IQ is like just at room temperature. You see what I'm saying? Like they get absolutely mollywopped because they're fighting. When I say fighting, I mean dialogue wise. Although I don't think Charlie Kirk probably was a boxer in any way. He looks like he doesn't look like the fighter archetype. I'm not really either. But I will fight. But I'll take a few swings. That's for sure. I will definitely have a busted lip at the end of whatever. Okay, but no, that's what happens. Is they always play the oh boo hoo me. Oh, when Charlie got shot, it was an assassination. When and that was like bad information during that whole investigation of weirdness, right? There was just horrid evidence collecting, terrible investigation to the point where people have formed conspiracies. Like, there are guys who are into guns, like Brandon is, and they were like, wait a minute, the feds said that they got a gun that was like a 308 or a 30-06, whichever. What was the gun? What was the gun that assassinated him? Okay. So the gun was what exactly? Let's look for the word gun. Gunman. Okay, 142 yards. Okay, so they're still claiming it was Tyler James Robinson. I don't know if he's been convicted or what. They charged Robinson with aggravated murder on the 16th. Isn't that interesting that that post we saw from Brandon about Charlie Kirk was a good man, God-fearing man, and all that. That video happened to also be on the 16th. I wonder if those two things link up at all. I wonder if he posted that specifically because they had charged the guy and wanted to ride the algorithm on that one. I wonder. Death penalty, politically motivated attack, even though Tyler James Robinson is a right-wing nut job. Okay, sure. The weapon type from Wikipedia seems to be a Mauser 98. What's a Mauser 98 chambered in, I wonder? Okay, that's an interesting rifle to kill somebody with. Even though I don't think this, because they found another one. I thought it was a gun that was taken apart. See, the problem is we don't have any real evidence for this. Barrel length, vector range, sights, cartridge. Yeah, it's chambered in 7.92 by 57. If anybody knows anything about guns, does that look like a round that leaves a little hole in your neck? Yeah, that's 57 millimeter, by the way. Let's see, 9 millimeter. So, for reference, a 9 millimeter it's commonly referred to as 9 mil, but it's actually 9 by 19 millimeter, right? Because 9 being a certain, yeah, it's like, 9 thick and then like 9 long. It's dimensions, basically. That's my understanding of it. Anyway, point being, it's a 9 by 9, so 9 by 19, which means this is approximately let's see, 57 millimeter. So it's a little bit bigger. It's just, a little bit bigger. Interesting. So, oh, by the way, the Mauser, you might recognize the weapon, the Gewehr 98, the Mauser Model 98 rifle. Yeah, this thing was used by the Germans in their war, as a marksman's rifle. So yeah, I don't think this thing is designed for little tiny holes in your neck. And they claimed that it was this weapon, and then all the firearms guys got on there. Well, I wouldn't say all of them. Brandon didn't. All the other guys said, although guys like Brandon were like, "Oh, boo-hoo, poor Charlie." And then there were some other guys that were like, "Hold on, wait a minute. I know guns, and that doesn't sound like a Gewehr to me. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound like the right chamber they claimed it to be in, because that chamber should like blow a deer apart." Right? That's weird, right? Right. A little weird. Moving on.
Different angles.
What if you could make a song
Oh
using
my
only
god.
your voice?
Kill me with these
Let's
ads.
start with the drums.
These ads are atrocious. Moving on. Try to get through this.
Now, first, let's address the elephant in the room. Being legally armed in itself is never a legal or moral justification for being shot by law enforcement. Period. Exercising.
Right. Okay. Again, I give him points for that and only that. Like, that's the only thing he said that's not a lie.
Your Second Amendment rights is not a death sentence. And I don't think anybody's actually making the argument that exclusively because he was armed, he deserved to be shot. Okay, a few fucking idiots on the internet are making that argument, but anybody...
Yeah, a few idiots on the internet, including members of Trump's cabinet on Fox News, were saying, don't come to a protest armed, even if it's legal. Like, nobody does that. Don't do that. You're a threat. So just some people on the internet, not... Yeah.
With above a room temperature IQ, I think understands that that's insane. He had every legal right to be there, and he had every legal right to be armed, including the extra magazines and the red dot sight. Yeah, some people try to use the extra magazines as like a declaration of intent, which admittedly to most people probably sounds a bit excessive, but also Minneapolis in the middle of a...
Okay, he says some people. Again, why are you leaving out the fact that Trump's cabinet, who you're buddy with, Trump, who you've slurped his ball sweat, you're leaving out that Trump's guys were saying that the extra mag were a problem. Fox News, his buddies over there were saying that that was a problem. Are you going to call them out specifically by name, or are you just going to keep saying some people on the internet?
Right, so fair
Moving
enough.
on.
I wouldn't go to Minneapolis without a gun. Actually, I wouldn't even go with a gun. Fuck that place. But the fact of the matter is, multiple magazines and a red dot site...
Oh, honey, Brandon, trust me, nobody in Minneapolis wants you anywhere in their state. They want you to stick your little ass in Texas and stay there. I say this as somebody surrounded by a bunch of Brandon Herreras. Trust me when I say, if we could get a national divorce and just say this half of the U.S. goes to the Blues, this half goes to the Reds, everybody pick a side and go. And if you're not going to pick a side, we'll like annex you up to Canada or whatever, and just put you up there as like the maybes. I don't know if Canada will be nice and let them go build like a little city off in the mountains somewhere to hash out the differences. Whatever. But yeah, put the Blues in one half and the Reds in the other half, and put up a big fucking wall. And I guarantee you, the Blues would be so happy with that. We would not care. We would so not care. Just you stay on your side of the fence, and we will stay on our side of the fence, and we will not talk to each other, and it's fine. We should do just like Northern Ireland does, where it's like, hey, here's the thing, we can pass safely. Oh wait, you guys are being dicks. But in my case, I wouldn't put up gates in the peace wall. I would like just make it a peace wall that's super thick and full of landmines and shit, and like a demilitarized zone between like North Korea, South Korea, that type of thing. Like leave y'all in your box to rot. And we'll check back in 50 years and we'll see who's doing better. And I guarantee you, it's like they'd be lucky if they were alive 50 years later, because I feel like they would just eat themselves and like have their own civil wars inside of there. And meanwhile, the blue guys are like actually trying to be nice to each other. I don't know, but yeah.
Doesn't prove any intent to harm officers. In fact, in my opinion, I've not been presented with any evidence that he was there with the intent to shoot ICE officers. Was he there to disrupt their duties and potentially interfere with arrests? Almost certainly. But I find...
Okay, he's there to disrupt. He's not there to fuck with the ICE officers, except he's there to fuck with the ICE officers. No, he's not. He is legally recording them, which he's allowed to do. He's not touching them. He's not getting close to them. He is legally filming them. And they are the aggressors in the situation for no reason. Oh, wait, no, for a reason. They don't want people knowing what they're doing. They want people to back down and, like, fondle their balls and be afraid of them. And that's, that's what Republicans want.
Unlikely that if he was there to ambush agents, that this was the tool set he would bring and the way he would go about it. There's a lot of people going around saying that this was the justification. Even, there's a fake Trump tweet that's circulating the internet right now. I saw so many people sharing this around, and it was very easy to confirm that this was just not true. Again, one of the reasons why I really hate knee-jerk reporting. Also, I'm pretty sure Trump was like a CCW holder in New York back when that was extremely hard to do. I mean, the guy carried around a revolver, so that made like no sense at all at first glance anyhow. But that doesn't stop the mob. There's so many examples.
Okay, so we're saying, oh, that one's fake. Except all the other lies that Trump tells constantly about Iran and all this. Those that's real. He's not going to fact check those though. He won't fact check those because it doesn't support him and his stuff. Okay.
Stuff like that, though. I mean, like, there's this one, too. This is a very clearly AI photo of what happened. I mean, I've seen this photo everywhere. Even just that one post got almost 100,000 likes, millions of views, and it's just very clearly AI slop. I mean, for fuck's sake, Ice Agent doesn't even have a head in that photo. And I mean, a photo like this, to be fair, would one-shot any boomer on Facebook. And probably has a lot of people's clamoring about how, oh, this is an ICE execution based on something that's just visibly untrue.
Right. Except this was like clearly, obviously fake, and we didn't like. I don't know who made this up, but okay, sure.
Just, I guess, be careful with where you get some of the info from. It's not going to make things any better.
Right. Oh, he has the balls to mention Kyle. Woo-hoo-hoo. Let's see. Mr. I endorsed Kyle Rittenhouse after he murdered 2 people. Let's see.
Another quick point I want to bring up, too, that this gets compared to a lot, is the Kyle Rittenhouse case. And it's actually not hard to see why. Because obviously I was a huge supporter of Kyle during his court case, still a friend of mine. And so theoretically it would be hypocritical of me to say that Kyle was in the right and not immediately think the same.
I love that he frames that. I love the framing here. Like, he's such a slimy Republican politician. He's the perfect politician. He's very, very good at this. This is probably what he picked up in his pre-law days. He probably picked this up in a couple of classes and was like, oh shit, I don't need to finish this degree. I can get Republicans to, back my lifestyle because I can totally manipulate these idiots because they've never even heard of these concepts and law and order and all this. Like, I could totally mess with people's heads. Because that's part of law, is to learn how to be a litigator and to debate and do exactly what he's doing right now, which is trying to like obfuscate the truth. That's part of being a lawyer. I love it. Even though he's not a lawyer, he dropped out. But okay, cool. I love that he's like, theoretically, it would be hypocritical. No, it would literally be hypocritical for you to do what I think you're about to do, which is to say that why did Kyle get off with shooting people? And then this guy, like, why is it different? I'm loving it.
Right.
Let's see.
Both cases involve a fatal shooting of an individual involving somebody who brought a firearm to a protest. I think largely, though, that's where the similarities end. Let me tell you why. For one, Kyle did not initiate any sort of conflict. He was on private property he was invited to be at and was harassed by a convicted child molester who...
Convicted child molester. Okay, cool. Is that supposed to like change my opinion of the guy of like him being murdered? I mean, again, child molesters. Hey, cool. Let's. Like, I'm on the train. We want to do that. We want to get rid of child molesters. How about we start with all the guys on the Epstein list, like Trump, who you're still friends with? I love that he has to bring up the guy's record, right? Again, this is the moral argument. They're using your empathy against you. He's doing this because he doesn't want you. And again, if you're a child rapist, no, fucking, wood chip, gone, right? Obviously, that goes without saying. I'm not both sides in this shit, like fucking cable news nonsense. No, like they're. But at the same time, the only reason he's doing this is to try to explain away his hypocrisy in the Rittenhouse case.
So let's see. Way too comfortable dropping N-bombs for his skin tone. Kyle tried to retreat. He ran away from the situation and attempted to remove himself from the conflict. Kyle then only used his weapon as a last resort when cornered and attacked.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Guy instigates with Kyle. Guy shoots, gets chased because all these people saw was Kyle shooting some people. What the fuck, Kyle? And then he justifies the other ones in self-defense. So you're defending yourself from a thing you started. Like, I don't care if somebody's yelling at you. There is the concept of fighting words. There's not the concept of shooting words. Fighting words is, Your Honor, I got angry and hauled off and hit him. Like, using a firearm is supposed to be a calm, cool, collected moment. You are not supposed to just whip out a gun and shoot somebody just because you feel like it. So unless the guy physically, and again, if he did, cool, self-defense. Unless the guy, the first guy, not the second guys are a different case, but unless that first guy, who he murdered in the street, unless he physically grabbed at him and threatened his life, then fuck off, Kyle. You should be in jail. But you won't be because of this right here. It's the same reason that they get a lot of these school shooters who are white. They manage to take them alive, even though they'll gun down, just like in Britain, where they'll just shoot random black teens for no reason. Not to make it a race thing, but I mean, it's a race thing. Let's continue.
By the aforementioned violent pedophile, which initiated the first of the self-defense shootings that night, as Kyle then afterward attempted to...
Again, he's dropping the violent pedophile thing as if it's like big super news. Like, again, he's not saying it. Like, again, I need to reiterate this. He's not speaking truth, because if he was, he would be saying, where are the Epstein files? What the fuck Trump? What the fuck Republicans? And he would probably drop out the race as a Republican. If he was like, I am not about to be considered a Republican. I'll run independent if I have to, But that's where a guy with a conscience would say, Trump's not releasing the Epstein files. We know there's a cabal of pedophile rapists, and he's like definitely involved in some way. We need these files to know what we're doing. Then where is that? Where's that? We don't know. We don't know because again, no spine.
Continued to retreat back to these lines. Once he got there, immediately tried to surrender himself to law enforcement, and the rest is history.
Because okay, so let's also compare this to a guy named Chode, Miles Chode. Oh, sorry, his name is Chung, but Chode. So let's go check out Squid Tips real quick. We're gonna compare this to another guy who, this is a tactic of the right, by the way, is to start shit and then when it goes south, they run to the cops for protection. Because that's what he was doing. He wasn't surrendering to the police. He was getting the police to save him from the mob that he incited. Let's see here. Which video was it where they had Miles fucking with people? He's shown it in other ones, but I think there's a specific one. What am I looking for here? And it's a clip in here among Squid Tips things that I can't really find at the moment. I can't fast forward this, unfortunately. I think Kim Higby. No, there's a thing in here somewhere. Which video was it? Cam Higby and Web of Fake Journalists Manufacturing Right-Wing Worldview might be in there. You might have mentioned it in here. It's a protest, right? They were doing a protest and they were all peacefully assembled or whatever. And then one of these disruptors, Ian Miles Chode, what the fuck was his name? Chung Chode. Well, his name is Chode because he is Chode, but his government name is Jonathan Cho. That's what it is. I'm thinking of a different guy. Think of a different Cho or Chung or something. So it's Jonathan Cho. Jonathan Chode, as we like to call him over here with Squid Tips. So Jonathan Chode did, let's see if we can find the actual, yeah, here it is. So this is exactly what Kyle Rittenhouse did. So let's see if we can see similarities. Check this out. So we're filming, right? Cool. I'm just not gonna play the audio because we don't really need it. But here's the guy. So he's filming. He's got a whole stick in his hand. I think this is for his camera to hold his phone or something. I don't know why the stick, but okay. So he's hanging out. He's chilling. Let's see. So he's being confronted by Squid Tips, Squid Tips. I don't know if he's got a name or not. I just refer to him as Squid Tips, but anyway. I'm sure he's got an actual name, but it's not like Mini Minuteman, and his name is Milo. But I just know that guy's name is Milo. I don't know if Squid Tips has if his name is Jake or whatever. I don't know. Moving on. So they're filming each other. They're having a little thing. Notice the switch up, by the way, where he switches to what is probably his dominant hand. And notice how the violent swinging of the stick. He's like, whoa, you back up, or I'm gonna hit you with the stick. That's what he's signaling with the stick. By switching it to his hand, getting a better grip, he's going to use the stick, and he does. Wait for it. So we wait for it. So he's challenging Squid Tips. He's like, "Oh, take your helmet off, big man," and then he does, and because the camera's on Squid Tips' helmet. Yep, here he goes. Takes the helmet off. Right, and they're yelling at each other. They're having a back and forth. Okay. Great, wonderful, beautiful. Here's this guy. He's filming him. Notice, the guy filming him did nothing. He didn't even make contact with him. He was just in his face the same way that 3 seconds ago, Jonathan Chode was in Squid Tips' face. And this guy, I don't believe, is affiliated with Squid Tips anyway. He's just some guy that was there, one of the guys helping with Cork or something. They're not really friends or anything as far as I know. So here you go. He is holding his phone up. He's not pushing it forward. You can see he's holding it and just getting really close to intimidate him, which is exactly what Jonathan Cho just did. Cho then bumps elbows with him. We're going to go frame by frame here. He bumps elbows, pushing him back. Doesn't even retreat. So he's not even attempting to retreat here. He is going on the offensive. Immediately swings and connects with the guy's face. His glasses come flying the fuck off. So that's a crack with a blunt weapon straight to the face. And then what does Cho do after this? Well, what can we see later? What we see later is, as Squid Tips is explaining, Jonathan Chode here is whining to the police and getting the victim arrested for nothing because the cops are bastards. The ACAB, they are all Republicans. They're all right-wing, every fucking one of them. They're part of the system. This is why. This is why we don't like cops, because cops don't actually check anything. If they just went and checked in with Squid Tips and said, "Hey, do you guys have video of this before we like take this guy away and arrest him, whatever? We want to see what happened." They would have looked at that video and had a conscience. We know cops don't have conscience; they're not people. They're just fucking demons, along with the rest of the authoritarian capitalist bullshit. But if they did and they looked at it from a fair angle, they were like, "Oh, so there was just some guys putting cameras in each other's faces, and then this guy hit a man in the face with a blunt object." I'm surprised, like, he's not even bleeding. I'm honestly surprised. I would, like, I don't know at this distance, I can't tell if he is or not, or what injuries he may have sustained. But yeah, that's always fun. That's always fucking fun, right, guys? That the right does this. So that's it. So do we notice similarities? Do we notice similarities in these cases? Both Republicans, both right-wing agitators, both in, getting in faces, messing with people, and then they strike back, right? So they strike back. They strike first. So they seem to strike first, and then they run away to the cops and say, "Oh, boo-hoo, me." It's victim blaming. That's all it is.
Joseph Rosenbaum died doing what he loved, attempting to touch a child.
Okay, so notice how he keeps bringing that back up. Which again, he's a child rapist. Cool. One more dead rapist. Great. I'm glad he's gone. But it was not the responsibility of Kyle Rittenhouse in that moment to do that, right? Now, if you want to say, "Hey, me and some guys will get together and we'll just make sure this guy disappears somewhere and people don't find him," that's a different story, right? What Kyle did was not vigilante justice, right? Okay, that's not at all what that was. He didn't shoot him because he learned that the guy was a pedophile. He didn't target him in any way, right? It wasn't like a Luigi Mangione, where Luigi went and allegedly, we don't know if Luigi did it because the trial hasn't even started, really. Okay, so it's not like Luigi, where Luigi allegedly stalks and kills the CEO of United Health. That's a whole different type of assassination. That's a whole different case. Kyle didn't know the guy. So his motivation in that moment was, I want to shoot somebody. That's all he was there for that night. He's also a minor, by the way, which is, I don't know the rules for his state or county or whatever, but at the time he was a minor, so I'm trying to figure out why a minor was allowed to operate a firearm of that type and be like out past curfew. I don't know why mommy let him out of the house that late. Seems like he shouldn't have been in a dangerous situation, and his parents shouldn't have let him go put himself in a dangerous situation for no reason. And people might like forget the child rapist guy, the other two guys. Notice how we got no background on the other two guys, and Brandon focused entirely on the child rapist, thus implying that the other guys were defending the child rapist. Do you see how they spin this shit? Do you see the implications they draw, the bullshit they do, right?
All right, now let's go back to this.
Nonsense.
So the real question is, was this a good shoot or a bad shoot, specifically from a federal law enforcement perspective?
Bad shoot. Bad shoot. Obviously bad shoot. In every way, bad shoot. It's
Now that's something I know a little bit about, but not something I would feel comfortable speaking on as a subject matter expert. So I'll slightly defer to the help of somebody who is. So joining me for this part, I have former police officer, professional body cam footage reviewer, and one of my best friends on the planet, Cody, aka Donut Operator. Hi everyone. He said the thing. Hello, it's King Boot.
okay. So there's the donut operator. So he's not bringing in a third party, by the way. So the guy he's bringing in is a guy he knows. He's not going to a third party and saying, "Hey, I'm making a video. Would you be available for a chat? Can you review some of this footage?" And not speaking in a professional capacity, but just in a personal capacity. Not anything to sway the case or anything. The case that didn't happen, by the way, because again, the ICE agents have not been arrested or detained in any way. Again, if it ended up being a good shoot, why wouldn't they have just tried them and found that there was a good shoot? As in the case of something like Rodney King, where they tried them and the judge let them off, even though they clearly beat the shit out of the guy for no reason, and they just got away with that. That's which led to the LA riots. Oh wait, that's why they didn't do it, because they would have pulled the same thing that happened with Rodney King. They're hoping they could sweep it under the rug and people will forget that Alex Preddy was murdered and Renee Good was murdered, and they want. When I say they, I mean Trump's administration. Let me be specific, right? The Trump administration, they want that to go away. They want ICE. They want the thing to go away. Right, and so they sweep it on the rug, and then they flood the zone with a bunch of crazy headlines, and they hope people forget that it even happened, right? And there you go. We're not gonna forget. I'm never gonna forget. And yeah, until it's like in the Chumbawamba song, "The Day the Nazi Died." there's a line in the end, the very last line of the song, where it says, "We'll never rest again until every Nazi dies." So I'm probably not going to get any decent sleep for the rest of my life, because really, it's a decent list of Nazis to go through. But here we are. So yeah, this is, I believe, a conflict of interest. Is you're bringing somebody you know into a conversation about a contentious point. And do I doubt his credentials? No. Do I think he's going to side with law enforcement? Yes. Why? He's a fucking Fed. That's why. He's a cop. It literally says, look at the screen, former police officer. What side do you think the former police officer is going to take here? I would be fucking shocked if he actually had a spine and actually said, no, it's a bad shooting. I would be genuinely fucking shocked. My jaw will hit the floor if that's true.
They're sending me my DMs the past couple days. No, I'm here to talk about this incident pretty objectively. Just gotta go through the, is it lawful? Here's one of the elements that I think makes this really dicey on the officer's perspective, or from the officer's side, because from all this stuff that I've seen, Preddy was disarmed the moment the first shot was fired.
Okay, so they're talking about the disarming. It doesn't matter if he was disarmed or not. Like, he still couldn't have reached in his back and grabbed any weapon or anything. Look at him. He's completely on the ground getting his ass beat. In what way could he be a threat to anybody as he's, like, blinded with mace and thrown to the ground, and he's getting his shit stomped? They're pistol whipping him in the head. So that's not even a point of, oh, well, he was disarmed. Yeah, he was disarmed. They stole his gun after assaulting him, and then murdered him.
Called, gun. They removed the gun from his holster. So the guy in the gray sweatshirt, is walking away, and it is very hard to tell from the grainy footage, but it seems like the SIG that he took off of Preddy is the one that goes off first. You kind of see his hand go like that because he's holding sideways as he's walking away, and the hand kind of does that motion. Yeah. But as you said, it's like 320p footage, so it's really, really freaking hard to tell. And it almost looks like you can see a frame where the slide is back. Yeah. And so that being the first shot to kick it off, I don't know if it would be an accidental discharge because it's the SIG, doing what SIGs do, or if it's, the guy's got a bunch of adrenaline and he just has an ND with a gun he just pulled off the suspect, right? Yeah, true. So either one, I don't know. Well, that was a big one too. If we're jumping right into it, I don't know if it was communicated that he had taken the gun, from him to the other officers, because you can clearly see him one angle he's reaching, like the back angle, and then when it goes to the Preddy's right hip, you can see the officer pull the gun out, and then going.
Okay, so let's back this up. Let's back up what they just tried to do.
You can clearly see him one angle he's reaching.
He's reaching. So who's reaching here, Alex or the cop? So where's Alex in this frame? What are they trying to insinuate here? So are they saying that Alex is there, or the cop? Well, he's not a cop. He's an ICE agent. So they're completely different. They don't show their face. They don't have a badge number. They're Gestapo. So let's have that right there. So
you can clearly see him one angle he's reaching, like the back angle, and then when it goes to
he's
reaching.
Right hip,
you can see the officer pull the gun out.
Okay, so
where? Back to the side angle,
okay, so the guy on the ground is Preddy. So they're saying Preddy is reaching. Yeah, I'd fucking reach too when I am unjustly attacked by a bunch of fucking fascists on the street. Preddy had every right in that moment to grab at that gun. He's blinded. He's on the ground getting hit in the head. In this moment, it doesn't matter if they're like fucking... It doesn't matter if he's getting his shit rocked by, a bunch of teddy bears, right? Or a bunch of school kids. He's still getting his shit rocked. He has every right to reach for his legally carried firearm and defend himself in this instance. Now, mind you, would this conversation have gone this way if Alex Preddy was pushed by an ICE agent who then drew his gun and Alex responded and just quick draw it on him and killed him? Would that be the response? Would this be a question of who shot first, right? What happened? No. This would not be a question. They would immediately say, oh, well, see, he shot at the cops. Exactly. They're not cops, but that's what they would say. They would call them cops, even though they're not.
You see him walking away with the gun, and that's when you see the little, maybe? Sure, and that's one thing that I had to kind of work through, too, is that, in that side angle, where you see also the same angle, you see the SIG go off, we can very clearly see that Preddy was just disarmed, and the cop is walking away with the gun.
Yes.
The cops who were there in the tussle involving pepper spray and, wrestling this guy on the ground, you know what they didn't have access to?
Notice I love this. I love how they're going to ignore the part of the footage that shows the woman being assaulted. Check this out. So...
You know what they didn't have access to? That fucking camera angle. All cops who were there in the tussle.
They didn't have access to that camera angle. Okay, so because they're retarded, they get to kill somebody? I'm confused. So because they're unprofessional, they can just kill somebody and get away with it. Yeah, okay, apparently from what they're saying.
Involving pepper spray and,
Okay, so here's the woman being assaulted, by the way. So the woman is being assaulted here, right? And then Alex is trying to help her up.
On the ground.
He pepper sprays Alex, right? So the fucking Gestapo pepper spray Alex.
You know what they didn't have access to? That fucking camera
And then there you go. Okay, so I mean, I don't think we even need to continue with this because we see where this is going. We know what he's going to say. I mean, we could skip ahead piece by piece here, and it's going to be the same lies over and over and over again. Because Brandon Herrera and all of his Republican fucking cuck buddies love to suck Trump's nuts from the back. They love to suck off Nazis and government, and he can claim to be libertarian leaning and whatever all he wants, but he's not for small government. He's for big government when it's his government. But if it's like big government that says that he can't, you know, like discriminate against people based on race, or he can't yell slurs at people, or he can't like anything that is a more fair and equitable existence for other people, then he wants to limit the government. He doesn't want the government to do things like FDR did, where he comes in and actually does a lot of federal stuff, like building highways and stuff. He doesn't want that. He wants an open government where he gets to do basically whatever the fuck he wants. And that, I mean, again, do we have to continue? We're halfway through and this is all crap. So let's see if they make any good points at all. Let's see. Graham v. Connors. They're bringing up some case. All claims that law enforcement officials have used sex force, deadly or not, in the course of arrest, investigatory stop, analyzed on the Fourth Amendment's objectionable reasonable standard rather than... Okay, what are they talking about here?
And inside of objective reasonableness, what officers have to deal with is the totality of the circumstances, which is what is in front of them at that moment, what they're...
Okay, what's in front of them at that moment is the scenario they created themselves, so that's irrelevant. That's completely fucking irrelevant. They started the fight. So anything that happens to them after that. This is why when I was growing up, my grandfather taught me that if you get into a fight, you don't start it, right? But the second someone puts their hands on you, once the fight has begun, like, walk away. They're just words. That's what I was heard, was walk away. They're words. Somebody yelling at you, somebody screaming at you, somebody insulting you, insulting your mom, whatever. Just walk away. It's not worth it, right? It's not worth the hassle. Leave it all alone. Mainly, not even for yourself, right? The main thing was don't get in a fight because you might hurt the other guy too much. And that's not me being like, oh, I'm all amazing at fighting. No. That's how you get manslaughter shit, where like two dudes are tussling and one guy hits the ground too hard and his head cracks open on the fucking pavement. And now he's dead. And that was not the intended consequence from either of them. Neither of them, I mean, well, I don't know the particulars of who's fighting what, where, when, but ideally, neither of them would want to take it that far and kill the other guy, right? They just want to be right and big man, and they want to fight, right? But that's why you don't get into fights, right? If you get into a fight, you can't start the fight, because if you start the fight, you've now lost moral high ground. This is the problem, though, with the left nowadays, or liberals specifically, is they claim that, like, we're not going to be violent and we're not going to start anything wherever. The war started, dude. It's a cold civil war right now. And, like, the fucking authorities punching down on us and we're doing nothing to stop it. Like, there's no real pushback in the moment, right? There's nothing happening from that. There's no consequence to their actions. So that's the problem, is they've already started the fight, right? Like, essentially, when you look at it, they've started the fight. They've literally murdered multiple people. They have maimed multiple people. They have kidnapped and detained people and not giving them their due process. Like, everything they've done has been against the law. And this goes back to, like, and then the both sides of it comes in of like, oh yeah, well, Obama deported people too. Yeah, and that was also wrong, the way he did it. But at the same time, if you want to compare track records, Obama deported more people. Yeah, but he wasn't building fucking concentration camps last time I checked. You know? Again, as far as I know. And does that make it right? No. Do I think they're still due? They need to make sure they go through due process. If you are going to deport somebody, yes. That does not mean you snatch people off the street, terrorize innocent civilians, and fuck over Americans while you're doing your job. You don't walk around the street going, "Val, you'll pip us." This is not Nazi Germany. Well, it's not supposed to be Nazi Germany. We're kind of becoming that. We're very quickly molding into that and morphing into it. But yeah, this is not 1930s Germany. You know, it's like it's becoming that, but it's like not supposed to be. that's the thing I'm trying to get at here is it's fucked. It's not supposed to be this fucked. We have laws that are supposed to be followed, and if people can't follow laws, it's a problem. And then you say, oh well, they're illegal, they're not following laws. Yeah, and I've already stated before that people should follow laws, and we should have a nice, easy, like, simple process for getting people that want to become Americans naturalized as quickly and as efficiently as possible, so that they can join us and be part of us. and there you go. And they can make America better by their presence and contribute to our local economies and things. The local economies, which by the way don't exist because of massive corporations that send their jobs overseas, all of which was the Republicans doing. I mean, the Democrats whistled right along and let them do it. But yeah, Reagan and his like offshoring of American jobs and things. Fine. Yeah, no, it's fine. Totally fine. Totally fine.
People that are going around specifically trying to disrupt federal law enforcement. Like that's the entire purpose of them being there. Yeah. And what I guess.
Okay, so when they want to disrupt federal law enforcement, that's a problem. When Kyle Rittenhouse was disrupting the peaceful protests that were happening, and you know he was in a neighborhood that he was invited to that neighborhood. Okay, you don't have to be invited to private property. Like, these guys, like again, were peaceful that night until Kyle decided to murder people. He was there instigating. So it's literally what you're saying. It applies to Kyle Rittenhouse, but you won't say that because you're a hypocritical, spineless cuck. And that's all you're ever going to be, Brandon Herrera. You're not going to be president, right? You're not going to be this great MAGA superstar because MAGA's ending, dude. MAGA's not going to continue. You're not going to get your day in the sun. No matter how much you slurp Trump's nuts and, you know, go rah ice, it's not going to work. And I better not see you spin this shit later because I will call up this stream from the archives. And if I see you try to spin this as I was always the nuanced man and I was always trying to be the good guy and I want to reach across the aisle, bull fucking shit. It's not going to happen on my watch, buddy. Not going to happen on my watch. We're going to make sure everybody knows exactly what you said in the moment when you said it. Okay? Okay, cool.
You have a legal right to protest, First Amendment right to peaceably assemble, Second Amendment right to carry a firearm. That's perfectly fine.
Why is the video not ending when he says that? Like, that's literally the only true thing he has said in, like, his entire life is, yeah, you do have these rights. But then he's going to go on to be like, yeah, but it's okay when those rights are trampled by people I like.
When you interject yourself into a conflict like that involving federal...
You interject yourself. So this is victim blaming. I guarantee you Brandon Herrera would also say that women who are raped deserve it based on what they're wearing. Like, he's just that type of guy. He would so fucking say that. He would just say, yeah, they were asking for it. I mean, again, you're... Do we need to go back to his, like, Wikipedia and how he's talking about interjecting yourself into things? And then he's saying that here. He's part of the Sons of the Confederates that are, like, their entire point is to be dickhead racists and fuck with people and interject themselves into history to make it seem like they're not bad guys. Make it make sense, bro. Okay.
Federal law enforcement. I don't know how you want this to go. There's another...
I don't know how you want this to go. I want them to be taken to trial. I'm not looking for a particular outcome in the trial. I mean, I would like for them to be arrested for the assassination that they were part of. But I would at least want them to lie to me and do a fake trial at least. Like, you could at least do a sham trial like they did with Rodney King, where they were just, yes, we're going to do an investigation and see what's going on. They didn't even do that. There was no investigation. They didn't do anything. They haven't arrested these guys. They haven't charged them with misconduct. They haven't done anything. These guys have gotten no consequence from their assault and murder of an American citizen. And Brandon Herrera supports that. He supports them attacking American citizens whenever they want if the American citizen is not on his team. If this was a Republican being attacked, would he feel the same way? No. We know it's not. Why? Look what happened with Charlie Kirk. Prayers for Charlie was a good man immediately. Like, the body wasn't even fucking cold yet. His body wasn't cold. And his body was not cold. And you were already out there, he's a good man and all this shit. Also, loving these very subtle, not so subtle branding, which I believe this looks like either who he sponsored Wish with, or just apparently makes himself, because these are literally the same jacket. Like, look at it. It's the same fucking shirt. So, SDI. What is SDI? Who's he getting sponsored by here? Sonoran Desert Institute? What is SDI? What is he talking about? What is this? Orientation for online education to get the crowd break. Okay, what is this? What do they do? Help the military students succeed. In what way? What does it do? Okay. Sonoran Desert Institute, online school that helps students learn the skills and techniques they'll need to be successful in the firearms and uncrewed technology industries. Okay, so it's just a gun school. It's like a online preparatory school for how to handle firearms. Okay, cool. That's on brand. T-shirts and merch. So are these T-shirts at a merch store? I wonder. Are these even him? Is this like? This isn't AI, is it? No, it's just a really bad picture of him from the side. Like, why'd y'all get one really good picture and then you did this really awful picture? Why do you have a really awful picture here? Am I fucking crazy or is this AI? Like, I'm looking at it. Like, do you see the pattern on the stock? It doesn't even look like it's the same. It doesn't even look like the same stock pattern. It's similar enough where, yeah, it might be just at a different angle, but the stock also looks shorter, no? Again, he's holding it differently, but this is just a weird image. Like, look at this lazy cunt. He couldn't even be bothered to get the image together. look at this. Do you guys see this? See this little blob here? See this? It might be faint on your screen, but look at the discoloration between the two sides. Do you see this big blob? This tree, this leaf, is probably from like this tree. And it's just a slightly, like they moved the camera. You couldn't even Photoshop your shit, my guy. Good lord. So I'm just wondering if he sells these shirts or if they're just shirts that he likes. So he's doing the "Let's Go Brandon" thing, which is, of course, a dig at Biden. When people were saying "fuck Joe Biden," and then the media tried to spin it like "Let's Go Brandon." So if you like, I mean, damn, crazy how we selling that. Also, isn't this a threat? Because like Donald Trump just went after a guy for having seashells in the sand that said 8647. This seems like a threat. No, "Let's Go Brandon," and he's got a picture of a gun. That I don't know. That's weird. Maybe somebody should look into him. See how easy it is to play the like Sick'em game, where if I was in control, if I was a lefty and I was in control of the state, I could launch some erroneous investigation to be like, oh, he's threatening people with a sticker. Yeah, but we let Trump get away with that. We're letting like Brandon's just letting Trump get away with that because again, he sucks Trump's nuts from the back. I love this. I love this picture. Awesome. Like, this is like, yeah, big strong man in nature. And then you get down here. Go ahead. Tell somebody that you're not a vet when you're using military weaponry, sitting in what appears to be some sort of hangar for a tank. But he's totally not projecting the image that he might have been in the military. No. Of course, he says it all right here. Brandon Herrera is a very unprofessional YouTuber. Yeah, except for your very professional room with your professional lighting, your like perfectly manicured nails and hair and everything, and all of your stuff that you're selling. Okay, cool. So he's trying to be like, yeah, I'm just like you, man, except I live in a house that's like way above your pay grade, man. Please buy my $4 stickers. His brand is split between his biggest passion of fire design, AK manufacturing, and making dumb internet videos. So for somebody that's so pro-America, how come you're interested in AK designs? Because that's like the gun of communists. So why are you supporting the design of a communist rifle? That's weird, right, Mr. Pro-America? I love guns. I love everything about guns. But then I'll feature the gun of my enemy because I like the gun. That's weird. That his big promotion there is AKs, even though AKs are communist weapons made by the communist state. Odd, but okay, moving on.
The officers as to what they were seeing in front of them, the totality of the circumstances. And I'm not saying they were right in killing this guy. I'm not saying they're wrong.
Okay, so here's the most replayed here. I'm wondering what they got onto that makes people most replay this. Let's see.
But at the end of the day, the only reason people care about this is because it's being politicized. Yep.
Right, which is a problem because the right wing has desensitized America to all of the school shootings and all the gun violence that happens all the time, that everyone goes, oh, look, another school shooting. And then the reason this one's fucked is because it's a political shooting where the fascist authoritarian state decided to murder 2 of its citizens and within like 2 weeks of each other. Okay, that's why they're politicizing it, but okay, we'll just ignore all the context. We're going to ignore the context, guys. We have to ignore the context. Guys, remember, let's put on our Republican hats, right? Our MAGA hats. We'll put on our Republican thinking caps, or our anti-thinking caps, right? Because thinking is liberal. You put on the anti-thinking cap, and then it all starts to make sense, right? Of course.
That's the only fucking reason. is every news outlet is going to jump onto this because it's current thing, and they're going to ignore the 12 drunk drivers who killed American citizens yesterday that were all illegals or H-1Bs, whatever.
Okay, cool. So he's citing statistics that are complete bullshit. It has come out in several studies that the illegals that are in America, the undocumented immigrants, they commit less crime than our citizens per capita. Like per person, they commit less crime. And it's not like a study of, oh, well, there's less of them than there are regular citizens, so of course they commit less crime. No, it's literally percentile. Percentile. They commit less crime than Americans commit. Because, like, I can't believe I have to say this to Brandon, I'm a moron, Herrera. Dude, they're undocumented. They don't commit as much crime because that's risky. And if they get caught by the police, they will be deported. Because they will be put into jail, go to trial, be found guilty of the crime, and be deported. Or they will be put in jail here, right? Which was the case of one of the people that ICE kidnapped and deported. After he served time for a crime that I believe he did not commit. Let's see. Undocumented and released from prison. Arrested by ICE. Let's see. There was a case of this, right? During green card hearings. So they do that all the time with green card hearings. There was one where he was convicted of something. I believe it was like a murder or something. And it turns out he didn't even do it. So then they like let him out or something. He got out. And the first thing that happened was ICE was waiting for him and snatched him up and deported him. So he served time for a crime he didn't even commit, to my knowledge. Again, I don't know the exact... I remember hearing of this story. I don't know all the exact details. But there you go. I mean, would that shock you if that were true? You know, which again, they're not following laws and procedures here, Brandon. That's not what they're doing.
So, no, the day before, an illegal broke into someone's trailer and raped an 11-year-old in front of her 10-year-old sister. Yep.
Yeah, and how about all the Americans that do that all the time, like Trump and Vance and all the other guys in the Epstein files and all the other, you know, all that investigation we're not doing into the Epstein files. Again, this was 3 months ago, so they may have changed their tune on Epstein. I don't know. Let's see. Brandon Herrera Epstein files. Let's see. All right, March. So that's a little on from the murder of Alex Preddy. Let's see. Defected Republican nominee. Blah, 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 blah. Made a scandal over an affair. Criticized for past remarks. Owns a copy of Mein Kampf because, of course, that's very normal. Poked fun at veteran suicide rates. Claimed President Abraham Lincoln didn't free anybody. You know what? That is the only time I'm actually going to agree with Brandon Herrera, and he's not going to consider why. He's right when he said Lincoln didn't free anybody. You're completely right. All he did, like the black man in America was not free. He was only elevated to the status of the lowest white man in America, and the idea of slavery was expanded to the rest of the capitalist class by wage theft and by extreme hours and by anti-labor union busting. Like that's what I mean when I say Lincoln didn't free anybody. He just put them more into the capitalist machine to be chewed up and spit out with no generational wealth, by the way. Was it right to keep them as slaves? No, absolutely not. Lincoln did the absolutely correct thing by emancipating them. And he had big plans for Reconstruction that would have helped the South to heal and get their economy back and get a bunch of these like slaves that couldn't read and write and weren't very educated to get them educated to be functional members of their society so they could all live together. And then the South killed Lincoln and spit in his face. And we spent the last, let's see, 1865. Oh yeah, we're coming up on almost 100 years of the South completely shitting on the North and just biting the hand that feeds. So yeah, fuck them. Let's see. Okay, this has nothing to do about the Epstein files. Did you say anything? Partial release, blah, blah, blah. Epstein file rabbit hole. Oh, he talks about it on the Unsubscribed podcast. Cool. That's neat. Yeah, what is happening with the Epstein list? That was 9 months ago, by the way. 9 months ago. So he doesn't seem to have talked about him. Oh, look, Trump just endorsed him like last week, according to Fox News. Trump is endorsing Brandon Herrera. and Brandon Herrera is not mentioning anything. Interesting. Oh, look, the Times of Israel. I wonder why the Times of Israel are reporting on on Brandon Herrera's situation. Was it because they backed a candidate with AIPAC money and then that candidate didn't win, and now they're probably going to go to Brandon Herrera and say, "Hey, would you like some of our Jew money?" And he's going to tell them probably no. Not because he doesn't want the money, but because he's like actually a Nazi and hates Jewish people, including Israel. Which, hey, I hate Israel too. I don't hate Jews. I hate Israel, just because they're committing a genocide, which Brandon Herrera will never say. He will never accept that as reality. Man, that's crazy how I could immediately find something when what was the last thing I typed about Brandon Herrera? So when I type in Brandon Herrera on Charlie Kirk, we get an immediate, like, here it is, the day of, here's Charlie Kirk, right? Cool. And then in Apple Podcasts, the left's child-free suicide, excuse you, for the Charlie Kirk show. What the fuck is coming up here? Let's see. So then on Epstein Files, does he have anything to say? Doesn't seem to be. I mean, the Unsubscribed podcast, he's talking about government secrets, conspiracy theories, and how everything is connected. Okay, cool. So he's got a podcast about it on Apple Podcasts. Interesting. So do we have like a transcript here? Because I'm not going to sit here and read all your shit. Congressman Herrera is here, blah blah blah. Okay, not Congressman, by the way, can't call him that yet. You haven't won the race, so he's not Congressman Herrera, if you want to get technical. But Epstein Files deep dive. So they do a thing labeled the Epstein Files rabbit hole, and then they don't talk about it until the last half hour of the show, which seems to go straight into the Titanic conspiracy. So they only talk about Epstein Files for like half an hour out of this whole podcast, even though it seems to be the centerpiece. Okay, cool. And they do it near the end of the show. More conspiracy talk, Titanic conspiracy. So he's talking all conspiracy at the end. So 5411. I wonder what they said. I'm not signing into that shit. Hello? No, thank you. Watch this episode ad-free and uncensored on Pepperbox. Oh, we can pay to hear his stupid lies. We can pay for that privilege. That's nice. What if we put this on YouTube at all? Let's check Brendan Herrera's YouTube channel, because that seems to be the most recent thing he said about Epstein. That seems to be his unsubscribe. So it wouldn't be on his site. It would be on the Unsubscribe podcast, right? Like that should be Unsubscribe podcast. Let's see. Also, I love the unsubscribe angle of it, because it's self-aware, but then like amazingly like so tone deaf, because like, yeah, unsubscribe, bruh. Unsubscribe. I have unpopular right-wing opinions. You should just go ahead and unsubscribe now. Like, what the fuck? Okay. I mean, clearly it's working for him. He's got almost 1 million subs, so have that with your grifting. Let's see. Videos. Okay, so we're talking to the Rooftop Koreans. I'm sure we're talking to the Rooftop Korean for some reason. So he goes from Alex Preddy is fucking with the law, you should obey the law, to, hey, let's talk to the Rooftop Korean who was defending his property and, was being all militant and stuff. But that's fine because he's on our team. What? Like, okay, cool. America and Japan unite. Crazy World War I stories. White racism. White racism. Ooh, what an evocative title. Makes you want to click on it. Also loving the like blatant AI backgrounds for these. Like how a lot of these are just not even edited. A lot of these are just fucking AI. Let's see. That one with the Roblox guy running. Looks pretty AI to me. It might just be an actual thing, but the face doesn't look quite right. Let's see. The Roman Empire, fucked up. Iran live tour, that's fucked. American Japan, yeah. Okay. Oh, look, they actually did some editing on this one. Gary Sinise is Lieutenant Dan. So they actually talked to Gary Sinise. Cool. Interesting. Good for him. And they actually edited like the heads and stuff and put them on the bench. Even though they probably just did that as AI and then put really big heads on them just for funsies. So yeah, we'll see. Because I doubt you have a lot of good pictures of these guys sitting like that. and they probably just have fucked up heads from the AI, and they just put the heads bigger. Let's see, private investigation. Okay, I have no idea what that is. Police detectives break down the Buffalo Public Schools investigation. Ooh, Buffalo. Buffalo's got stuff with their private schools. Say missiletism on the right side there. AI. Banks destroyed the economy. AI. Survived bullet to the head. Looks like maybe a frame from a film. Maybe just a simple edit. And then AI World War II. AI worst date ever because her hands look all fucked. I'm not really sure. Again, these are very small. I could blow them up a little, but not really. Is it too late to stop the AI takeover? Yeah, so you make a thing talking about AI while using AI slop. I love it. God forbid. Hey, look, there's GFC. Awesome. Yeah, there he is. White slurs and the problem with police. Jesus Christ. I love it. And this is also the thing he does, is he finds anybody who's tangentially interested in coming on the podcast, like anybody who's just off to the side a little bit and like wouldn't mind sitting down hanging out with these guys because they're cool, man. They dunk on stuff and they're cool, man. And there you go. And then I mean you've even got fucking this is what's his face? I can't remember his name, but he's a big history YouTuber guy, and he makes like stuff about, hey, what are you doing, buddy? Talk about like Mitsubishi and all that. So he's had that and Ackman, and Ackman is very like definitely on the left. So that's the thing, is he gets a lot of right wing guys on, and then he gets some left wing guys on. Oh man, this is beautiful. Oh, I couldn't ask for a better tee up. The gang deep dives into the insane Hassan streamer drama, and he's got Grifter plastered over Hassan's face, as if he's not also a fucking Grifter. I swear to God. Again, all this is very inflammatory. It's supposed to make you want to click on it. It's just this crazy, wacky shit you're supposed to see in your sidebar, and then you want to click on it. So, where was that podcast? Let's go back, because now we have to find it, because it's not jumping out at us. Weird, huh? So when was that? That was supposedly March 8th. Okay, so I went a little too far. It's in here somewhere about, let's see, March 8th. January, March, that's the third month. So it should be from now, January, March, April, May. So it should be about 2 months ago. So somewhere in here. I'm seeing missile conspiracies and what ifs. Epstein Files rabbit hole. So there it is. There it is. Cool. We actually found it. This is probably going to fuck up my algorithm. So, that's always fun. Sucks to be me, because I'm going to have to hit a lot of do not recommend from YouTube, because they're going to start recommending me crazy shit, because they always do. Oh, you like the raunchiness and the unsubscribed podcast? Then here's a thing from fucking Matt Gaetz. Here's a thing from what's the other guy? There's Matt Gaetz and there's the I was just watching a video about him earlier as well. About his lies about slavery. Fucking who's that other right wing dipshit? Let's see. Where is he? Here somewhere. Who was I watching? I was watching. Yeah, Matt Walsh is the one I'm thinking. Yeah, Matt Walsh is it's such a fucking white supremacist dipshit. So they're saying that it was, according to this, it is in 5411. So way near the end. Oh, good. They actually have a chapter marked. Okay, that's nice. So 5411. Not way near the end. Sort of in the middle. Okay, cool. So what are we talking about?
That's a joke.
How many
That's a
people
joke.
on Little
That's-
Thing?
Yeah, I'll take it. It's the fucking what is it? The Smiling Friends. It's a joke. I'm just joking.
No, it's just wild. It's all of it's wild, and it didn't take much research to start getting into how 2008 fractured our economy and COVID inflation seemed nearly purposeful to create this K-shaped economy we're living in, and it's so frustrating because it seems so simple for our thriving country, we're the richest country in the world, to create an ecosystem where we're all just doing well enough, but yet people just want more money and more power, and they take places like DC to do it, and
they're full of them.
And it sucks. There's like what, 1,000.
Okay, so he says this to Bear, and Bear's like, yeah, that sucks, man. Getting more money, more power, that sucks. That's why I'm on the side of the guy that wants more money and more power, and I'm on the side of the rapist, fucking Republican war criminal Donald Trump. You can't fucking write this shit. This is like truth stranger than fiction type shit. Like I couldn't write satire this on the nose. I mean, it's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful.
1,000 of them. How does us 300 million do anything about that? They say vote, but has that helped anything?
It will tomorrow.
Hell yeah, dog.
Hey, you showed me. Have you talked about your?
Yeah, it's not public yet, but I made some content with it. I want it like all formatted out before I release it.
This won't be out for another week or two.
Yeah, it won't be ready. It's probably gonna be 3-4 months. We're gonna get a couple devs in there.
FBI guys there in that FBI building, but they let the kids die.
Damn.
had no clue. That's one of my conspiracy rabbit holes. I really just don't like. There's a lot of shit, especially in the 90s, like between Ruby Ridge, Randy Weaver, Waco, Oklahoma City bombings. Those are very, very rough times.
Waco's really weird.
Okay, I love that. That's why I love. Like, notice how he's mentioning like all these times that the government oversteps, and like Ruby Ridge and Waco, where they're like the government's putting their foot down, and the ATF is fucking up hard and killing people and whatever. And he's talking about it in this conspiratorial way, and in a way where he's like putting that there. He's not. Again, we go over like the way he spins shit for his benefit, but sure.
Really fucked up. Waco's really weird. Hope dead. Hope dead. Yeah. No.
But yeah,
the only guy who's ever actually held Epstein accountable for his actions. Yeah, the people on the Epstein list accountable.
Who, Massey?
No, the fucking Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. Apparently, one of his victims was on the Epstein list. That was like apparently very like egregiously involved. He was like a professor.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Ted Kaczynski, by the way, the Unabomber. He just the guy doing political violence. Which let's be real here. So he's like, hey, Ted Kaczynski actually got somebody, right? Then why are you mad that Charlie Kirk got shot? Oh, because he's on your team, right? So he's here like endorsing Ted Kaczynski in a way of like, wow, he actually got somebody on the Epstein list. Notice he did the same thing with the guy that Kyle Rittenhouse shot, like being like, oh yeah, he was a child rapist, he was a pedophile, kill him. It's like, okay, yeah, that's good, but like I'm not gonna fully agree with you because like, should we get rid of the rapists and pedophiles? Yes, we get rid of all of them, including the ones that are in the Republican Party and the one that's in the White House right now. Go get the Epstein files. Go do a real investigation and take the whole fucking system down. If the whole system has to collapse because we arrest just too many of these people and they're all like high positions, chain of command, bro. Bump somebody else up that's like not part of their little entanglement. Put new people in. Like, hello?
That's at some university, I think. Yeah, and communication with Epstein. Turns out, like Uncle Ted, like, look, not a big fan of, what was the thing where they cited him for his actually like mathematician shit
for rides and just random things.
It's like, hey, let's split this Uber. Let me wire you.
Interrogated, or her deposition, I think it was 2019 or 2021 was one of those years. They say, where are you a citizen of? And she says, oh, I'm a citizen of the UK. And they're like, you're also a citizen of France, right? And she's like, yeah. She said, where else? She said, Paramore. And he was like, isn't that your ocean town?
How do you just invent your own fucking country?
Right,
I'm a citizen.
Makes his voice as loud as we can. That's all I gotta say about that.
That's all I have to say about that.
Why does it box of chocolates do?
We gotta hold our people accountable.
And until we start holding literal accountable for, nothing's gonna change.
Did Brandon, I love Trump and I suck his nuts from the back, Herrera, just say we need to hold our own people accountable? My brother in Christ, you control all three branches of government. You could hold the guys accountable right this minute by just releasing the Epstein files and actually looking into them and being like, hey, this guy, squeeze this guy, find info from this guy, get this guy, get that guy, get this guy, go arrest her, go arrest him, get him, her, him, her, all the guys, all in the government and stuff and the corporations, and go arrest them right now and charge them. Because you see there's evidence of what they've done in the Epstein files. Like, hello? Let's listen to it one more time, because I can't be hearing this right. It must be because it's almost 4 a.m, and, well, it's 10 till. I'm just going to call it 4 a.m. My brain must be fried from these lights and 5 hours of doing this, but, excuse you?
For the last one gets hung, we just play Tom Hanks' voice as loud as we can. That's all I gotta say about that.
That's all I have to say about that.
Why does it box of chocolates do?
We gotta hold our people accountable.
And until we start holding
We gotta hold our people accountable, says Brandon Herrera, who is not holding his own people accountable by again, being endorsed by Donald Trump and not renouncing the endorsement. You should renounce the endorsement of Donald Trump. It'd be like, I don't want your fucking endorsement. Get away from me. I know I used to be your friend, and I know, like, I'm still sucking your nuts from the back, but, like, I gotta pretend that we're not friends, for optics. Like, that, at least do that. Like, you're so comfortable with lying about shit that you might as well just lie about that, too. Why don't you just lie to Trump and be like, oh, yeah, we're still cool, bro, and then, like, go out in the media and talk shit about him and demand the Epstein files. Like, just lie to Trump and be like, no, it's fine. Just stay off Twitter for a few days. It's fine. But Trump can't. Trump would see him publicly blasting him because Trump can't stay off Twitter. Oh, these are sentences that I never thought would leave my mouth. The president of the United States is a pedophile, rapist, war criminal, and he can't stay off Twitter. That's wonderful. Yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, because his name's also Brandon, that's kind of a cute sticker. I'll give him credit for that one. The Let's Go Brandon, but he's kind of like flipping it to be like talking about him and his little AK-50 thing. That's kind of cute. Still, obviously thinly veiled threat against Biden, because that links straight back to Biden. But sure, you want to play stupid games. There we go. That's a real stupid game to play. Is making merch from political statements and then saying, "Why can't we all just have a dialogue and get along? Can we all just..." Oh my god, Charlie Kirk got shot. Clutch your fucking pearls some more, you pussy.
And you won't hear about it because it's not politically convenient. So people don't wait for facts; they see what they want to see, and they immediately just jump on.
People don't wait for facts. They want to see what they want to see and then jump on. Dude, you immediately went to Charlie Kirk's defense. I'm praying for him. He was a man of God. It's just so great. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You didn't even wait to see the evidence. Do you think if it came out that Charlie Kirk was in the Epstein files, and like there was confirmation that he had like been on the island raping kids, do you think Brandon Herrera would denounce him? Do you think he would denounce him? Like, oh my god, what a low blow. I thought he was a decent guy. He had us all fooled. Do you think he would say that? Or do you think he would just not talk about it? The same way he doesn't talk about Trump being in the Epstein files more times than Jesus being in there like a million fucking times. I love it.
You know, whatever bandwagon's most convenient.
Yeah, just make a decision immediately.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app.
And I noticed how
guys.
Notice how they don't mention how Donald Trump is the reason we're doing that, and the media, the legacy media and social media, they're the ones that want everybody to jump on right away, and Trump doesn't wait for facts on anything, and he just goes. Again, I don't see him making any remarks about the Iran war, even though he just did a podcast recently about the Iran war, so he mentions it, so I assume he's in favor of it. I would assume because he's Republican and he sucks Trump's nuts from the back. So yeah, I'm drawing that conclusion. Let's see what conclusion he draws.
So I think how you did a pretty good job expressing the law enforcement standpoint on that, which is really important because you have to recognize something can be technically wrong while also being technically legal.
Yeah, like slavery, which was wrong and will always be wrong. And John Brown said, "Hey, that's wrong, and I don't care what the law says. I'm gonna go shoot slavers now and free slaves because that's wrong." And you can't hide behind what's legal, and you can't hide behind technicalities for your morality. Because if you were actually a moral, upstanding person and you were involved in a bad shoot or what may have been a bad shoot, you would surrender yourself to law enforcement immediately and say, "Yo, bad shoot, my fault. I'm sorry." Right? You would just plead guilty straight to it and say, "Yeah, I seem to have fucked up. Can I look at some of the footage and see if I could have done something different?" Like, again, the ICE agents didn't do that. They showed no guilt, no remorse, nothing. In fact, in the case of Renee Good, the the only thing that the guy said was calling Renee Good a fucking bitch right after he dropped her with 3 shots straight into her head at a point blank range. Like he assassinated her in the street and then called her a fucking bitch 10 seconds after he murders her. Cool.
Hence the term we threw around a lot, lawful but awful. If he was disarmed and everybody in that equation...
Oh, it's lawful but awful. It's lawful but awful. Then why doesn't he resign if it's so awful? Because you support him. Brandon Herrera supports ICE. He supports Donald Trump. He is a Republican, just like all the other Republicans. This is what Republicans are. There are no good ones. Just like there are no good cops. I don't care how nice the cops are. If you can find, like, if you have 100 cops and one of them is nice, that means there's 99 assholes out there. And that's not a good ratio. If there's, 99 cops that are good and there's one that's bad, guess what? The other 99 are bad because they're not doing anything about the one bad cop. You have to hold that guy accountable, which Brandon Herrera does not want to do. He wants to play rah-rah his team. He wants to politicize everything and say, "My team win," which is exactly what I knew before. Like, you spend 20 minutes of a video just to get the conclusion of, no, it's fine that Alex Brady was murdered, even though I'm a staunch gun supporter. I'm just curious, before we get on to the White House shooting and stuff, which is just, oh my god, it's insane stuff. But I'm just curious what his actual subscribers down in the comments are saying. Some stupid shit. Sig loses relevance, public eye, started civil war. This one is really tough. It's hard to say exactly what the right take is. What are your thoughts? Yeah, this is engagement farming. He's a grifter. That's all he is. That's all he ever will be. Let's see. Guns don't kill people. Sig P320. So it's all I got jokes about the P320. Watching politicians conventional say they wouldn't be at a protest with a gun is the most brain dead nonsense I've heard. Yeah, exactly. Like, notice how he didn't mention the politicians. I'll go back and scan, but he didn't mention. He showed lots of clips of Alex Preddy getting murdered and assassinated in the street, and then he showed like Kyle Rittenhouse, but he didn't show one clip of the politicians on the TV. Now, again, at the time, he might have, like you said, he directly reported on it. Those arguments might have come out later. which is odd because you're claiming to do this like I want facts and evidence crap, and then you jump on the bandwagon to comment on it immediately, just like you did when Charlie Kirk got shot. You immediately put out a tweet like, "Oh my god," and that's fine if you want to respond in that way, but then you don't get to play the I like to wait and weigh the evidence. If you like to wait and weigh the evidence, you would have done what I'm doing, which is waiting and weighing the evidence. Do you think I wanted to let Renee Good and Alex Price slip under the radar like this? No. I had plans to do this a while ago, but it was still 2-3 weeks out because I was giving it time not to cool, because I don't give a shit about the political climate cooling. Fuck that. What I was giving it time for was to see more evidence come out, making ICE look even worse, because I knew it would. And to see the results. And here we are. Here we are. Not one person charged. Not one of them turned their badges in. The only reason we know who they are is because somebody was able to recognize part of their face and figure out that they're from some other state. And that, like, you can line the eyes up and everything, and that's that guy. Also, do we want to, like, talk about some of the cops and stuff that are undercover that go into agitate shit? Because there was, are we just going to forget about all the Portland stuff that was happening? And then there was some guy that seemed to be wanting to agitate stuff. And then that seemed to be like a Fed thing. And then later on Fox News, we have one of their guys, one of their Fox guys or police guys, whichever. I vaguely recall this being a thing where he had very obvious eyes and he had been seen on Fox before, and then later they had some radical Antifa guy come on, and he had the same eyes, the same colored eyes, the same face, the same ridges and, bags under his eyes. He looked identical. I mean, of course he had the mask up, because as we know, Antifa always goes onto like Fox News and stuff, and they go onto cable news and dressed in their Antifa uniform to talk about Antifa things. Yeah, no, nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. So again, I mean, look at these comments. They're like so fucked. Half of these are just jokes about the friggin' SIG. Let's see. Scariest part is that directly the FBI said you can't carry a gun in a protest. Yeah, that should be a denouncement of Trump and his shit immediately. In the same way that that should have been the thing that broke him, in the way that they always like to bring up, like, oh, FDR did internment camps with the Japanese. Well, yeah, but they were at war. And it was a mistake. And he will live with that black mark in his record. It was wrong. He shouldn't have done that. It was a complete violation of the constitutional rights of those Americans. And that's wrong. And we can say that's wrong. And that was wrong. And people stood up to him at the time and said, fuck no. And I'd be surprised if there wasn't somebody in the White House who was saying, Mr. President, don't fucking do this. This is wrong and unconstitutional. I mean, hello? Like, no one's making that argument. And enters the director of the FBI. Notice that Brandon is also, like a lot of content creators, he's very careful to highlight only the good comments that he likes. Right? And these, it's not like, oh, these were made later and he doesn't look back at these because he's turned the comments off. Again, I'm sure he gets a lot of comments, but a lot of these are seemingly from around the same time, being posted like within a minute, 10 minutes, 20 minutes of each other. So he can see the jokes about the SIG. Biggest issue is the DHS and FBI saying you can't bring low gun with magazines, which no matter where you stand is a red flag. So he likes this. He agrees with this. Okay, weird. So you agree that people can carry their firearms to a protest, as Rittenhouse did, but if they interfere, and by interfere, he means if they film ICE assaulting people, and if they film ICE assaulting people and try to help a woman off the ground who's being attacked for no reason, then it's okay that they shot him in the end because it was a oopsie. It was an accident. Oopsie. We didn't mean to. No, that's not an oopsie. An oopsie is when you spill some milk, not when you spill blood. You don't accidentally spill blood. If you do, it's called manslaughter, right? But again, no one accidentally pulls a firearm out. No one accidentally aims a firearm, and no one accidentally pulls the trigger 10 times. guys, in the there's okay. Enough of Brandon's stupid fucking face. You can get fucked. But in the Shawshank Redemption, right? So this movie. So you guys obviously know this movie, Shawshank Redemption. Morgan Freeman. What the fuck's the other guy's name? Played by Tim Robbins. Great actor. Again, I'm just not good with actors. I know their faces. I know who they played. I can tell you every scene, but sometimes the name escapes me. It's taken me years just to get Matthew Broderick burned into my head because I always forget his name is Matthew Broderick. But I've had to look it up so many times that yeah. But in the Shawshank Redemption, Andy Dufresne right here. So this is Andy and it's red. Oh, it came out real tiny. Okay, point being, Andy Dufresne goes to prison. Turns out he was innocent. He was set up by some other guy. It had nothing to do with him. They convict him for murdering his wife and her lover, the guy she was having an affair with. And the reason that it wasn't treated as a crime of passion, they convicted him on the fact that he used a revolver. He didn't, but the other guy did. Yeah. The evidence of the case was that a revolver was used. It was fired until it was empty. It was then reloaded and fired an additional 2 or 3 times, I think. It was, extra, right? That is what made it premeditated. And that's what got him locked up. A guy reloading a revolver to shoot already dead people is considered premeditation. But a guy dumping 10 rounds instantly into a guy's back, I mean, how fast could you drop that? It's insane to think about. Like, you dropping all that. Was it full auto or was it semi-auto? So, I mean, think about it. That's every trigger pull. He dumped the mag. He dumped the whole mag in Alex Bragg's back in 2 seconds, like 10 shots. Bang, bang, bang. Or here's the worst part is if it's a 10-round magazine, he has no trigger discipline and he dropped 10 rounds into his back immediately and was like, let's just make sure this guy's dead. Okay, cool. That's one scenario. Or it's not a 10-round magazine and there were more bullets in the magazine, which would mean that he stopped after dropping like 10 rounds into Alex Bragg's back. And then that just shows that he knows what he was doing. You see what I'm saying? He was coming off of whatever he was doing. Now me, if I'm gonna accidentally shoot somebody, I don't think I would dump the entire mag in panic. I think I would probably, especially at that range, I would probably shoot him in the head just to put him down, right? The same way I wouldn't dump a mag into a dog that was attacking me. If it was a rabid dog attacking me, I'd probably just shoot it like once or twice until it stopped moving and get it away from it. Because notice in the video, they also don't like run away. They don't like get up. Like in the video, I like if people saw his name Pretty. It's Pretty. It's Italian. Okay, but with this one, and it's horrific. I hate to put you guys through this again because it's horrible to see. So let's see. Here is where it happens. They're beating him. They're attacking him. He's just like, what the fuck is going on? And then watch what happens after they shoot him. Okay, so getting to the point. Gray guy's got the gun. Bang, 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 bang. Okay, so this guy, yeah, we gotta get it from another angle here. So there's Pretty. Yeah, we gotta get this one because the other guy looked away. Oh, hey, look at that. They cut it from this angle. I wonder why. It was cut from this angle. And, like, again, the guy pulls his gun. There's no reason to pull a firearm out unless you intend to kill somebody. That is the lesson of all firearms. And if anyone tries to teach you about firearms and firearm safety without using the words, do not point this at anything you do not want to destroy. Right? So if you're pointing a firearm, the only thing anyone should ever instruct you with in firearms is if you point this weapon at something, you are going to destroy it. You are going to demolish it. It's done, right? Because, and this is why I was always taught that firearms are not a first response, they are a last resort. That if you can't do something to de-escalate the situation, you can't physically overcome the situation by either leaving the area or simply overpowering the person, let's say, in fisticuffs, right? You can't do that if the only option you have is that you have to pull out this weapon, then it's not used. You don't brandish it, right? This is the key of firearms. You don't brandish a firearm ever. That is not how you do it. You don't pull it as a threat. No, because if you have crossed that, it is like a nuclear bomb. That's how you're supposed to treat it. You're supposed to treat it as an ultimatum, a final, just done, right? As, hey, let's chill out here. Hey, let's not fight each other. Hey, leave me alone. And once you've given all those warnings, and person's still coming at you, still trying to fuck with you, at that point, then you just pull the gun and you drop them. You drop them, you destroy them, you demolish them. That's how firearm safety is supposed to be. That is the last resort, because you do not want to have to end another human being's life. And potentially, here's the best part, potentially accidentally ending somebody else's life if you don't know what's behind your target. You have to know what your target and what is beyond it. Because those bullets are going to carry through. Unless they're a little .22 caliber that gets stuck in his ribs, most of these calibers are going to carry through, and they might ricochet and hit somebody else and fuck somebody else's life up. That's why it's a last resort. That's why it's not cool. Speaking of shootings, let's look at the White House bullshit.
And then stopping them from doing the attack right after they tell them to do the attack. It's how they got like a bunch of,
Yeah, so this is Kyle Kalinske talking about honeypot operations, where the FBI has, in the past, been known to do this. They have actual files of this happening. It's a real thing. It's not conspiracy theory. They will encourage people to do an attack. They'll like egg people on and get them to like start doing terrorist shit. And then basically, since they know the plot's already taking place, they'll stop it right before it happens, so they can say, we did it. Good job, pat on the back. We're keeping the world safe from the situation we fabricated.
Like mentally ill young Muslim teens during the War on Terror, they would say, FBI foils terror plot. And then you go look at the specifics, and they like groomed somebody to do an attack and then stopped them from doing an attack right after they said do an attack. And so why would he say not Kash Patel? It seemed very, very bizarre.
Yeah, so that was in the Shooter's Manifesto. The video here is very interesting. So, new video came out. This is highly interesting. This is a weird fucking video. So, here is the video everyone's seen, which is guy rushes through.
Who's standing on the bottom left of the screen here that says police on their back. He's going to take out his gun and shoot. And I believe this person standing against the wall in the back, in the middle, is going to get hit in a bulletproof vest. All right, here we go. Ready?
Right, so this is the thing everybody's seen. This is the new thing that people have found in this video. It's like, wait a fucking minute, what's happening over here?
So there he is, walking.
That's the shooter.
Back in the door in the distance. And he runs out with it. Now, what the fuck happened there? There was a dog. Look.
Why would the dog not be let off the leash to attack the assailant? As a canine unit, you're trained to immediately release the hound, Smithers, right? That's the whole fucking point, is that you can call the dog back after, but you release it and say, Schnell! German shepherds, because they usually respond to German stuff. But you tell them to sick them, get them, right? And they go for the throat, they go for the eyes, they go to fuck the guy up. And, they'll usually go for the arm, though, because that's usually what they're trained on, is to bite at the arm. Because the arm is usually going to go up to defend the face, so they'll bite at the arm. And when a dog's biting your arm, you ain't doing shit else, dude. You're fucked. You're so fucked. Like, you're already done for. But why would the dog not be released to chase after him? Notice the dog is never released in this scenario. He's just held back.
What in God's name?
What happened? Look at this guy. Like, I love that we missed that because we're so looking at the guy.
Back in the middle is going to get hit
so watch
in
over
a
here.
bulletproof vest. All right, here we go. Ready?
So watch this. Watch this.
There he is, walking back in the door in the distance. Then he runs out with it. Now, what the fuck happened there? There was a...
So this is, like, what's going on here? So the dog, no.
Dog?
Notice this fucking dipshit over here with the police vest. The only one to actually see anything, which is weird, considering Secret Service guy's right here. So why is he conveniently looking away at the exact moment that it's being rushed and no one is noticing anything? Man, these guys are like the slowest cops I've ever seen. Only one pulls. Only one gun pulled immediately. Everyone else's reaction time is dog shit. Like, at best, they're just a bunch of incompetent clowns. You gotta watch very carefully. Check us out. So she's... I assume it's a she? She, he, yeah, whatever. They're taking shots. You can see, there's the muzzle flash. That's the muzzle flash right there. And they take a shot with their fucking friendlies in the line of fire. This is why I say you have to know what's beyond the target, or else shit like this happens where you fired.
Look at this.
And then this guy goes down and is like
What?
crawling away. It's like,
In-
oh wait, he was wearing a bulletproof vest. That other officer shot into his bulletproof vest and almost killed him. Thank God he was wearing that. Because if he wasn't wearing that, he'd be dead right
God's
now.
name.
But look at him. Like, he didn't trip or anything. He clutching, because he probably broke some ribs getting shot in the chest. But the interesting angle here is the video from before. So, like, there's this video from the ballroom. Where is it? Like, the entryway. Where is it? Where they're showing the guy interacting with the K9 unit, some weirdo guy. It might not be in this exact video. Yeah, I think it might be in a different one. Because it's like two different, or it might be somebody else that covered it that Kyle didn't cover that one yet. I may need to double back because I was watching somebody else today as well about this. Backstab, the Rico, Dragon, polling, viewership. Okay, no. Let's see. Let me hear back. We're gonna do this real quick just to end it off. Because I gotta go to bed. It's late. It's fucking late. Let's see. What was I watching earlier? Who was I watching that had the new video? Was it Neko Cirrus? Was that what I was watching? That had that new video that I was like, what the fuck? No way. There was like a whole new video part to that. What is it? Molecular? Kind of like doxing my fucking viewing history, but I don't care. Watch all kinds of shit. I don't give a shit. Let's see. Conversation about the assassination. It might be in here. Or no, I don't think so. Hang on. I'll just look up like new report. So let's see. White House Correspondents' Dinner. Security. It's probably gonna be the old footage, but there is a one of some guy. Again, I can't remember who I was watching. It was either Kyle or it was Jack. Might be Jack Kutria.
6:30 a.m. Doing my.
Or maybe it was Luke Beasley. I don't know. There's a lot of like I was watching a lot of shit today. Let's see. White House shut down. Breaking news. Panic. White House. Okay, these were yesterday. No, I was definitely watching this like today. Well, actually, no. It would technically be yesterday because today is like 4 a.m. So yeah. Was it this guy? No, it's got to be Kyle then, right? Fucking, where was this video that I'm looking for? Data centers, backstab, Torico. Nope. Yeah, this is that video. Let's see. Yeah, so this is the one where we learned that a couple days ago that the guy that murdered Renee Good is also free. So that's totally fair that we live in a society where the law can murder with impunity and not be held accountable ever. Okay, so hold on.
Respondents' Dinner through all the weirdness. We have new surveillance security footage. So he's walking down the hallway.
Yeah,
here.
It must have been somebody else. I can't. I'm gonna check Luke Beasley real quick just because it's a
Looking
wild
at the gym.
fucking bit of footage to see. But if anybody, it would be Luke Beasley. That's the only one I can think of that I've watched recently, other than Kyle and Jack. Was I watching one of these earlier? Staged bomb drops. I think there's one. I think Kyle did show some of it, but yeah. So, let's see. I also disagree heavily with the idea of like, oh, we need more evidence, so don't jump to conclusion, whatever. Like that would be a sound thing to say in a normal reality, but like we're not in a normal reality. We're in the liar in chief's reality where he lies about everything. So until I see proper evidence that it wasn't staged, I'm going to assume that it was. Damn it, was this? God, I cannot find this for life of me. What? What is up with me right now? I don't know. I've been doing this for 5 hours. My brain's fucked. Anyway, one of these.
So now,
might have been Kyle's thing showing the door. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong clip. Or maybe the skim's like skipping over it because it's maybe a shorter clip. Let's see, where the fuck? I cannot find this for the life of me. I mean, I'll just describe it, but maybe this, maybe, or we'll look at. We'll start with this.
Official HD full alley attack.
Yeah, here's, I guess, shooter coming down. Yeah, that's him.
He was like a pretty tall, skinny guy. The time here that he didn't have standing around.
Yeah, okay.
He got the metal detector.
But yeah, the weird thing is the extra thing. So there's a clip floating around, which I don't know, but it shows the like red carpet area for the ballroom and the and the canine unit, which seems to be the same canine unit, was there. And then there was some guy from like some Fox News host, or he used to work for Fox News or something. He was there as a guest. He wasn't even like a presenter or part of the journalists that were there. He was just there as a guest. Why? Don't know why, but okay, he's there as a guest. Cool. So what does he have to do with anything, right? Well, he talked to the canine guy. He rapidly like flags him down and directs him to an area, which is weird for a guest to do. That's kind of odd that a guest of a function would have any credence from the authorities that are securing the area. That's odd that they would just listen to some random guy, right? Oh, and then like literally 2 seconds later, he's got his hand on a Secret Service guy who he's like whispering in his ear, talking about something. That's a little odd, no? And then we have this footage of sees guy go through door, K9 units right there, does nothing to stop him. I mean, it's weird. As Kyle says in the video, it's like, did he have the shotgun stashed in there and then came out with it? Because he didn't seem to be walking around with it, but I don't know. I don't know. And again, I don't understand how any of this works from a security standpoint of like, oh, well, let's have metal detectors here and whatever, and we'll do it in the Hilton ballroom or whatever. These doors all have like emergency locks on them, and I would assume they lock from you can lock them, but then they have the emergency where it'll probably break the lock from the inside when you push it, because like that's fire safety. That's what I'm thinking. So my question is, why wasn't this door locked? Why wasn't, like, it seems like these might be locked, but why was there even like an open door here? What was that for? What was the point of that? Weird, right? Yeah, weird. Like, if it's me and I'm securing the president of the United States, I would probably have a little bit more than some guys seemingly doing maintenance on a metal detector, which trying to understand why you have 2 metal detectors here and like no barricades, no nothing. Because again, this is like 6 cops just standing here. This is the only one that actually fires at the guy. Again, this is that weird shit that I'm talking about of lies, grifting, and just more lies, and no consequences for any lies. Like, there's no backlash for any lies of people, you know? Like, if I went into a courtroom and I lied about something, that would be called perjury, and I would be held in contempt of court, and they would put me in a cell. But Donald Trump lies constantly all day. No problems there. Guys like Brandon Herrera manipulate shit and lie all day, and they get away with it. And there's just, lies are now common. If you're a Republican, if you're on the right, you're allowed to lie. If you're part of the establishment, you're allowed to lie. But normal people are supposed to be honest and law-abiding, and yeah. So yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're at with all this. Alex Preddy being murdered by ICE, Renee Good being murdered by ICE, multiple people being murdered by ICE, people being kidnapped and then not being given due process, the Constitution being trampled over completely in all ways, and Donald Trump just fucking up the whole world with a completely unnecessary war against Iran for no reason other than Israel wanted it, and he's in the list, and Israel definitely has evidence of him raping kids, and so that's why he did it. Yeah. So here we are. Anyway, that is it for the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed my nonsense. I'm tired. If you did, then do the usual, like, subscribe, check out my streams, and I will see you guys in the next video. Grifter the Rager, signing off.